Happy Friday, chat. Going to try to end this week on a strong note. Since yesterday was quite the bombshell. Constitutional reforms cannot pass the assembly after all because the conservatives in my own party straight up decided to betray me to adhere to Seoul. And then it turns out my vice president actually was fooling around with a honeypot and nearly lost a important trade deal with Bogoslan because Bogoslan just doesn't like me personally. That's alright. That's alright. Because we got an airport being built, we got lots of good infrastructure, plenty of seeds being planted that should start sprouting any day now. Hey, Robbie. A broken-hearted drink at a Guinea no is exactly how I feel about the state of the country. But it's gonna get better. I slept on it, and I'm kind of thinking that going with the reformist candidate for my new vice president is probably the best idea, specifically because the conservatives betrayed me despite the promises, so I owe them nothing. And now that I've had time to sleep on it, I'm thinking that the reason the conservatives betrayed me is probably because of the removal of the member of honor from the Constitution. If I'm allowed to keep one thing, what I should have done was stick to the issue of the 8% electoral threshold and be like, fine, yeah, we'll keep the member of honor. Because right now, all they've done is make an enemy of me. Anywho, start of day at the palace, saved for start of day of the stream. Let's get to it. Lucian and I were on our way to my office. I was holding a mug of coffee in one hand and a folder of various documents in the other. As we turned the corner, Lucian spoke. The Ashraf anniversary is coming up soon. The most important day for the Bluish populace. Watani Ashraf is one of their symbols, as you know. aka Knight. True. Because there was a lot that was going on between the promises made and the vote. So it is quite possible that privatization of healthcare probably did it. But my hands are tied. We have polio on the border, in the villages around Uzaren. I didn't increase the healthcare budget. It was a small sacrifice to make, allowing some privatization and using that money to boost up hospitals in the rural areas. Which is fine. All they've done is confirm to me that they are not willing to play ball with democratic reforms, so I have to do it by force. If they want the authoritarianism of Seoul, I'm glad to use that flavor of democracy on them specifically. The most important day for the Bluish populace, Watani Ashraf is one of the symbols, as you know. Your presence at this event would show your desire for a more unified Swordland. We will reap the benefits if you decide to go, I'm sure. And I'm sure that we'll also have critics with the NFP, but who cares about the NFP? Further division among swords? No. This is going to cleave swords together, not cleave them apart. You are right. There's no question about this. I've been very pro-Blood so far anyway. Lucian nodded. We ran around the corner to reach the last corridor leading to my office. Lucian suddenly stopped in front of the office doors. The plaque that once said Vice President Peter Vectern had been removed. And it doesn't say Vice President Lucian Galad. No hard feelings, Lucian? The door was halfway open, and I could see a few workers moving boxes around the room. One of them saw us, bowed his head, and changed the name tag on the door to Vice President Albin Clavin. I heard Albin's voice from inside. You can leave it there, thank you. He noticed us, and immediately made his way to us. Mr. President, Lucian? That's Mr. Gallade to you, Mr. Vice President. Oh no, Lucian. I thought I said no hard feelings. Very well, Mr. Gallade. Alvin, good to see you. I want you ready to work as soon as possible. That's true, but friendlies first. How's it going? You settled in yet? Getting there, Mr. President. That reminds me. Mr. Gallade, please deliver this to my secretary. This needs to be in the hands of the Justice Committee as soon as possible. Mr. Clavin, please. Lucian is at the secretary. Lucian's upper lip curled. He and Albin stared at each other for a minute. Are you telling me that I create strife in my cabinet by putting Clavin here? Is he trying to make power plays on Lucian? Because I can't have that. I've already removed one VP. I made my promise of giving Alvin the role. I have no qualms about replacing another one. I am not your servant, Mr. Clavin. Tell him, Lucian. True, but I'm not your servant, Mr. Clavin. True, but I am your superior, Lucian. Albin, go deliver yourself, you're busy. We work with the crests here, Mr. Clavin, not orders. Then I request, Mr. Gallade, could you please deliver this to my secretary, please? Dang, this mouse is like double-clicking today. Fine, I'll take it. I will see you later, Mr. President. For the Ashraf matter, I will present you with our options later. He walked out, leaving me alone with Albin. I already don't like him. I get that he's more economically liberal, but he's supposed to be the reformist angle of the party. So what is this? Clavin, what are we looking at here? Well then, I must get back to tidying up this room. Thank you for visiting, Mr. President. Could I chew him out? I will stop by so this is done. Expecting good work. I want you to get along with Lucian. I want to ensure that he knows that this is non-negotiable. He's in my cabinet. Lucian is my chief strategist. I'll do my best. Albin bowed and went into his room. I grounded him. I entered my office and asked Sylvia for a second cup of coffee to wake me up. Another long day was waiting for me. News? News. Dayer isn't yet, no reports. The Radical. Albin Clavin is the vice president. It's official. Albin Clavin is a new vice president of Sordland. Looking at this pic objectively, which I expect from the Radical, so make it hurt. I catch myself thinking that honestly, it could have been worse. Much worse. President Rain could have picked Mr. Clavin's conservative counterpart, Gloria Torrey, for example. Regardless, we can say with certainty that Mr. Clavin will be a much better vice president than Peter Vectern. And what's going on? Mediation of a dispute in the Gendarme? Alright, time to take some power away from the Ministry of Defense and somewhat reduce their influence in civilian politics and policing. I arrived at the city of Vesserd with my new vice president, Albin, after receiving an emergency meeting request from Josef and Lilius. I had seen the reports of a recent issue that rose between Swedish police forces and the Gendarme units in the city. The report said that an operation against a drug trafficking gang in Vesserd failed due to miscommunication. It was not hard to guess what this meeting was going to be about. We entered the city hall and made our way to the second floor. I could hear Josef and Lilius' voices echoing through the hall. I opened the doors to the meeting room. The two ministers did not even realize. This is unacceptable. How dare the police meddle in the affairs of the Gendarme? It's your French word. I'm not gonna try to say it anyway. It was your men who started this ridiculousness and meddled with an ongoing police investigation. Their voices were getting louder and louder. Rural security is my jurisdiction, and your men were way outside of Vesserd. We are here to help with the matter. What is going on? Oh wait, no. I thought that was, Lilius. We're here to help with the matter. What's going on? Mr. President. Mr. Vice President. Apologies, but Miss Graff here fails to understand her place. No, Mr. Lancia, you are the one who does not understand his place. If you continue to do so, you will pay for it one day. Slam the table. That's enough. Calm down, both of you. I am trying really hard to stay calm, Mr. President. Miss Graff, you are pushing your boundaries. Lilius, explain what happened. Yosef, let's hear your side of the story. Make him feel important by appealing to him first, before stripping him of his powers and authority in this matter. The Lieutenant General of the Gendarmerie was tracking a drug trafficking ring in the countryside of Vessard. We immediately acted on it. Just when we were about to raid their hideout with live weapons, the police units arrived at the scene and alerted the criminals. As a result, the criminals got away. Isn't there a line of communication between you? So the police meddled and caused the raid to fail. Didn't you rush the situation a little there? But isn't there a line of communication? How did you not know about you and vice versa? And what is going on here? That's just for the VP, right? Cabinet. Yep, that updated. There is. But the Minister of Defense decided to avoid notifying the police department about the planned raid. The same could be said about you, because the reports show that you knew about the gang or their stash of the countryside. I started tapping on the table with my fingers. How do we solve this issue? What I hear is that you both are incompetent, make enemies of them both. We're getting nowhere. Find a middle ground. How can we solve this issue? I think this was the last drop. Internal security matters should be handled by handed to the Ministry of the Interior completely. We are called the Ministry of Interior for a reason. We can't let any more screw-ups like this happen. She looked at me. I want the Gendarmerie to be transferred to the Ministry of the Interior. What? Woman, are you out of your mind? Yosef turned red with anger. He composed himself after a moment. To me, what needs to change is not the structure itself, but the problems in it. We need to find out what is causing this and fix it. So far, rationality from Claven, apart from his peeing contest with Lucian earlier. I believe I just told you to fix the problem, Mr. Claven. Please address me as Mr. Vice President, Miss Graff. I don't know. I think the power's going to Claven's head. I simply don't think the ends justify the means of this case. This is not an individual case. This has been happening for a long time, in case you did not know, Mr. Claven. Peeing right back at him. Ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I won't hand over the Gendarmerie to her. Out of the question. Why? Because it makes sense? I agree. The Gendarmerie has been part of the Ministry of Defense for years. Do you have a better solution, Yosef? Is it the opposite? Is it straight up military police and death squads? Whenever operations overlap, we should engage at a lower rank with the local officers on both sides. We could work on establishing that, but it still doesn't change the wrong system that exists right now. I want to remind you about your promise, Mr. President. That was before the screw-up. I remember it very well. Yes, but my decision hasn't been made yet. Appear to be neutral. That I'm not just saying, well, I promised this person, so sorry, Yosef. I want them to think that I'm rational, more rational than I actually am. I sure hope that you will keep your word. What promise? Now I see what's going on here. Enlighten us. What do you think is going on here, Yosef? It's too late. Thank you, Lilius. The cat is out of the bag. Lilia set us up to create this incident. Lilia bit her lips. That is going a bit too far. What proof do you have? There is no way that the police has arrived at the right time of a month-long search on the exact day and minute of the Gendarmerie raid. Let's take it down a notch with the accusations. This kind of accusation is unheard of. It's nonsense. If I were you, I wouldn't believe a word Mr. Lancia says, Mr. President. Heed my word, Mr. President. When dealing with these situations, you need to always look at who gets what out of it. And Yosef, don't forget, I've already sided with you on, 2 times now. Shrinking conscription to afford modern equipment is 1. Siding with you over Kramer is 2. Let me have this, come on. I won't stand idle by these utterly ridiculous and baseless accusations, and we don't have time for this. What is your decision? Alright. Gendarmerie will be transferred to Ministry of the Interior. You are making a mistake. Thank you for being a man of your word. It was the right call to establish a modern internal security structure. And considering that my internal security didn't warn me about Tarkeen Sol's arrival, didn't know about the spy in front of my office for 2.5 years. Shape it up, Graf. Shape it up. I want those criminals caught immediately. From now on, work together and don't fight among each other. I want effective and capable members of cabinet. Bigger issues at hand that need attention. Focus on them instead of at each other. But yes, do work together. Don't forget, you're my cabinet, not just power-hungry sharks. We will do our best, right, Mr. Lancia? That's right, Miss Graf. You see, Claven, take notes. These two now hate each other, but they could still treat each other with respect. I left the room to attend my next scheduled meeting. News. No arrows pointing to reports. Overview. Is under order. Ministry of the Interior strengthened. More power and eternal authority. Cool. And it's not going to cost them anything, is it? Gendarmerie transferred to the Interior. The palace decided to transfer the Gendarmerie force under the Ministry of Defense to the Interior, following a dispute that occurred earlier this week. It is reported that the 2 ministries have resolved the problems, and that President Rain wanted to improve internal versus external security structures. Officials from the MOD did not comment on the transition publicly, while the Minister of the Interior, Graf, hailed the move as a necessary one. Journals, codex updated, organization, governmental. Gendarmerie is now part of the Interior. Cool. What do we have next? Briefing on the current healthcare situation. Alright. All I want to hear is that supporting rural hospitals is preventing polio. I had a meeting scheduled with Pascal to receive the annual healthcare report. He arrived at my office with stacks of papers, underneath both arms. Mr. President. He put them onto the papers on my desk. It made a loud thud sound. I know this seems like a lot. Reviewing it shouldn't take more than a day. He measured the pile again, or maybe 2. I like him. He's a bit too pro-privatization. This time was a necessity because they didn't give them more money. But he has a decent sense of humor. That sounds just great. Yeah, maybe. They contain very important information about the status of our healthcare. Salaries, spending, hospital reports, whatever you like. We can go through this together. Can you summarize? Please, no. Alright, let's begin. I have all day. He continued. But I don't want to bore you, so I will quickly summarize. I breathed a sigh of relief as he put on his reading glasses to look at the document he was holding. So, we have concluded a report for the year. Dang, that was quick. Thanks to the allocated funds, we have improved the healthcare of the country overall. I have used the resources to begin a comprehensive health reform. Excellent so far. We have more patients treated, less waiting times, and higher treatment quality than the years before. Great to hear. Thanks for your hard work. Just as I expected. It was a good decision to spend the budget on the healthcare. We didn't, is a problem. Good. Under my presidency, I want Sorger's people to have the best health service they can get. There can't be a more valiant day. The foundations we laid so far will influence the years to come, even if my re-election flounders, which I expect it to. We are certainly on the right path to challenge even Lesbia or Bogosland in the matter, but we are not there yet. However, give it a few more years, and we might even surpass them. Need to get the level of superpowers? Would be cool, but the important thing is the health of the nation. No, Pascal, we will surpass them. But now, this is about the people, not about global competition. We can't simply follow the footsteps of other nations. I agree. We need to pave our own path to better healthcare for our citizens. Moving on. Our privatization efforts had both positive and negative effects. It helped us raise further funds we spent on improving the system. Privatized hospitals open in many places with top-notch equipment. But on the other hand, privatized hospitals are rather expensive, even for an ordinary middle-class citizen. We should be able to serve all of our citizens, hence, public hospitals opened in the rural countryside. There are still public hospitals for lower-class citizens. True, but there is still some disparity in the terms of quality, but we are raising the quality, that's the important part. Pascal skimmed the rest of the document before putting it down. The investments we poured into our rural healthcare facilities has paid off greatly. The quality of care increased due to the upgraded equipment, and we're able to hire more healthcare staff. Excellent, they do deserve better. Inequality is our worst enemy, also true. One step closer to beating it. Make sure they know we're the ones who gave this to them. I want Anton Rain over the door of every single hospital, clinic, office, bathroom. No, the people of the countryside do deserve it. Yes, they have been neglected for a long time due to political reasons. Not anymore. All these efforts have resulted in a clear increase of quality in health services provided to our citizens. He cleared his throat. Now that I've given you the short summary, what is it, Pascal? Is budget time coming up? Is this rebeg for more? There's a very important matter to discuss. No, just polio. Leaning over to grab his briefcase, he pulled out a tan-colored package. The package was stamped with big red letters that read confidential. Only confidential. They're not giving this secret, top secret, or the mythical higher classifications. That's just one step above unclassified. Pascal opened the package and brought out a few documents. He handed them over to me. Take a look. I have no choice. Peer into the forbidden documents. I took the documents from his hands. It was a report from the Ministry of Health. Each page had a stamp on it that read, "For President's Eyes Only, Popeo." The report was titled, "Polio Outbreak in Bergia." This is very concerning. I'm going to Bergia pretty soon. Oh, just imagine, right? If you don't take healthcare seriously, or cut their budget, and then do attend the Blutish Festival thing for their holy day, if that gives you polio. It is, Mr. President. For now, it seems to be under control. We put a few villages into quarantine. The total number of infected are currently 1,467. That is a lot more than a few isolated cases that the whole sword post suggested. Death toll is at 23 so far. If we have more outbreaks, the results will be terrible. Thankfully, we have received additional funding to our healthcare. This should curb the infection ratio, although I'm afraid even that might not be enough. This is a very serious matter, Mr. President. Lives of Sorger citizens are at stake. Do whatever it takes. How bad could it be It will stop, I know it. What can we do? We have done our research. There is a cure. A vaccination was recently invented in United Cantana by a doctor, and the formula has been made available for free in the entire world. You see that? COVID vaccine peoples. With your intellectual property rights, if United Cantana can make the polio vaccine free, why can't we? Or the formula itself at least, so everyone can make their own. No matter what people think about United Cantana, if the same thing happened in Arcasia, we would be paying the price for it, Thanks to the very good decision made by you to increase the funding to our healthcare, we have the capability to produce this vaccine locally. Cool. But I'm afraid, simply having the vaccines won't help. We need to make sure they are administered. And I'm not gonna hear any lip service from the NFP or anyone in my party about boo-hoo-hoo, this is a lack of civil liberties, I want the right to die and affect everybody else. No. Everybody is getting stabbed. It is our civic obligation to the state. We need to implement a nationwide mandatory polio vaccination policy. With your order, I can immediately get to work to ensure we are doing whatever it takes. This might seem excessive, however. This might seem excessive, however, it is absolutely necessary. Whatever it takes to protect Swordland, do it. Excellent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get to work immediately. He got up from his seat. Thank you for your time, Mr. President. He left my office, leaving me alone with a lot of paperwork to go through. The old hyperbole and a half, and a lot made of paperwork. Okay, what do we have? Is mandatory vaccinations already in the books? Epidemic prevented. Excellent. Ministry of Health has stopped the epidemic from spreading. Prevented a crisis in Swordland. Mandatory vaccination. Completely mandatory vaccination system. Policy in the health system, ensuring every child and adult is vaccinated accordingly. And yet, preventing that crisis isn't helping my economy. But it's not making it worse. Fair Trade, read the report. Fair Trade Commission established in Wholesword. Fair Trade Commission has opened in Wholesword today and began coordinating with the Central Bank, National Business Council, and the Ministry of the Economy to get an analysis of the competition issues and potential regulation legislation. The effort to bring fairness to trade and commerce in Swordland is led by a visionary small business owner who sued Heart of Swordland in an unfair competition bid and won in court. Dang, in our conservative courts. Desolinization started. Ah yeah. The process of desolinization has begun, starting with the removal of Tarkeen Sol's statue from Capitol Park. By the end of this month, it is expected that hundreds of similar statues, portraits, and other likenesses will be removed from every city and town in Swordland. Less Smoke Bill. Sign or veto the Less Smoke Bill. Is this for smoking or for industry? The Assembly passes an amendment to the tax bill of 1944 in order to increase tax revenue and reduce excessive amounts of tobacco consumption of the general populace. Section 1 of the TB of 44, which had imposed a 10% tax on all tobacco packages, will be increased to 30% on all tobacco products sold to the country. Section 2 will protect local industries by giving them a full tax exemption if the products are destined for export to other countries. Finally balance the budget. Let's do it. Come on. I've been trying to quit anyway. And the rich fat cats with their cigars will be able to afford it anyway, so I don't want to hear any complaints. They're going to complain. Tobacco consumption reduced. With the tobacco tax increase nationwide, the consumption and importation of tobacco has dropped significantly. That's more health, and less import means more money. Less spending on imports. This led to an unexpected decrease in lungs-related sickness and birth defects across the country. Who could have guessed? but the newspapers are going to complain. Nothing more soldier's than a good cigar. Time to smoke less? The administration has signed the Less Smoke Bill, aimed at increasing tax income for the government and to reduce the high tobacco consumption. Tobacco was recently discovered as dangerous to personal health after researchers in Undemocratical published an international paper. There have been opposing voices on the increase of the pack of cigarettes. Especially foreign ones, that are now favored by the Swedish. Lockhaven Times. Smokes taxed. The GNA passed an amendment to the tax bill of 1944 by increasing the tax by 20% and imposing a tax exemption on local tobacco products destined for transport. President Rain has signed the bill into law, which triggered a dozen complaints from working-class citizens who smoke often. Health officials around the country have praised the discouragement of tobacco with increased taxes. There is a debate if the administration acted on this to increase taxes or to reduce the public health concerns, or maybe both. It's both. Being paid to improve health? Yes, please. Okay, so all we have is Ezeren. Is it time for the festival? No. So yes, it is. Support Ashraf anniversary. Yes or no? Attend with an armed convoy. I'll attend. I'll support it. The remembrance rally of the Ashraf anniversary is about to begin in Ezeren. The Bludish movement is holding the largest rally yet to display their demands and strength. The administration can go to Ezeren to support the event with or without an armored convoy, or not attend at all. Well, I do know that the Bloods might be a bit unhappy that I am soft supporting Velen's genocide attempts and closing the borders, but I am trying to show leniency to refugees coming in. They don't know that because that's not public. But I have also been doing lots and lots of policies that do support Bludish ethnic and religious observance rights. Like, I'm not forcing them to speak Sordish in schools. I'm not interfering with their practices. I'll attend. No convoy necessary. And today is the day. Solidarity for Watani Ashraf's anniversary. After making a stop in Deir to meet with the governor of Bergia, Felix Braun, we finally arrived at the ancient walled city of Ezeren. More than 2 decades ago, the city gained particular importance for the Bludish people due to the Izum incident, which was a reason for our visit. It was the anniversary of the Izum incident and the death of Watani Ashraf. Remind me, what's the Izum incident? A bloody protest that occurred in 1933, a mere 23 years ago or so. Foundational moments of the Bludish movement. Sol Dam project, long-term solution to Bergia's and Sordel's energy problem, began its construction, but the site was home to an old Bludish village called Izum, which was planned to be evacuated, so basically the Hinwazawa incident. But more bloodied. A series of protests by the local populace blocked the construction for 10 days of protest. 7th day, a group of military personnel arrived at the scenes as a reaction to the protest size. 10th day of protest, village elder Watani Ashraf shot by one of the soldiers, turning the protest violent, and the entire group of protesters killed that day by the soldiers on the order of Tarkin Sol himself. Izam raised, and the dam constructed soon after, naturally sparking more violence and protests, and then drastic measures from the state in response. Persecution of thousands of Bludish people, Bludish genocide. Alright. Now that I know the background of the event, time to make enemies of the nationalists. The event took place in the aptly named Izam Square, just several blocks away from the site of the tragic Izam incident. which currently lied under Lake Seoul. They even named it Lake Seoul, together with the ruins of the sunken city. We drove with the presidential Cadillac as we entered the city's old paved streets between its rundown buildings. Okay, next time I play this, by the time we do this anniversary event, there's going to be a special bloodish zone in Bergia. Our convoy could barely fit the narrow streets, disrupting local traffic and creating a noisy chaos in this normally tranquil city. The passerby looked upon us with concern as we drove towards the square. I must say, this is a good decision, sir. This will help ease the tensions. Yes, but I'm worried about our safety. Not at all. This was my intention all along. As expected. We're almost there. I can hear the crowd. I heard the chants and shouting from the outside. Lucian leaned closer to the window, listening to their voices. They seem to be chanting Yulak Bluderat. I believe that means free Blodia in Bludish or something of that sort. We approached the large crowd that assembled in the square. There were probably at least 10,000 people. Our vehicle came to a stop. My driver exited the vehicle and opened the door for me. We were greeted by Mansoon Lek. He wore a coat over his suit, which was marked with the red and turquoise stripes of the Bloodish movement's flag. He moved forward to greet us. Welcome to Erzurum, Mr. President. No need for pleasantries. I want this done as quickly as possible. No. Raised his hand in a display of unity. Some within the crowd started clapping. See, if I show them that the state government is in solidarity with the Bloodish people, then they won't need to be separatists. They probably still will be. But knowing that I stand with them will probably placate them some. Mr. Lek. Mr. Gallade, welcome. Shall we move into the sanctuary then? Let's go. We started making our way to Erzurum Sanctuary, which stood at the end of the square. A much smaller replica of the Ark Sanctuary in Deir. This building emanated a mythical aura due to its age and its blackened walls. We entered the building through the ornamented large metal gates. As we walked, the noise of the crowd started to fade out. Everyone started to get quiet for the ceremony. Thousands of candles were burning inside the sanctuary, one for each person that died in Izum. The red candle at the center was for Watani Ashraf. Mansoon gestured towards the candles. Pick up a candle. Pick up the red candle. Do not pick a candle. They haven't briefed me on this ceremony. But I'll pick up the red candle for the person who this is about. 10 million and a dead body. How do you get rid of it? Wither. Is it 10 million in currency, or are those more bodies? I'm gonna pick up the red candle. Show veneration for Watani Ashraf. I picked up the red candle for Watani Ashraf. He also picked up a candle and started walking out. Many others followed suit, including us. The atmosphere outside had completely changed. The crowd was now completely silent. Oh no. Is this in veneration? That yes, the Swordfish President is honoring our dear departed leader? Or how dare he pick that candle? That was for Lek. Use the body to buy more bodies. Well, that's just capitalist policy, isn't it? Keep the money to keep operating and exploiting in a way that creates more bodies. The days on end I can go talking about food production in particular. We slowly walked towards Ashraf's grave. On the way, hundreds of people joined with us. When we arrived, he pointed at a huge standing torch above the grave. By the way, Wither, have you played this? I think it might be right up your alley. Leave the cattle next to it. Light the torch. Light the torch together with Monsoon. Okay, this is unfair. They gave me the whole script for the ceremony at the Dissension Festival, but here I'm just winging it. A huge standing torch above the grave. Light the torch together with Monsoon, I think. The representative of the Bluish movement and the president of the state government lighting it together. We lit the torch together. I turned around and realized the sheer amount of people who were following us. They were all looking at me, waiting to hear what I would say. My fellow citizens, free people of Bludia, ooh, brothers and sisters. Oh, dude, it's very interesting. I'm trying to play this as a very nice, democratic, socialist sort of president, and keep getting sidelined at every turn by the oligarchs and the conservatives in and out of my party. But you don't have to play nice. You can totally go a more authoritarian route following the footsteps of Tarkeen Soul if you wanted, or worse. If I call them free people of Bludia, they'll like it, I'm sure, but that might promote separatist thoughts. I'll call them my brothers and sisters. It doesn't matter if they're persecuted Bloods or with swords. They are still the people of Swordland. My brothers and sisters. We are here to mourn Watani Ashraf and many others who lost their lives. Mourn those who tragically lost their lives in Izam. Nah, don't sugarcoat it. Name drop Watani, name drop the others. Well, drop the others, I guess. I am not standing before you today as a president. I am standing here as one of you. Can I say that? Because I'm not Bludish. They were brave men and women who only wanted to protect their land. I condemn the events that led to the death of these lives. See, Reddit is kind of cool like that, because when you first read Reddit, right, it's like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. They did the math, hilarious. I love this, it's so funny. And then by week 2, month 2, it's like, alright. Collapse commentary, collapse commentary, collapse commentary, because you see it all a billion times. It's just derailment again and again. I think I am going to condemn the events that led to these deaths. Hey, by the way, what's up? Despite the attempts to divide us, our people will stand as one. We are sword. We are blood. We are all united under one flag. The road improved yesterday. Ooh, what happened? What happened with her? I share your hatred and anger. I feel it too, I assure you. Like a red hot metal. It takes a long time for it to cool down. But I look at the lost lives and I think, what would they want? Am I allowed to say that? To hijack their deaths? Oh yeah, you see, I was kind of worried, because one of the people I followed was like, I heard about Rush. Good riddance. And I'm like, what? I know Limbog died, but what about the band? What did the Canadian band do to earn our ire? But yeah, I'm very much a let's not speak of the dead kind of person, but I have no sympathies for one who caused such a vitriol for decades upon decades. I've seen people say, oh, the Conservative parties weren't too bad. It was only after Rush went off the deep end at like 20 whatever that really things got worse. No, it's always been that bad. He's always been that bad in particular. I don't really get people, like coworkers I've had, who've been like, well, I used to listen to Rush, not because I believed in him, but for a laugh. Dude, that's what makes you laugh? That's why I always thought that 2016 wasn't a surprise for me. Analysts were all, oh, Trump's not gonna even get the nomination for the Republican candidacy. But I knew it, that he was speaking to a seedy underbelly that we'd like to pretend wasn't more spread out throughout the country than we'd like to admit. And Rush was very much a face of that, not just in the 21st century, but practically for as long as he's been on radio. I'm gonna go with option 2. I share their hatred for the event and their anger. I feel it. It takes a while for that hatred to cool, but we must think about what these people lost would have wanted. An old man from the crowd yelled, "He is right!" Aww. Let me tell you one thing. I dream of Swordland. A truly united Swordland. A country where being a blood or a sword does not matter. The same before God, remember the words, love thy brothers and thy sisters. Isn't that Nurist though? We must always stay together in the face of adversity. No, number 1. It could only be number 1. I dream of a Swordland, a truly united Swordland, a country where being a blood or a sword doesn't matter. I feel responsible and ashamed for the actions of my predecessors. Most of all, I feel the desperation to remove this black mark from our history. Let this be a testament of our unity for the future generations. Stand together as blood and sword. Mistakes were made in the past. The innocent people of Azam paid the price, but we cannot let this past divide us. I like the sound of number 1 until I get to I feel the desperation to remove this black mark from our history, and I don't know if that means let's ignore it, whitewash it, pave over it, the past is in the past. Or no, because he feels the desperation to remove it. He feels a heartache that whitewashing it would result in, maybe. See, my take on not speak ill of the dead is simply, I don't know how to put it, but ultimately I'm all for, well, let's not forget that this person did this and this and this. Bring out the receipts, bring out the dirty laundry. My version of don't speak ill of the dead doesn't mean that we can't bring out what they've done. Whether I wish I could say that. I really wanted to bring this country forward, but no. The conservatives just won't let me. The reformists, despite me doing what the reformists want, still have more demands. Alright, I'm going to speak and appeal to responsibility and shame. So Swordland Today and the NFP are going to call me an apologist and talk about my apology tour, but I do not care. Let's stand together. So far I've been speaking about unity, haven't I? I've already condemned the events that led to these deaths. Let this be a testament to our unity. Stand together as blood and sword. I don't know, 1 or 2, 1 or 2. I don't want to just wave this off as mistakes were made. But I don't like the ambiguity in removing this black mark from our history. I don't want to remove this black mark from our history, even if it's openly condemning it. I've already done that. Stand together, blood and sword. I need help from each and every one of you to make this country a better place for everyone. The responsibility falls on all of our shoulders, because we don't have anyone but each other. That is kinda true, because they're kinda being persecuted actively and violently in Velen, and I don't know the situation in Lesbia and Rumburg. Apart from that, they don't really like them all that much, it seems, is a feel that I'm getting. Yolak Bluderat. Morning will come. Are you with me? See, yo lak bluderat is for the free Bergia, or the free Bludish, I mean. I want them with me, not with me as happy neighbors. See, whether I told you, you would love this. It's all about political speak. Morning will come. It might not be the bloodish sentiment, but it is a national sentiment. There was no reaction from the crowd, only silence. Monsoon leading closer to me. I must admit, Mr. President, that was a good speech, just not appropriate for the occasion. I just hope the crowd thinks the same. He extended his hand to me for a handshake. Shake his hand. Hug him. I'm gonna hug him. Instead of going for the handshake, I spread out my arms and hugged him. Suddenly, the whole crowd started clapping. Thank you for this, Mr. President. I don't think the people of Ezerin will ever forget this. You became the first and only president who were brave enough to come to Ezerin and pay respects to the Izum victims. I hope this will be the start of a new era. Now, we're not going to stab him in the back with her. Stabbing in my back is for my party. Thank you. Lucian rushed near me. Sir, it is time to go. We started making our way back to the convoy. Well done, sir. This will prove very useful in the upcoming elections for my opponents to call me a Bludish sympathizer. About my apology tour in trying to tarnish all the good that Tarquin's soul did. Didn't the reservoir bring power generation to the region? How dare I? Time will tell. Not everything is about votes. This is only in the confidence of my chief strategist. Saying this doesn't have any implications, I don't think. Unless Lucian has some kind of likes me or doesn't likes me measure. But it is true, not everything is about votes. I'm already expecting that the re-election is going to be a wash. So while I am the executive, I want to do as much good as I can do. While I still can do. It's not. We entered our vehicles and started making our way back home from Ezerin. Okay, what's the news? What's the overview? Law. There's been a change to the law. Reconciliation process in green, actively a good thing. A new initiative by the Swordist government and the Bloodish leaders has called for a ceasefire and the easing of tensions leading to reconciliation between both sides. Who's the best president? With the worst economy and the worst party. Worst party unity. How's the journal express this? Decided to attend. Oh, that's it? That's pretty vague. What's the news say? The Radical. Come on, Radical. You have to praise me for this. Brotherhood of the People. President Rain surprised the country with his attendance at the Ashraf anniversary. He joined the vigil alongside Mansoon Lek on the day Soda remembers Watani Ashraf. He has delivered a heartfelt speech that resonated among the crowd. We hope that his words won't just stay words. Long live Brotherhood of the People. You see, even the Radical can't make that sound bad. Briefing room on the current political situation. Alright. See, violent separatists I could handle. Businessmen I could handle. Violence and foreign dignitaries I could handle. Spies I could handle. But internal politics, wish me luck. I walked to the White Room with a cup of coffee in my hand. Construction progress in Benfi. Hold on, how's my airport? Almost done. It is almost done. Then boom, more tourism, more economic spreading throughout Gruni. My vice president had scheduled a meeting on the current political situation. I opened the door and entered the room. Alban immediately stood up. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, take a seat. We have a long day ahead of us, let's begin. Good morning, I'll say. This shouldn't take long. I just wanted to go over the current political climate. To begin with, a lot of party members have issues with their change to the USP manifesto. I'm not so sure about them myself, to be honest, because my change to the manifesto is to make us more democratically socialist, and Klavan, in particular, is a blue-blooded capitalist. I did my best to convince them otherwise, but a group of MPs have decided to quit the party, 39 to be exact. They've had it in their resignation letters today. Well, that's it. That just brings us from 130 to like 290 or so, or what? Just oh wait, 39 to be exact. So sub 100. That's fine. We still have a majority. What are they gonna do? Go independent? Or are we still going to have a relative good amount of votes? Proportion-wise. 39 had it in their resignations today. This is a huge problem. Never before have so many people resigned together. This may have negative consequences on the upcoming elections. A good number of them might end up joining the NFP. Alright, but here's the thing though. We'll have about 90-ish or a high 80s. PFJP will have 70. NFP will have 79. But there is a budget that goes out to all the parties to help finance their elections. We'll still get the lion's share of it. They'll get a decent amount, but most of that campaign money is still disproportionately going to the USP. As expected, we don't need anyone who won't stay by our side. An unfortunate and necessary sacrifice. So they decided to betray me and the party. They will see their mistakes one day. Oh, Wither, did you find more hilarious loot games? An unfortunate, but necessary sacrifice. It's like moderation. If you ban somebody popular, you might lose them and their 15 friends, but if you don't ban them, they make things more toxic, and you lose 500. A choose your own game thing, but cater to every kink. Oh no. Oh no. I'm usually pretty kink friendly. My boundary tends to be like DDLG, no thank you. That's the limit. Keep all that on the no thank you side. But every single last one of them, there are some that go way worse than DDLG. You mean all of them, all of them? If you say so, Mr. President. Next, it's time to talk about our election prospects. There was a sharp, soft knock on the door. I hope it's alright with you that I've invited Mr. Galley to this portion of the meeting. Dude, I should hope that my chief strategist was invited. Why wouldn't it be? I don't know. Just a feeling. I'll let him in. Albin went to get the door. Lucian walked in. Mr. President. Mr. Vice President. If Lucian still resented my choice of Vice President, he didn't show it. His tone was nothing but cordial and professional. The three of us sat down. Albin handed out a new set of documents. Mr. Klavan, I will let you take the lead on this. Lucian being as diplomatic as ever. But I'm afraid that at some point I will need to tighten my leash on Mr. Klavan. Thank you, Mr. Gallade. Knocked him off balance. You go, Lucian. I've just received the results of a voter poll commissioned by Peter Vector shortly before his departure. To put it in plain language, it's not great, bad even. The USP stands to lose up to 20% of the vote compared to the last time around. NTR kink, other dudes, etc, etc, etc. Pretty vanilla so far. And then harem guys on the opposite end. Pretty vanilla so far. For a kink game. I'm not worried. We still have time to win them over. Tell it to me straight. do we still have a chance? We still have a year to gain more votes, but we've got to think strategically. Which, presumably, is why you have retained the services of your chief strategist. Of course, Lucian, best boy Lucian. Furries, BDSM, all vanilla so far. Lucian, are you so sore about this? Do you have something to add, Lucian? Kind of feels like light scolding, but I do want to know what Lucian has to say. No, part of the interruption. Albin shuffled some pages around. Looking at the demographics of the voters polled, you've fallen out of favor with the conservatives. Oh well. Less than half of them are likely to vote for you. Unfortunately, you have next to no support from the liberals. For better or worse, you certainly aren't popular with the nationalists. See? I've upset everyone. If you ever had any support from the socialists, you've completely lost it now. Unsurprisingly, none of the Buddhist poll respondents said they were planning on voting for you. Lastly, we can't expect votes from centrist and unaffiliated voters unless we do something to win them over. Dang! Nobody wants to vote for us. I've completely killed the party. The days of the USP are over. Now bear in mind, all these kinks sound really, really iffy. But the whole point of kinks are to explore what one likes. So, if this is what somebody wants. But nothing too unusual from that I've seen in fiction so far. 2 days of content for all of them. You're telling me they've really filled out all of them with lots and lots of content. Oh no, there's a but. Lucian, what do you suggest? Lucian smiled and bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Mr. President. This may sound like common sense, but a convincing enough campaign can succeed where policies fail. Even if you've opted not to focus on the campaign at the moment, I still advise you to seize every chance for exposure that you can. A man of substance, Lucian. Image means nothing, I'll take that into account. I'd rather be signing babies than kissing bills. Where's my yes option? I'll take that into account as the closest I have to a yeah, you're right. But I'll take that into account sounds like a yeah, sure, honey, I'll think about it. Impossibly complex. Dude, if it's got all of these things adequately fleshed out, that does sound incredibly complex. 30 encounters to complete on the first day alone. Dang. That's a ton even for a dating sim. I would rather be signing babies and kissing bills, that's true. Perhaps. But we've both been in this game long enough to know how it's played. One more thing. There is a not insignificant portion of the undecided voters who don't care about who occupies the Maroon Palace, as long as the economy is running smoothly. Well, we have good things being planted all throughout. We have until election season for the airport and everything else to sprout and have my economic miracle. Propping up the economy just ahead of the election is a surefire way to win them over. That's all on Simon then. Partly, yes. Alright, Albin, your thoughts? What do the liberals want, despite a reversing of all my planned economic policies? And it's exponential too. You're telling me then this isn't just like a branching path thing where you've taken the route for this kink and this gal or guy or whatever, so here's this branch for that. Are you telling me, Wither, that one could pursue everything all at once? But Albin, what's Albin's thoughts? Don't want him to think that despite him being VP, Lucian's still getting all the power? want more MASH episodes. It's funny, but on my call last night, he was talking a bit about watching MASH in comparison to the game he was playing. I will say, the liberal base is very concerned with equality. If you want their vote, you need rock-solid policies on women's rights and human rights in general. But haven't I been doing that? Haven't I been improving equality for women in general? Equal gender opportunities in schools? Equal rights for Bluish and immigrant peoples? Liberals love a free market. Well, that's not going to happen. What about my equal rights policies then? So if you're anything less than a full-bore capitalist, you're going to have to whipsaw this economy into the best shape it's ever been. Okay, so if I can get the economy going, that's the undecideds who only care about the economy. That's the liberals who should already like my track record with equality, but are going to say no anyway because of the economy. In one scene they say they disapprove of X, then the next they're demanding X. I don't know, that feels like a weakness to me in the writing. I like consistency in characters, you know? I kind of get that it's kind of a fantasy kink game that wants the player to explore everything profane and sacred. But still, if your conquests are only going to be empty hollow shells that do whatever you want, where's the fun in that? But I'm weird like that. I like NPCs that deny me opportunity because that makes them more human to work with, around, or against them. If you really want to clinch the liberal vote, well, you could always look for an excuse to leave the USP, but that's bound to have other consequences. Yes, that would be extremely unwise. Okay, I'm not the my party for life kind of person. I'm not really a USP man for life, but the way the Constitution works and the government works is that the USP, being the largest party, does get tangible benefit, power-wise and money-wise. It's currently, if I don't get 10% from my opposition party, I don't even get to be in the election. I don't get any seats. Specifically catered games, I could see the pro and con to that. But you described it as like exploring like a billion kinks in one game. And I gotta consider, it's kind of like politics, it's kind of like separatist movements. Do you give every ethno-nationalist their own ethno-state, and now everyone's divided and tiny and powerless? Or do you put them together in some big soup? Like, I could see, right, if they put all their effort into 50 different kink games, some will make money, some won't, and that'll probably be a net drain. I think what they should do is put more barriers on the NPCs. More locking paths. If the player character says that they want to explore this and do this, that should change how people think in-game. Some might be willing to explore it, some might be against it, some might be coerced or convinced. But if there's some kind of like raw, tangible wall on either side... Yeah, but locking paths help, that's just replayability. Okay, so you want to play Harem NTR and be really humiliated, that sticks you to this route, but you still have these soft things above that you can bleed into it if you want to do other kinks too. But that locks out this, so you don't get the case of, I really don't like this, please do it to me. USP man for life. Anyway, that's my advice for what it's worth. Thank you, Albin. Was that all for today? That'll be enough for today, you're both dismissed. Thank you, Albin. Yes, that's everything on my end. Good work, both of you. Perfect. The three of us make a good team, don't we, Albin? Neither Albin nor Lucian responded. I left the room to attend to my next meeting. Okay, what's going on? Now I get the update. Ooh! 91 USP to 74 PFJP, 59 NFP. Independence got a bigger share. but we still have the lead. Oh sure, you're always gonna get a mess, but messes can be excused if the overall thing has more stability than not, be that stability mechanical wise or narrative, especially narrative wise. If there's more narrative stability than less, then the player tends to excuse all sorts of things. And they don't get that what they're doing is impossible. You know what? I say let them. If they want to make a huge, over-encompassing kink game that isn't realistic to complete, let them. They are exploring their chosen artistic medium and choice, and they might find that this project is simply going to be impossible, but they are still trying to push the medium and their choice of subject matter, for better or worse. And maybe it's lessons learned for the next project. 6 dead, 14 injured in knife attack against police. Police were deployed to Narble yesterday night in order to suppress the increasingly violent protests. During a confrontation with the crowd, 6 members of the force were killed in a knife attack and 14 members of the force were injured. The attackers, the group of 3 teenagers, ran away. A citywide manhunt is underway. Narble's request for more reinforcements has been granted. Erzurum, polio disease is controlled inside the Bergia region and can do nothing but shrink now. $10 per month from their customers. You know what? I get that. I hate to say it, but I have had some exposure to the way furry games and kink games work, and I'm accustomed to those just never ending. I'm honestly surprised that Corruption of Champions eventually got an end. Like an actual tangible end. Because normally that audience is perfectly fine with giving money to a Patreon every single month if it means updates to their favorite kink game every 3 or 5 months or so. They love it. It's a whole different economy. Polio Disease Controlled Ministry of Health Pascal Benewol has submitted a heartening report. It states that the polio disease is controlled inside of the Bergia region. He stated that we had flattened the curve of infection within the Bergia region and, with the mandatory vaccine, it will be hard for the disease to spread to other regions of the country. More reports. Gunman opens fire during protests. During the protests that started in Morna, a gunman has opened fire randomly on a crowd that gathered with KA-74s. The attacker was killed on the spot. The death toll is currently at 54 and is increasing. The attacker was found to be hiding his weapon under a bagel stand. The motive for the attack is still unknown, and no terrorist organizations claim credit. Benfi, violent protests in Benfi. You better not. I was hoping on Benfi to be my tourist capital. We can't have tourists where there's terrorists. That's gonna scare them off. Protests turned violent in Benfi after a man was killed by the security forces for carrying a picket sign with a flashing electrical device on it, on suspicion of a bomb. Upon inspection, it was found to be a simple flashing light. After the incident, protesters surrounded the police and 6 policemen were injured. At the subsequent events, the police were showered with rocks and tear gas was deployed. The situation is escalating. You know the Wither, since you brought up horny kink games that try to explore every possibility, but don't really have any internal cohesion, I recommend you check out, what's it called? My Own Lith, a Lith of My Own, something like that. I don't remember the exact title. But it starts off, right, as your standard furry choose your own adventure. You get to choose your sex and gender combination, what kind of animal you are, the size of your parts, the gender expression of your lith. And you think it's just, okay, it's a ha-ha funny sex game, all very horny. But here's the thing, right? Lith, L-I-T-H. But here's the thing, right? the game remembers. The game actually has a very, very robust plot, a very robust branching plot. It's not just that you speak to your lith, you sex up your lith, and you start to develop friendships or romance or preferences. That story, Wither, it's a stupid, furry text sex game. But that story, once it really gets into it, and once it calls back the decisions you've made, major and minor, all throughout the game, dude, it nearly brought me to tears. The message on what it means to be, about human relationships, about everything, it was just... That game took a giant bucket of ice-cold water and threw it in my face, and it was the best piece of literature of 2020 that I had ever read. Bar none. It still haunts me to this day, and I think you'd love it. It's incredible. That has no business being such a good, well-written story for a furry sex game. It is Flash, but there are ways to get around Flash these days. Protests at Capitol Park. A group of individuals associated with the labor unit of Swordland have started a protest in Capitol Park. So far, the rally was largely peaceful. However, we have detected a possibility that this protest group might be infiltrated by vandals. The area has been cordoned off in case the protests turn violent. And heck, even for a furry sex game, you could even go fully asexual, and it still gives you a really, really comprehensive story. It's amazing, it's wonderful. Well, I think that's the benefit of it being primarily a text game. A lot of it, I'm supposing, is like calculations with everything spaghettiing up together but still making sense. The majority of it being text after text. There's a lot of reading. And while there are some pictures, some GIFs, they're few and far between. So I could see that keeping the file size down relatively well. Well, here's the thing though, right? You don't have to be furry. You could be a normal human. There's no helping that your cat person is a cat person, but you could just wave that off as if just being a kink or something. Who doesn't like cat boys after all? A briefing on the increasing unrest among the populace. Oh wait, I want to read the news first. I didn't read the news. Give me the news first. Horseload Post. 13 dead in Warner attack. In a shocking terror attack, a gunman opened fire at random during the protest in Morna with a KA-74. Morna Police Department announced that the official number of casualties are at 13 with many more injured. The number is expected to increase due to the congestion at the time of the attack. Citizens are warned to stay away from crowded places. Bomb threat in Benfey protest. The police had been warned of a potential bomb threat in Benfey protest. Security forces were deployed to the area, and an investigation is underway to confirm the truth of the information. All citizens of the city center of Benfey or a protest need to exercise caution and be aware of their surroundings. Please report any suspicious activity to the nearest police officer or police station. Is this because of the electric sign that was taken as a bomb, and now the whole sword post is saying, watch out for bombs? Well, there you go, Wither. You can play the Lith game completely vanilla. You don't have to take it any kinkier than your own tastes and inclinations. And the game remembers. The game uses everything to shape your relationship and the plot. I'm still feeling it. I'm never going to be free from the lingering effects of that game. It is straight up a good piece of literature. The administration has imposed that everyone in the country has to be vaccinated against the polio disease. The disease barely claimed more or less 1,000 people in Bergia. Who cares? Why is it necessary for the whole country to spend our hard-earned rent for something that is nowhere near us? The disease was spreading from Velen to Bergia. It seems that those illegal immigrants from Velen not only caused chaos in our society, but also brought with them deadly diseases. As such, it is more than clear that the solution to this problem is to completely quarantine the entirety of Bergia and increase our border control. Instead, President Rain is forcing everyone to pay for something we don't currently need. Dude, that's preventative medicine. Of course we're paying for it for something we don't need yet. If it happens, there's no paying for it, we're dead. Oh yeah, Robbie, when AI Dungeon 2 was like freshly new. I'm hoping it's gotten more stable since then. I follow Brosentia on Twitter because Brosentia's really cool, and every once in a while he takes a stab at AI Dungeon and makes it do amazing things. For whatever reason, when I was playing it, I always got it to get stuck in loops, which makes for some interesting poetic literature, but doesn't do much in terms of, like, narrative. Narble Bloodbath. In the recent chain of bloody events, this time Narble was the victim. Protests were wrapping up when, according to witness accounts, a group of 3 men ambushed the police with large knives, turning the police's resting area into a bloodbath. 6 policemen have succumbed to their injuries. Meanwhile, the attackers ran away. As horrendous as the incident is, we can't help but wonder, where are our taxes going if the police can't even deal with 3 people? That's exactly why I didn't give more money to the Ministry of the Interior in the first place. Winds of change at Capitol Park. We had enough. It has been 2 days since we gathered together in the Capitol Park to demand answers from the government. We will stay here 2 years if need be. Even in a peaceful rally like this, the extreme police presence is a testament to the administration's views on exercising our democratic rights. If we don't protect our rights, and no one will, time is now. Come and join us, brothers and sisters. Ride the winds of change and come to Capitol Park. Is this because I gave the gendarmerie to the Ministry of the Interior? Or is this foreshadowing police violence that I'm going to need to address with Graf? President's decisive action stops polio in its track. The polio disease, which was spreading wildly in Velen, has crossed over to the Bergia region. However, thanks to the administration's foresight, large quantities of vaccines have been secured, and mandatory vaccine policy was implemented to combat the sickness. The Ministry of Health, Pascal Benawal, has delivered a statement to compliment President Anton Rain on his decisive actions which led to the ongoing preventative measures. Okay, what do we have going on now? AI Dungeon, definitely not great at remembering details. It does make for quirky stories, but it is good to see that players are getting an awareness of the quirks and how to work around them. Lilius entered my office and took a seat. She was frowning intensely. She didn't want to talk at first, just fixed me with a steady gaze. Lilius, why are you upset? Didn't I give you the gendarme? When she did speak up, it was in strained tones. Mr. President, we have a problem. Go on. Explain now. This just came in. Here, look. Take a look at the report. I took the document from her hands and started reading it. The report was titled Protests in Major Cities. I looked up immediately after the reading of the title. Lillian gave me a grim nod of confirmation. Protests have begun erupting all over Swordland. They are protesting you, Mr. President. They are asking for your resignation. I can't say this is unexpected. What is unexpected, however, is the sheer size of the protests and the levels of violence. Several people have been killed already. Swordland hasn't seen this much unrest since the death of Bernard Circus. We can't let the tensions rise to those levels. Need to handle the protest. Change doesn't come easy. Could I address the nation? They love me in Bergia. Can I make the rest of the nation love me? I just need more camera time. That's what I need. You could add specific details now. Dang. Alright. Might have to hop back into AI Dungeon sometime on my off time. Because when I last played it, not only was the narrative cohesion really, really fluid, to say it nicely, but it was newly out, so you couldn't even guarantee getting on the game. But I'm assuming it's more stable now too, insofar as just getting a connection. We are on it. Carl Gresser is on his way here right now. He will tell us what he knows so far. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Carl came in without waiting for an answer. He was clearly out of breath. Ah, there he is. He saluted me. Status report? I'll salute him back. Carl's good people. I saluted him back. Mr. President, I'm so sorry for being late. Carl? I already informed the President of the situation. Do you have any updates? As you know, protests have been organized in major cities like Holsword, Lockhaven, Dare, and many more. Dare? But they love me in Dare. Unfortunately, we are having a hard time suppressing the unrest. This is partly due to the lack of riot gear. I don't like where this is going. I am not going to respond to the protests by making the police better armed and violent. Carl, Lilius, I know what you're going to say, but it's not going to happen. Let them protest. I will address the citizens in other ways. 8 policemen and 2 protesters have been killed during the clashes. One of the said protesters seems to have had a KA-74. The situation is escalating quickly. We currently have 137 protesters in custody. Among the detainees, we have found Red Youth members. I would like to remind you that some of these groups are banned by decree. So maybe if I lift the decree was good in a way because it did stop violence. For a time. But what say I throw them a bone, lift the decree, people can have greater political expression in the banned violent groups. The main rhetoric they all share is they are demanding the president's resignation. If my citizens are unhappy, we should at least hear what they have to say. That I like. I would refrain from giving them too much agency. What does a protester profile look like? We have investigated the various groups involved in the protests and compiled a list of their complaints. I will go through it. He put out a document from the folder he was carrying. The majority of the protests are about the Swedish markets crashing. Thanks to the media, we are under fire for throwing support at the Ashraf anniversary. In addition, there are many provocateurs that are not tied to any specific organization or cause. We need to take action, Mr. President, immediately. If the protests get any even more violent than they already are, we are risking a civil war. Achievement unlocked, down with rain. Oh no. Did I get caught up in the worst possible public approval rating route? Alright. I think I know what to do though. The economy is a major issue. I was doing good at repairing the economy. I did get a couple more bars of economic development. I had good investments, good plans, and then the stock market crashed. And even with the improvements to the economy that has been made, it's still tanked. So if I focus on the economy, that gets me the votes of the people who only care about the economy, gets me the votes of the liberals, on top of the equal rights I'm pulling all throughout the country. And it should quell the protesters somewhat. They want to see a happy, healthy Swordland. It's happy, healthy, but it's broke. We are risking civil war. Your orders, Mr. President. Set up a meeting with the spokesman. I'll listen to their demands. Like Lucian said, I have to consider every opportunity for PR, but I also think this is the only way to quell the protests. I want the people to know the president has been working for them, will work for them, is a human. As you command, Mr. President. I can't say I condone this. Of course you don't, Graf. You want more violent police on the streets. That's not the answer. The people must respect the laws of this land. What you are doing right now is giving in to anarchists. Assume they're anarchists, so what? There are people, they have grievances. If you would excuse us, Mr. President, we have work to do. Good luck. I believe you will need more luck than we do. Come on, Carl, we are leaving. Lilius hurriedly left the room. Carl bowed down to me. Mr. President, I think Carl respects me more for this. Carl is a man, a humble man of humble origins. He's been on the streets. Lilius is a woman of the office. Carl, I think, might have his hand closer to the pulse of the people. Like his at least is on the arm, whereas Lilius is somewhere on the big toe. More news? No more news? Just meeting time? Come on, grab your friends. Security Act. Sign or veto the Security Act that was approved by the Grand National Assembly. The lack of security due to the period of social upheaval calls for drastic measures proposed by the majority of the GNA. Section 1 of the SA allows the use of force whenever deemed necessary. That is too ambiguous, I don't like it. Section 2 orders that suspicion-based arrests and confiscations can occur without warrants. No, I'm already going to veto this. Section 3 allows security forces to use their authority beyond the legal limits. I don't even need to read anymore. Veto it, get this off my desk. Give me the news. No news. Nobody's gonna like it. Oh, then continue. Alright. At least I get my airport. Next chapter. Next turn. Chapter 3. Victims of Change. Complete. Achievement. Chapter 4. Checkmate. And there's no background art. I don't like the look of this. Is this the last chapter for my Anton reign? Or is it checkmate? Because it's all of my plans finally bearing fruit, and the miracle of economic recovery happens and everyone becomes happy. Geopolitical, what's the situation? Hegel would take all the necessary steps. In a televised address, Chancellor Emmerich Hegel claimed intensive fighting was taking place between the Agnolian forces and the locals of Helgeland, resulting in the massacre of ethnic Bulgars living on the island. He portrayed the conflict as a national struggle and compared it to the independence wars of the former colonies of Riga. Hegel said, Bogoslin, as a guarantor of Helgeland's security, would take all necessary steps to prevent mass atrocities committed against the islanders. Van Horten said in a television interview that Bogoslandians must withdraw their harassment squad from the Markian Sea before any diplomatic talks could happen. Alright, so what do we have going on here? Protect Women Act. Okay, alright, I'm going to sign this, then end of day at home. The Assembly, in cooperation with the Commission on the Status of Women, has come to the conclusion that the country suffers under a high ratio of domestic violence cases. In light of these immoral conditions, the Parliament passes the following law. Section 1 criminalizes domestic violence that occurs against women. Subsection 1 of Section 1 gives state protection to abused women. What kind of monster would I be if I didn't put my John Hancock on this? Country overview updated. Women's Protection Act. To restore order, the emergency decree declares the young swords... No, that's not it. The Assembly, in cooperation with the Commission on the Status of Women, has concluded that the country suffers from high rates of domestic violence. That's just a repeat of what I read. Average women's rights. Come on, it's gotta get high once education rolls in. Women in Sweden suffer from sexism in the workplace. They are always paid less compared to their male counterparts. I thought we addressed that already. However, with the recent bill, women can feel safe at home, for they can pursue legal protection in the case of domestic violence. Okay, airport should be very, very soon. End of day, at home. The one thing I can't mess up is my family. Construction complete in Benfi. We got the international airport. Give me the economic boom. It's all I'm asking for now. I've done so much for the economy, but it's just not happening. It was raining as Serg dropped me off at home. After yet another grueling day of work. A guard held an umbrella over my head as I walked from the car to my front door. Inside, the house was completely dark. I flipped on the light in the kitchen to find a note from Monica. Okay, Monica should like me. I've been doing women's rights stuff, I've been a good husband. So it's probably not divorce. Maybe she's just gone out with Evelyn to comfort her. Ciara had called her in for a last-minute women's rights meeting. Okay, I'm fine with that. Get those rights done, wifey of mine. She dropped Dina off at a friend's and left me some food for reheating. To repeat what I said a billion hours ago, don't we have cooks for this? I took the pot out of the fridge. It was filled with an unidentifiable grayish-looking stew. Evidently, Monica's excellent cooking had been the first casualty of her political career. Oh, that's alright. Like I said, we have cooks. Monica is a busy career woman. I don't mind if her cooking lapses. Order a pizza, now reheat the stew. My honey made this for me when she's very busy as a mother, as a activist. She didn't have to cook it, but she did, so I'll do right by her. I sighed and put the pot on the stove. While it was heating up, I went to the living room to fix myself a drink. Suddenly, the phone rang. I went back to the kitchen and answered it. Frank's voice. Frank! How's Arcasia? Frank's voice was heard on the other end. Oh, I thought Mom would pick up. Gee, thanks, Frank. Who sent you to school in the first place? She's off on her ladies' crusade as usual. Don't phrase it like that. Your mother works harder than I do these days. Sorry, you're stuck with your old man. Hello to you too, Frank. Sorry, you're stuck with your old man. I didn't mean it that way. I just figured you'd be working. There was a long silence. I got that record you sent me. Not bad for old folks' music. You take that back! You take that back! Peter thought she might like it. I'm glad you liked it. Peter thought she might like it. Uncle Peter is in hot water and isn't part of the political family, but he's still part of the family. Peter thought she might like it. People think about you back home, son. How's Uncle Peter doing? Do you know what he did? I haven't heard from him. I don't know and I don't care. Same as ever. He and Evelyn are divorcing is the nicest way to put it. Oh, bummer. Not exactly surprised though. See, Frank is smart in different ways. So maybe the whole press conference thing, the honeypot, won't be a surprise either. How's school? So got a girlfriend yet? So make any new friends yet? I do want him to network. That's why I sent him to Arcasia and not to the better education in Cantana. A few. They've really helped me understand the culture here. Have the freedom lunatics gotten into your head already? Oh, come on. I don't mind freedom. It's the free market that I'm worried about. Picking up any useful ideas over there. I mean, obviously, they're doing something right. But I guess you don't feel the same way since you made that deal with Bogosland. You never paid attention to my politics back home. That has nothing to do with my personal politics. I sent you over there to get a quality education, not fill your head with Arcasian propaganda. My head's been stuffed with Swordish propaganda since the day I was born. Right now, I feel like I'm thinking clearly for the first time. You know what? That's alright. If my son doesn't believe the way I do, it's okay. He's his own man. He doesn't need to be my successor. I have Dina for that. If you don't like it, don't come home. Just don't come crying to me if he gets shot by some Arcasian gun nut. Anton, and then why even send him there? I'm happy you're opening your mind, just stay away from the reefer. Too late, I think. I'm happy you're opening your mind, just stay away from the reefer. I still gotta be good, Dad. I suddenly became aware of a smoky smell coming from the kitchen. My dinner was burning. I have to go. Try calling your mother tomorrow. Good catching up with you, Frank. It's dinner time for me, I have to go. Call Mom tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Bye, Dad. We both hung up. I raced to the stove and turned off the burner. The bottom of the pot was charred, but part of the mystery stew was still salvageable. I ate alone by the flickering light of the television, wondering when Monica and Dina would get home. Aww, lonely, Dad. Lonely, President. Oof, pop-ups everywhere. What do we have in the overview? Economy. How bad's it gonna get? Improved transportation links! Getting far more greens and yellows and reds, but it's still not manifesting in anything meaningful. Extensive infrastructure investments by the government have completely overhauled the transportation network in Swordland, so please start pulling in financial benefits from it. I'm begging ya. Police overwhelmed in remote cities. Since the deployment of police forces to combat the unrest, many attacks have occurred in remote cities. Ambushes are rampant, and the security forces are being pushed back. Police stations and patrols have been the main target of the militants. Unless reinforcements are provided, the current forces are not enough to control the situation. Where else has reports? Thousands more gain amnesty freedom. Good. Thousands of political enemies of Tarkeen Sol are finally returning to their homes for the first time in decades. Many famous political prisoners have also been freed from Mantle Rock Prison as part of the amnesty. Gen. Desolinization progress. We are putting an end to all propaganda stories about Tarkeen Sol across schools and universities in Gen. Sol's pictures have also been confiscated with heavy resistance from citizens, requiring drastic measures to be enacted. Look, let them keep it in their homes. I just want it out of the public institutions. If they want to believe in Solism, fine, it's their choice. We just shouldn't be indoctrinating the youth and the thinkers into it. Fair Trade Commission creates trade regulation. The Fair Trade Commission has begun work in assessing the existing trade irregularities and unfairnesses. The first act of the Commission will be to create new trade regulations to balance import and export differences to ensure local competition can remain strong. See, I've got the foundations. I've got so much economic foundations. I just need it to actually become active in the biggest way possible. Police retaliation in Benfi. During the increasing violent protests, 6 police officers were killed in Benfi. The police forces tasked in the area opened fire to retaliate. Civilians have been killed during the gunfire. The death toll is at 38, while there are 21 wounded. The personnel involved with the killings have been suspended until further instruction. But we got an international airport, but nobody's gonna come to the international airport and tourism about and spread their tourism dollars if we have violence in Benfi and the surrounding area. The Benfi International Airport has opened to international flight traffic. Swedish Airlines is now flying to 21 destinations worldwide and already welcomed the first dozen long-range flight travelers. It should be dozens of hundreds. The country is well connected to international travel, and the project has been regarded as a success by the mayor of Benfi. They do tend to steer somewhat conservative in Benfi, so maybe propping them up economically might be a boost. 4 from the Post. USP conservatives try to obstruct administration. You think? Sources from within the Grand National Assembly have informed us that the conservative wing of the USP seem to be intentionally obstructing President Rain's agenda. From failing to attend committee meetings to delaying bills that the president has attempted to push through, Gloria Tory and her fellow conservatives have no apparent motive other than blocking Rain at every turn. Tory and the president are known to have clashed over the latter's constitutional reforms. Could that have prompted her vindictive attitude? Well, her breaking promise is exactly why I didn't give her the VP seat, even if it means losing their votes. Election campaign ramps up across Swordland. The election campaign effort have started to pick up speed across Swordland. To become the 5th president of Swordland, candidates began delivering their speeches at rallies and conventions, while the party flags are flying in major cities. The campaign centers are busy with scheduling and organizing events. The exciting times of election are approaching. In the majority of cities, USP appears to be the most prominent, whereas PFJP follows, along with NFP. It will be thrilling to see the presidential race renew once again for the fast-approaching elections. Ladies' bill struck down? Families in Swordland can breathe easier as a controversial Women's Liberation Act, proposed by the Minister of Education, Sierra Walda, with the blessing of First Lady Monica Rain, completely failed to pass. And nothing is getting through the Conservatives now. This bill, which would have upended traditional Swordish values by forcing undue burdens on women with the name of equality, was supported by the President but struck down in the Assembly, showing Anton Rain who wears the trousers of the government. Rain refuses Security Act law. The administration has decided to veto the comprehensive security laws, which was proposed by the Parliament. The package seen extreme by some, including the Maroon Palace, would have seen new powers given to the security forces, such as the use of force and suspicion-based arrests. The veto of Rain is an outright refusal of the intended measures of the Assembly. Well, the Post appears to be clearly against me. And there goes doing anything with the Assembly. Sorry, honey. Sorry, Ciara. Former Vice President Peter Vectern has not been seen in public in months since his affair with the Rumburgian spy was made public. President Rain quickly ousted the VP from his party once the affair was discovered and replaced him with a new VP. Vectern reportedly left Holsword for a change of scenery following the scandal, but those still close to the former VP claim they have not been able to reach him. Lockhaven Times. The Jewel City will illuminate every corner of the world. The international airport is officially completed in the city of Benfey. With the city already being a tourism hotspot in Swordland, the airport will propel the city to the world stage. Artists, musicians, actors, tourists, and many more are pouring into the Jewel of Swordland, improving the economy of the Groony region and the country. Where's the improvements to the country? I think my bar's just stuck. I must have broken something with the game's logic. Surely that's it. The mayor of Benfey expressed tremendous gratitude towards the administration. In his statement, with the brand new airport, the glistening light of the Jewel City will illuminate every corner of the world. It will soon eclipse cities like Falenko and Leviso of Lesbia. The mayor had also hosted a special dance festival called the Glistening Jewel to honor the grand opening of the airport. Protect Women Act sign, so we are getting some women's rights through. In a massive step forward for Swordland women, domestic violence became illegal throughout the country, thanks to a bill proposed by the government's new Women's Rights Commission. Spearheaded by Education Minister Sierra Walda, the commission has originally pushed for sweeping new laws, regulating equality among the sexes in the school and workforce. We didn't get equality in school and work? While these failed to pass, given the number of conservatives in the Assembly, the Protect Women Act itself is a remarkable achievement. I hope my voters feel the same. Harshest security proposal, vetoed. In an act of courage, President Rain has vetoed the Security Act proposal that would see unhinged powers extended to the security forces of the country to put down the ongoing protest. Could it be the radical is finally on my side this late in the game? They called me brave. They would never call me brave. The Assembly, with a majority, had proposed a bill which was immediately struck down by the President. The draft bill entailed necessary measures, such as the use of force, suspicion arrests, authority beyond limits if state security is endangered. Measures beyond reason. Credit where credit is due. The president did the right thing to prevent the harshest laws package the country's ever seen. I gotta take a screenshot because the radical is never going to give me a better report than that. That's going on my wall. I'm framing it. Human Dignity Bill. What's this about? Weasel words, human dignity. Is it really for dignity? The newly proposed bill will amend Section 3 of the 1923 Legal Transaction Act that allowed the legislation of transactions which occur in non-registered businesses or other entities like single persons if the parties delivered accurate documentation to the financial authority. Okay, let me parse this. So, the previous Legal Transaction Act allowed legalizations of transactions in non-registered businesses or other entities if they delivered accurate documentation. Okay, I can dig that. Non-registered business or individuals submit their proper financial information and it's kosher. This created a legal loophole for prostitution. Oh, that's it? I don't care about that. The Human Dignity Bill will protect common decency and prevent the violation of moral principles that occur in the act of prostitution by making it an illegal offense in which perpetrators are punishable by law. See, here's the thing, right? This is clearly merely a morality bill. Right now, it's a loophole in the sense that prostitutes get to keep prostituting if they accurately declare their taxes. What this is doing is illegalizing, criminalizing a source of income to the state in the name of, well, at least we got the prostitutes off the streets. I wouldn't be surprised if every single member of the assembly, to include Gloria Tory, makes frequent use of prostitutes, so they're simply being hypocrites. Veto. Protect sordid sex workers. President Rain has vetoed the Human Dignity Bill. This bill would have seen sex work become an illegal offense and punishable by law. I just got an international airport in. They said musicians and artists are pouring in. How could I deny the draw for musicians and artists? Sex workers already face high levels of discrimination. The world's oldest profession will always exist, but supporting sex workers with the laws helps protect the health, safety, civil, and human rights of sex workers. Thankfully, the government has made the right call vetoing this bigoted bill. See, radical, if only you knew from day one that I was going to be your new best friend. Discussion on the current internal affairs. A storm was on the horizon outside my window. A storm of a different kind was brewing inside my office. I straightened myself on the sofa and looked at Carl. He was sitting on the couch across from me, ready to give me a report about an incident. I had just learned that a policeman gunned down an entire crowd. Oh no, Carl, that's not an incident. That is a capital I incident. Off to commit mass homicide? Enjoy it with her. Guild's getting a raid. The Log Horizon thing, have fun with her. We stared at each other, not knowing how to react. A muscle in his jaw twitched. Sir, I know you wanted to help establish talks with them, but these people do not understand diplomacy. Our men did their best to show restraint, but 6 officers were killed yesterday in Benfey. These are not innocent citizens anymore, Mr. President. They are killers. And so one of our boys had a reaction. I will not defend his action, but I will not let him be thrown under the bus neither. Hundreds of rioters surrounded them, sir. There was a risk of lynching. And so he killed an entire crowd. I didn't get it as a troubled kid in high school, but self-defense is a minimum defense you need to get away from the situation. He could have ran. He didn't have to kill an entire crowd. An entire crowd. That's how many citizens with families. He was authorized to carry a submachine gun, and he used it. He lowered his head. How the hell did you let this happen? How many are we talking about, Carl? I told you to establish talks with them, not shoot the entire crowd down. I'm sorry, sir. It was outside my control. Let's not ponder over it too much. We can't reverse time. I want everyone responsible to be tried. Of course, sir. He's already dismissed from duty. I know there's no excuse for it, sir. But I will make sure nothing like this ever happens again. You said that after Circus's murder, too. Get to work immediately. Clean up this mess. But he did say that after Circus, too. This is your last chance, Carl. Ooh, I made the right choice then. If I just went, good, let's get to work, I wouldn't have had this option, I don't think. Yes, sir, I understand. He stood up immediately, bowed, and left the room with quick steps. I should have fired him. I should have fired him and replaced him with somebody else. Oh no. Protesters' response to diplomacy. 6 officers KIA. The government's attempts to hold talks with the leaders of the increasingly violent protest has been responded with the killings of 6 police officers. It is clear that the people on the streets are aiming to destabilize our country and society if they can't even sit at the table to end this violence. After being outnumbered and attacked, the police had no choice but to strike back, resulting in the death of 18 militants disguised as protesters. We are borderline getting into territory of anarchy at this point, and anarchy can never be allowed. The government will do whatever it takes to destroy the ones who threatened our country and end the threat to our society. Geopolitico. Bagosland blockades Helgeland. According to reports coming from Helgeland, the island is under complete blockade by the Bagoslandian Navy. 6 ships that transported goods to the island were forced to retreat when the Bagoslandian fleet fired at them. It seems Chancellor Hegel decided to send troops into Helgeland and seize control of the island. But why does Helgeland matter to Bagosland? Located in the middle of the Markian Sea, Helgeland has strong historical and cultural ties to Bagosland. It was Bagoslandian territory before it was annexed by Agnolia years ago. And one of the pretexts of this upcoming invasion by Bagosland has been to defend its citizens in Helgeland. But Helgeland's strategic importance goes a lot further. The port of Helgeport, home of the Mercian Sea Fleet, is vital to Bagosland's power in the Markian Sea and beyond. Of course, there is also a large group of Volgish living in Helgeland, who see the island as part of Bagosland. The Bagoslandian nationalists have always been vocal about seeing the island as an integral part of their country. Okay, so how bad is the overview now? Military. Unruly generals. Experienced generals, but they're unruly now. Our generals seem to be ignoring weekly reports and are resisting Arkham. That's a coup. There is a coup waiting in the shadows. Rumburg plane warned inside airspace. A lone Rumburgian warplane violated our airspace by entering the territory of Swordland for 2 minutes and left after issuing a radio message. Okay, so Kruger is probably representing the generals ignoring my commands. So I need to make buddy-buddy with Yosef and cut Kruger out. Alcohol Tax Act. The GNA proposes the ATA to socially deter excessive amounts of alcohol consumption that has arisen in the general populace and to increase tax revenue. Section 1 will impose a 20% tax on the sale of all alcohol products sold in the country. Section 2 makes local alcohol production that is destined for export exempt from taxation, so pretty much the tobacco tax for booze. Section 3 establishes a 25% import tax on foreign alcohol products, which come from countries that have no trade regulations imposed on these types of goods. Can do. Economy. Any better economy yet? Alcohol consumption reduced. unexpected decrease in alcohol-related crimes across the country. Reign to put a lid on alcohol consumption. The Grand National Assembly has signed the Alcohol Tax Act to deter the excessive amount of alcohol consumption that has recently been plaguing Swordland. Drunk and disorderly youths will quickly learn that their actions have consequences, and they will soon be paying a further 20% tax on all alcohol products in the country. And the Luxury Tax, Fair Luxury Tax Act, +2 to government budget. Okay, now that I know that these things are coming, it probably does behoove me then to go into a deficit for the early half of the term, put money into, probably into healthcare. Ciara would be upset, but I can allow public school or private schools to boost up education to pay for rural education. And that way I won't need to privatize healthcare in some small amount. It's a small amount, but it's still privatizing healthcare. So budget to health, budget to the interior, to justice, to law and order, focusing on the Ministry of the Justice. Military is probably okay. I like the L1 high-speed rail, I like the airport. But I'm thinking for the recession, it probably makes more sense to boost current productivity, such as with agriculture in Bergia, as opposed to long-term projects that will bear fruit later, but has no near-term gain to lift the recession. But yeah, I'm citing this, I think. Seeks to improve fairness of the taxation system and increase tax revenue. Section 1 sets a 15% tax rate, which will be imposed on items of luxury goods, of the luxury goods class, determined by the Ministry of the Economy. This encompasses jewelry, furs, sports cars, yachts, private planes. Section 2 of the amendment will establish a 10% estate tax for the conditions of the purchase, sale, and transfer of property, in particular inheritance situations. Sign it. Scribble, scribble. We have a budget at least. Luxury is now taxable. The Assembly has signed an amendment known as the Fair Luxury Tax Act. This bold choice seeks to impose a tax hike on personal items, including jewelry, coats, and cars. Believing that the necessary products or loving gifts are considered luxury products is a hard reality we are facing under the Reign administration, as they are determined to steal your hard-earned money out from under you. Sure, whole sword post, sure. I like how even though I acted in favor of the owner of Swordland Today, I haven't been getting any praise from them, but then I haven't made the agreement either. All they've done is stop attacking me. But that's what the whole sword post is for. Emergency call on an escalating situation. I want to see the protester leaders. I want to talk with them on camera. I was woken up in the middle of the night by a call from the Ministry of Defense. Is this going to be the coup? Due to the sensitivity of the information, I had to be urgently briefed in person. I put on my clothes as fast as I could. Why? Just run out in pajamas, to show how urgent it is. I rushed downstairs and opened the door. Serg was waiting for me. Mr. President, this way to the car, please. We got into the car and made our way to the Ministry of Defense, without a word. I arrived and was directed downstairs. I came to a large set of doors and quickly read the sign above them. The sign read, War Room. The dimly lit room was filled with cutting-edge equipment, the latest video screens, long-range radio electronics, and other devices used for communication, presentation, and planning. The centerpiece of the room was a large round table with the coat of arms of sword engraved on it. David, Lucian, Vulcan, and Yosef were already in deep discussion. Kruger's here. Mr. Lancia, I advise caution. Going to war wouldn't help anyone. Okay, alright, we're not at war yet. We must maintain peace in Swordland and Eastern Mercopa at all costs. What do you expect us to do? Sit down and do nothing. They are testing us. We must respond immediately, otherwise they will think we are weak. Status report, now. Mr. President, thank you for coming in at this late hour. There was a situation. Vulcan, please go ahead and provide a report. Mr. President, approximately 20 minutes ago, Rumberg downed one of our planes with an anti-aircraft fire from the ground. The pilot was declared KIA. The latest recorded position of the plane was inside Swordfish airspace. General Kruger, I mean no offense, but are we absolutely sure that is the case? Are you sure this happened within our borders? There are generals. There is discontent generals. Where's the military? Unruly generals, ignoring weekly reports, and resisting our command. I don't trust Kruger right now. I'm listening to David. No offense taken. Here are the locations of the map and the report from the airbase. He pointed to several markers on the map. To answer your question, yes, we are absolutely sure. You can see here on the map that the plane was down approximately 10 kilometers inside our borders. We have calculated the trajectory of the gunfire, and they started firing when their plane was within our border. The plane was down near Halgan. Reminder for Halgan, that's probably going to be a Nargol area. Where would it be? There's Halgan. So yeah, that is our borders. What should we do? How dare they? This is an attack against our sovereignty. We need to be cautious. A war with Rumberg is the last thing we want right now. I do think this is Rumberg's way of gaining casus belli on me. They attack me, right? They down one plane. It's ambiguous. It's close to the border, right? So who's to say that we weren't going to cross their airspace? Who's to say that the plane's trajectory wasn't going to cross that airspace? But if I fire back, that gives them the right to respond in turn. A war with Rumberg is the last thing we want. Unless, do we get the opportunity maybe to very surreptitiously fly our planes into their border and bomb all their airstrips? Can we? Our military wouldn't be able to do anything, but we must be cautious. A war with Rumberg is the last thing we want right now. I completely agree. It looks like they're trying to lure us into their trap. Lucian gets it. We have enough military power to contest against this violation of international law. We should attack and down one of their planes in retaliation. No, Yosef, that gives them the right to attack us. Otherwise, we will look too weak, and it will lead to more casualties. We can't look weak. If we appear weak, they will jump on the opportunity. We must order a military retaliation immediately. I agree with the General. Mr. President, our army is ready to do whatever it takes to protect Swordland. Gentlemen, before it comes to that point, we can prevent further bloodshed using diplomacy. The room fell silent before Yosef finally spoke up. Mr. President, what are your orders? Start the Swordfish war machine and prepare to invade Rumberg. An eye for an eye, retaliate with equal force to display our strength. Swordland can't afford to look too weak. We'll approach this diplomatically and de-escalate the situation by any means necessary. So far, the AN is on our side. The AN also agrees that Rumberg is far too hawkish right now. Lucian's tense soldiers relaxed. Thank you, sir. I will immediately begin working on it. With Mr. Wessie's capabilities, I am sure that we will de-escalate the situation successfully. We will keep you updated on our progress. We should have retaliated. I hope the diplomatic response makes sure that further incidents like this are prevented. If there is a next time, I'm afraid that it will be war. We are showing weakness. Of course it will be war the next time around. I am frankly disappointed, Mr. President. If we can't even retaliate after such an attack, what will become of this country in the future? Peace must be maintained at all costs. I am saying this as a man who has seen too many years of war. I think I remember reading something about that in like America's involvement in the World Wars. That you had the ones who lived through the Civil War and didn't want to get involved in anything like that again, and those who hadn't lived through wars and didn't see any problem with it. We are not the ones that are attacking the peace. Regardless, I'm not saying that's the only reason for America's involvement in either world war, just part of the mental calculus that went into it. But I recall reading something with that sentiment. Regardless, it looks like your decision has been made, Mr. President. I know when I am not needed. Yeah, so if you could tender your resignation, Mr. Kruger, I will take my leave. Before he left the room, he saluted. Well, now that we know the way forward, I have an idea, Mr. President. Do you, Yosef? I want to hear your plans, because there is discontent in the military. Oh no, hold on. The thing is, one of our few militaristic advantages is that we have experienced generals. And I want, kinda, to disrupt the current old guard establishment. But if that means removing all the generals, that means we lose our experience. We have a numerically weak army that is modernizing equipment, training, and techniques and procedures. We have great generals with experience. Is there a way to maintain the great generals while removing Kruger's influence? I think we should hold a military parade to display our strength. I am with Lancia on this one. This should work well as a deterrent, and it will come in handy as a tool to de-escalate the situation. And the nationalists. What do nationalists love more than a military parade? That's PR, that's cameras. That is a good idea. Simple and effective without causing any ruckus. No, a peaceful image for Swordland. It makes sense. Organize a military parade. Understood. That is all, Mr. President. And this way, I'm giving some leeway to Yosef. We're not going to retaliate, but we are going to display strength in some other way while we pursue a diplomatic effort. I will keep you updated on the situation. For now, have a good night's sleep, even though it's now 4 a.m. and I gotta be up in an hour anyway. You will need it. I couldn't sleep at all that night. News? Do I get more reports? Nothing more anywhere? Alright, News, what's up? Swordish plane shot down. A Swordish airplane has been shot down by Rumburgian anti-aircraft guns, allegedly for violating Rumburgian airspace. Government officials said the airplane was shot inside the airspace of Swordland. Our plane was shot down when it was flying near Helgen, over territory of Swordland, by an anti-aircraft missile. Our pilot did not threaten Rumburg in any way, said Josef Lancia, the Minister of Defense. Despite the revealed evidence from Swedish officials, the Queen of Rumburg, Beatrice Livingston, had the guts to claim that our plane was shot for violating their airspace. This is truly a heinous act, purposely done by our rivals to the north. This tragic event will have severe consequences for Swordland-Rumburg relations. Okay, what have I got here then? Urgent meeting of potential alliances. Well, Agnolia's gotta be out, because we are siding with Volgosland over Helgeland. Lesbia's gonna be out, because we're aligning ourselves closer to the CSP when they are with Ato, and the two are militaristically opposed. So I got Velen and Volgosland to look forward to for potential allies. I was sitting right across from David in the White Room after he scheduled an urgent meeting. I knew the matter must have been serious. He insisted on waiting for Josef and Lucian, so we did. Lucian entered the room with Josef by his side. Mr. President, we came as fast as we could. Mr. President, Mr. Wessy, what's going on? David cleared his throat. Welcome, everyone. Due to the political ramifications, I wanted everyone to be present for this meeting. We have received an envoy from United Kantana. They are requesting a state visit. Judging from the current climate, it is not hard to see what this is about. CSP is always trying to extend its influence after all. They will most likely try to convince us to join. In addition, as part of his state visit, Leon Malayev will, of course, meet with you in person, Mr. President. About time. Want to meet with him as well? There is a lot we could gain from this visit. With all due respect, are you out of your mind, Mr. Lancia? Let him continue. I did not say anything. This is madness. We cannot even consider accepting this. I bet he will come asking us for cooperation under the guise of enforcing their demands to join the CSP. This would antagonize half the world against us, and we are going to be at the forefront of the battle. If you are approaching this from a perspective of national defense, then don't. We are in better shape than we were ever before. I assure you, we don't need outside help. Definitely not from Leon Malayev. We will make do somehow. Let's see what he wants first. I will decide when I talk to him. I trust your judgment and our troops. I want to take the least amount of risk for Swordland. Let's see what he wants first, and then decide. We need to be careful. Mr. Wessy, we rely a lot on you as an expert in your field, with a proven track record. What is your take on this? What do you think is the right action? Rumberg is bound to increase diplomatic pressure in the upcoming AN meeting. Back channels are reporting rumors about Queen Beatrice Livingston meeting with military leaders in Thornburg. Is it Thornburg or Thornborough? It goes back and forth a few times of the game. I am afraid it might not be possible to stand against Rumberg without strong allies. Soon, we will have to take a side in this global rivalry to avert potential conflict with Rumberg. And I recently found out of a planned meeting between the Queen and the President of Arcasia. Did I not say that Rumberg was aligned with Arcasia? It might not have been official before, but it's definitely going that way. The CSP and Chairman I can never do this word. Chairman Malayev might be necessary evils to stop worse things from happening. I say we should consider this offer very seriously. Lucian, very well. Decline the offer. Lucian, what do you think? We heard our experts. You are the one who has to decide, sir. This is only an offer to meet, right? Because I said I wasn't going to make a decision until I spoke to Mr. Malayev. Malayev? I'll say Malayev. I'll accept the offer. I will send a response immediately. Then there's a tiny detail we need to get over with it. There's a tiny detail we need to get over with it. How should we welcome the delegation, sir? Extravagant to impress them. A military order, welcome is an order, to see our might. A plain welcome. Let's make it a military welcome. Maybe if we have some show of strength, they won't go right straight to, we'll help you, only if you join the CSP for your defense. Maybe we might be able to show, hey, we got this. If you want to help, fine. But let's do this as equal trade partners and allies, and not specifically as members of the same bloc. As you wish, I have taken a note. I think that is all for today. Thank you all for attending. As we dispersed, the world map hanging on the wall of the room caught my attention. I walked over to it. Could I see a world map? How often were the lines of the world map redrawn over the recent decades? What about the future? Country overview update. We have the L1, we have the airport, we have investment in England, we have health services throughout the country. Education takes a decade, I get, but there are healthier, happier workers. Where's my economic boom? Crime curbed. Good. Police force lacks the necessary power to prevent tragic crimes due to the limited power. However, some suspected individuals that violate security criteria have been apprehended, reducing a portion of crime nationwide. Okay. Protest quelled, it says. Could that get an update because we have protests all around the country? That is not accurate and up to date anymore. State visit of Chairman Maleniev. And Monica's with me, of course she is, First Lady, by her hubby's side. The door to the pitch-black sedan opened, and flashes went off. Tinker with something over here on this end. Cool, cool, cool. The famous ideologue, the leader of United Kantana, and the head of the CSP, Leon Maleniev, came out of the car, smiling and waving at the enormous crowd gathered. It was not every day the leader of Kantana came to visit Swordland. He was wearing his usual political uniform, grayish-green trousers, and a tunic with a soft turned-down collar, which was famed for its simplistic look. Next to the maroon carpet, to the palace, Swordist troops were lined up. Swordish warplanes flew above our heads, painting the sky with the colors of the Swordish flag. As soon as Leon Maleniev stepped onto the carpet, all of the soldiers performed a harsh salute. Celebratory gunshots were fired. Trumpets started playing a Swordish march. Together with Monica, we walked over to meet him in the middle. Finally, I was in the reaching distance to one of the most powerful men in the world. We both looked at each other and shook hands. It is really good to see you, Chairman Maleniev. I wanted to meet with you for the longest time. Welcome to Swordland. It is really good to see you, Chairman. You are very kind, Mr. Rain. He turned to Monica and shook her hand. It is very nice to meet you, Mrs. Rain. Okay. Apart from Malenievism, what does Mr. Maleniev stand for? Ideologically a communist, a variant on Marxian socioeconomics known as Malenievism. Born to a poor family, Marco socioeconomics, blah blah blah. Overthrow capitalism, replaced with socialism, cool. Massive education and science plan, you might like mine. Rapid industrialization, collectivization, command economy, etc, etc, etc. Nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, he is exactly as he appears to be. Likewise, Chairman Maleniev, welcome to Swordland. On the way to the entrance, we stopped in front of General Vulcan, who was in charge of the troops. Maleniev smiled and saluted Vulcan and the soldiers. They saluted back. Really, Maleniev? Saluting foreign troops? First? Taking the subordinate role? Do the rules work differently in this universe? As soon as our inspection finished, we entered the palace. I don't think your army needs all these extravagant shows while the situation around the region is showing the symptoms of the global conflict. War is not a show business. He looked at me with a blank face. As I was trying to formulate my words of response, he placed his hand on my shoulder and laughed. Don't laugh. I'm not gonna laugh. I didn't laugh with him. He smiled. Relax, Mr. Rain. We then started walking towards the reception hall of the palace. Our path was cleared of people at once. He looked at the extraordinary interior design of the Maroon Palace. Statues, paintings, and various ornaments filled both sides of the corridor. At least so far, he does understand that war isn't a bravado thing. So maybe if he's here to help me prevent war, then maybe we're already on the same page. What a palace. He pointed at one of the statues at the corner as we walked. It was a white marble sculpted representation of Albrecht Renan, the founder of the Renan aristocracy. Was he the one? The original owner of this palace? Yes, it was built as a summer residence. As far as I know, he didn't use it much. It was Sol who transformed this place. His name is Albrecht Renan, Chairman, and yes, he was. It was built as a summer residence. Yes, he was. I don't want to give too much respect to the guy, because it is a statue of an aristocrat who had a palace. It was built as his summer residence. It was Sol who transformed this place. Yeah. Kind of a decent answer. I thought when General Tarquin Sol came to power, he worked towards removing the Republic's connection to its feudal past. It is interesting that he removed the images of the last kings, but not the older figures. Was he fond of the aristocracy, or the man? You'd have to ask the man yourself. No, let's not unite him with Sol, and have him prop up a soulless insurgency. I believe he was fond of both. He cared a lot about our national values. I know he despised the kingdom, but I think he still needed a glorious past to make the people proud. That's where Renan came in. That is what I suspected. If it was not going to be the kingdom he despised so much, it makes sense to look further back. He left in just the parts he liked. Isn't it fascinating how a single person can alter history just like that? At that moment, we passed the corridor and entered the reception hall. Upon our entry, a crowd started clapping. It was composed of various politicians and state figures. Dry martinis were handed to both of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Leon Mileniev. Everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our guest of honor. Don't mind us, we're just passing by. I present to you, Leon, a warm welcome to our guest of honor. Guest of honor, or present him by name, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a warm welcome to our guest of honor. People started clapping. With another thunderous applause, the jazz band started playing. Together with Mileniev, we started talking to the other people. The reception was in full swing. After some time chatting with the attendees, Mileniev turned to me. Can we go someplace where we can hear each other better? He and I swapped our drinks for Ellery Maroon 30-year-old. I knew a special spot. With our drinks in hand, we went down the stairs to the basement to show off my cask of Amontillado. Gradually, the music and the sound of the party started to fade away. We arrived at a cozy little corner office with not much inside, other than a table and comfortable chairs. He took a seat and I followed suit. It is very nice of you to throw a party for me before official talks, but I am still slightly tired from the long journey over the ocean. As much as I tried to sleep through a flight, I am an old man now, so don't mind me if I don't seem too enthusiastic about the reception. I just don't have the same energy of my youth. He smiled and took a sip from his glass. Then he sighed. Time is a funny concept, isn't it? You cannot feel it in the moment, only to realize later that your life passed you by, and one day you look in the mirror and see an old man. He took another sip. You are right, it's a scary concept, but I believe you used your time relatively well so far, Chairman Mileniev. You had a very full life. When I look at you, I don't see an old man. I see a beautiful, heroic, rugged macho man. I believe you used your time relatively well so far. You had a very full life. It's flattery, but I'm not completely gussing him up. He laughed. I've seen many presidents and world leaders change during my lifetime. I've seen toppled governments, civil wars, and war crimes. I fought against imperialism and the capitalist plutocracies that took its place. I look at the world today and think, it has changed so much since I joined the Rotskis as a young revolutionary. But then I look at it again, deeper, and realize nothing much has changed, really. Maybe it is more divided even now than ever. There are still wars in every corner of the world. There is still poverty, violence, and slavery. Don't you think we need to step up as leaders of this world to try to put an end to this? Absolutely. Completely agree we need proper international cooperation to tackle these problems. I do. That is why I'm meeting with you to change something. But of course, United Katana isn't entirely innocent, but we do want to do better. But we do need proper international cooperation. Maybe not membership in the CSP just yet, but maybe proper material and political support? What do you think, Leon? Best friend Leon S. Mileniev? Precisely. And that is where the CSP comes in. Oh. But before we talk about that, he took another sip from his glass and stretched his hands to me. Could you help me? I grabbed his arm and helped him stand up. Can we talk somewhere a little less damp? I need some fresh air. Of course. Please follow me, Chairman Mileniev. Would you want to have a rest, Chairman Mileniev? We could talk later if you're not feeling good. No, dude, he wants to talk right now. Let's take him outside to the gardens. I led him up the set of back stairs to another unoccupied office with a balcony overlooking the Hill of Pride. There we settled around a table and took our seats. It was rather chilly outside. Reaching into his distinctive jacket, he pulled out a pipe and placed some tobacco leaves inside. The smell of the leaves was so heavy that it took over all the smells despite being outside. After preparing his pipe, he lit it with a match. His eyes drifted away from me, while the wind blew his hair and the smoke to the side. He stared at the horizon to the north. Beyond these plains are the great Markian Sea, and in the middle of it, a small island. Small, but very important. I am glad that you gave your support to Chancellor Hegel. So, Leon, does that mean if you're supporting Hegel, we're already aligned diplomatically, and you can trust us with a partnership without having to be fully subsumed by your global organization? It is unacceptable to see the Volgish locals of the island being destroyed by the anti-Volgish regime in Hegeland. The oppression transformed it to a whole new level. All of this is happening because Volgosland joined the CSP. Now, the Western powers are trying to get Agnolia to their side. They are selling them financial aid, weapons, and intelligence, in return for pushing their political agenda. This whole firepower is now being directed at the locals in Hegeland. They want to finally eliminate the Volgish culture on the island and set up a military base close to Volgosland. We cannot allow that to happen, can we? Volgosland does have the right to interfere. It is their people who are being massacred. I want him to understand that is what matters in this issue to me. That's right, but for me, this isn't a nationalistic problem. Whether they are Volgs, Agnolians, or Kontanans who are being killed doesn't matter. In the end, people are dying, and for no reason other than political aims of their governments. Everything has become a race for total influence in Merkopa. This is just part of Arcasia's grand plan. They want the CSP removed from the region. Agnolia is her puppet in this cause. He took a long puff of his pipe. United Kontana will never allow Arcasia to sell weapons so close to Volgosland, nor let them harass CSP ships. They can't be given control of the Markian Sea. Helgeland cannot fall. You are right. We can't let Western powers take controls, but I thought this was about people being killed. I mean, kinda. People get killed, Arcasia builds a base, And we know how imperialistic Arcasia is. A warm water port in Hegeland means that the Arcasians, they've already got a port in Ravnos Island. That'll give them 2 bases in the Markian Sea. Even if I wasn't going planned economy, that's too much. We can't let the Western powers take control. This is our place. Exactly. He took another puff and started coughing heavily. One of his bodyguards in full military uniform that watched us from the sides rushed forward with a bottle of water when he noticed Menaniev's coughing. Thank you, Mikhail, but I'm fine. See, we have so much in common. He's got a Mikhail, I've got a Mikhail. The guard bowed in respect as Menaniev drank from the bottle. He then left the balcony with quick steps. So, where were we? Ah yes, Sordan's future in the CSP. He cleaned up the burnt tobacco residue from his pipe and filled it. You know we formed the CSP only in reaction to the ATO. Their aim in the beginning was to stop us from uniting the entire continent to socialism. They failed, and now they are more scared than ever. That is why they're being more and more aggressive. Today, you need the CSP in order to survive against the economic power of the West. United Cantana is willing to give everything it has to help others in the fight against Western dominance. So, there is rhetoric about independence, but it's kind of like the UN in a way, or the EU I'll say, even better. A collaboration of countries with common goals, and maybe some shared policies and whatever, but it's not like Cantana is gonna see me as a Western Oblast or something. I'm not going to be the Soviet Republic of Swordland. I'm gonna be my own thing. We'll just be under the similar global organization pact. That is why I have you here. I definitely want to cooperate. I do. First and foremost, I do want to see if we can have cooperation without needing to join CSP membership. That's my aim. Don't get me wrong, Swordland is a powerful country, but the world has changed. You cannot stand alone. He lit his pipe and took a puff. The wind pushed all the smoke to my face. Without us, Arcasia would dominate the world. The Arcasian lira is already crippling other economies while bringing all the wealth to them. Yet they claim to be bringers of freedom. Absurd. Our pact aims to develop the rest of the world that was left out. Bring people together and make a stand. Show the world the power of the people when they unite. So hereby, I extend an invitation to Swordland. I want to see you stand with us. What does the CSP offer for Swordland? Security. First and foremost, CSP is a defensive pact. You will have my backing of the entire military power of the CSP. I like that so far. United Cantana and all other members are obliged to defend each other in times of war. So yeah, that's just it. It's just a defensive pact. Like all the defensive pact everyone had with each other prior to the powder keg of World War I, all the obligations all at once. We also supply each nation with a military technology and assets. Alright, that's what I was hoping for. As well as financial aid when it's needed. All members supply each other with the resources and goods, not for their own profit, but for the profit of the pact. Our combined production output will benefit both Swordland and the CSP. Not to mention visa-free access to every country within the CSP, as well as other mutual assistance deals. The thing is though, my international airport is really dependent on international tourism, and if I join the CSP, the wealth of Arcasia and ATO, isn't going to fly into Benfi. He took another puff from his pipe. Will he stand against us? With us, against the threat of Rumburg? Of course. Rumburg is a threat to Mercopa. Surely they are being pushed by Western powers to create instability in the region. Being a CSP member, nobody will dare attack you, and if any conflict occurs nonetheless, you will have the entire CSP's support. I promise you, their queen will no longer meddle in Sordlin's nor Eastern Rakopa. And what does he expect in return? You must accept our doctrines and work towards the goals of the Pact to further our power against the Ato. You will not import any technology from Arcasia, nor export natural resources to them. And finally, we want you to allow us to build a missile defense system in Duru Island, which will protect both Sordlin and the CSP from the threat of Ato. Okay, here's where I get pinched. He does want me to shut off trade with the entirety of Ato. No import of technology from Arcasia, no natural resource exports to Arcasia, and a military base. Where's Daru Island? Is that... There's Daru Island, where General Sol currently has his retreat. Okay, so Arcasia has a base here on Ravnos. They want a base in Helgeland, but instead we will have a missile base in Duru. Sorry, the CSP will have a missile base in Duru. Accept their doctrines and goals of the Pact. Well, I'm already doing a planned economy. We have state-owned industries, comprehensive education. Look, if we have the funds and financial aid of the CSP, it'll be easier to steer away from privatized healthcare. We could use that money to boost that up. It's a deal, comrade. It's a deal, chairman. Or decline. Maybe if I decline, then I could still maintain Western trade. Like, our exports will still go in part to Arcasia and the members of Ato. We could import their tech. More fluid trade would mean the possibility of trade with the East and the West. But it does mean that when Rumber comes in, because it is when Rumber comes in, K-Knight says accept it. I'm trying to think about the economy though. I'm really worried about the economy. That's the worst thing about us. Now granted, if one were to use channel points to force my hand either way before I make a decision, I would have no choice but to honor it. Because what I'm thinking, right, I do want CSP primarily for developmental aid, catching up tech-wise and everything, and defense from Rumberg. Yeah, see, that's the thing though. At this moment, I really am weak. The military's catching up, but it's not there yet. The economy is in shambles. What I really want to do at some point is do a playthrough where I try to become the power in the Markian Sea, get my economy stable, maybe get my defense okay, get good pacts like Nolia and Velen, though Magnolia might have to be sacrificed for Vagosland. And then, if I could set up my own 2 feet, be the third power, Arcasia, Contana, and Sordlin as equals. The doctrine demand is kind of okay. The only thing that goes against it is our slightly privatized healthcare. I think for this playthrough I might not have any choice. You might be right, K-Knight. I might have no option but to take it. Especially since I think I am going to have to lose my experienced generals due to the unruliness of them. I think that is foreshadowing that hasn't popped up just yet. That is going to be an issue in the near future. Either allow Kruger to have more of a say in politics, or sorry, goodbye generals restructure, which loses us our only advantage, so I guess yeah, for the sake of survival. A deal, Chairman Millenniev. It's a tough spot. But I did already promise that we're going to look to the east. So that's at least fulfilling a campaign promise. Maybe they'll get some approval. The reformists will hate me, but oh well. It is good to see you stand with us, Mr. Rain. At least Zerg likes me. That is true. Best friend Zerg will still be by my side. We shook hands. Relationship up with Bogglesland. Does that mean they like me even more? Allied relations. Alright, so Bogglesland is officially an ally, since they are the CSP representative in the area. Neutral still? Neutral still with Velen. I'm sure they'd love me a lot more if I gave them military support in their extermination campaigns. See, I take their money, I close the border to insurgents, but I still prop up and support the British people. That's the way to do it. We shook hands. He slowly stood up from his seat, seemingly struggling. Now, I'd like to have a rest, if you'll excuse me. Of course, Chairman, please, come this way. He is still my guest, after all. Please. I led him back inside. Achievement, united against capitalism. At least I got that going for me. Led him back inside. Economy sudden shambles. Overview. Modernized Navy. Large modernization effort. The Navy of Swordland is able to rival most navies, if not all. But considering that the only real naval rival is Bogglesland, that might be more important if we were going capitalist or independent and had to butt heads with Bogglesland. Navy isn't as important against Rumburg, I think, since it's mostly land borders with them. Anti-air missiles on Duru Island is in yellow, but it's a good thing, it keeps people off my back. Anti-air missile base will be a strategic defense location for Swordland. However, CSP officers refuse to disclose how it works, which puts us at their mercy if our relationship goes south. Oh no, I could still ruin things at the CSP. Joint military exercises with its allies to improve military coordination, probably why the Navy modernized it is. CSP officers working closely with our generals to share their modern strategies and tactics with us, as well as training sword to soldiers. Cool. So even if I lose my current crop of unruly generals, we still have CSP training to keep quality leadership. Alright. Diplomacy. Officially a CSP member. Embargoed by Arcasia. Is going to be an economic hit too. Place an embargo on all goods from Swordland. Kantanan missile defense system. Kantanan influence. Kantanan military support at least. As required by our entry to the CSP, the liaison officers will work closely alongside the Swordist command staff, which includes the heads of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, to assist the integration process of the Swordist armed forces in the unified Edo. What? Into the unified Edo military structure. Entry into the CSP. Unified Edo military structure. Either I'm misreading something, or someone made a boo-boo. Okay, no reports. This is the news. Administration announces Swordland CSP membership. President Rain has announced that Swordland will take the next step to join the CSP. The transition period will have no effects on the citizens during the earlier days. However, gradually, our economy and society will begin to be integrated. You know, I've read a bit of Legends of Localization. And going by the decimal comma and some oddness, I'm guessing English isn't the first language of the game. But considering how every however has a comma after however, even when it doesn't flow, it has me thinking what Clyde talks about with like going through the Excel spreadsheet, Control F, switching all. Because in many cases here, the however, there are cases where however is followed by the comma, but many others where the comma should rightfully come before. It's not a major thing, it's just a thing I notice. Like going under the hood, why we have all howevers followed by a comma. I just think it's cool. I don't mind typos and grammar here and there, but I do like seeing the surface level stuff and how that might implicate behind the scenes decisions and processes. I think it's cool at least. Gradually, our economy and society will begin to be integrated. Further integration with Millennialist society will certainly cause major shifts and has been protested against by Sorter citizens. Militarily, CSP will now have substantial power over the decision-making of Sorter's armed forces, which justifiably was not and will not be welcome by many officials in the army. Geopolitico, Sorlin joins the CSP. Chairman Millenniev's Sorlin visit bore fruit, as President Rain has announced that Sorlin will be joining the ranks of the CSP. The historic moment has been welcomed warmly by members of the states of the CSP, as they congratulated Sorlin. President Rain's Vagoslandian counterpart, Chancellor Hegel, has called Sorlin's joining the CSP the best thing to happen in Eastern Marcopa in the last century. Over the span of the next couple of years, Sorlin will economically, militarily, and diplomatically integrate with the rest of the pact. Although the membership comes with a myriad of responsibilities, the changes will improve Sorlin as a whole in almost every aspect. On the other side of the world. So at least Geopolitico does acknowledge that Sorlin is going to benefit. The leader of ATO, President Walker, called Sorlin's CSP membership a threat to the stability of the whole world, while Prime Minister Alvarez refrained from making a comment. Alvarez is just upset that Lesbia is going to be forced to distance themselves from a close, nearby trade partner. Maybe not trade partners, or not trade partners, but that this whole sea is going to be closed off to him. Sorry, Lesbia, shouldn't have gone so hardcore capitalist then. Called with Evelyn Vector. I should, but it's nearly 3 hours and I gotta pee. It's been 2 glasses of water already. So what I'm going to do is take a small break and then jump right in to call Evelyn. Right, that is Peter's wife, ex-wife. The ex-VP's ex-wife. We'll deal with that once I'm better refreshed. And now I am refreshed. Alright then, Evelyn. Is it about Peter? Has he gone missing? Or is this going to be a threat to reveal the affair to the public? Midnight. I mean, from her POV. I was in the living room watching the tail end of a news report when I heard the phone ring. I sighed and walked over to the phone, wondering who could be calling me at this late. At this late. I picked it up. Hello, who is this? Don't you know what time it is? Do you know who is it? Who is this? Be polite. I don't know who it is. I heard a soft voice from the other end. Hello, Anton? This is Evelyn. Sorry for calling so late. Is something wrong? Yes. No. I don't know, actually. Spit it out, woman. No. Alright, let's talk. What's going on? The president is here for his people, and she is among my people. The thing is, I was supposed to meet with Peter today to hand in the signed divorce papers. Oh no. Did Rumberg assassinate Peter in retaliation for us outing his spy, their spy through him? But then he didn't come to a designated meeting point. I figured he might have been too drunk to remember, so I went to the apartment he's been renting, but he wasn't there either. I asked around. The landlord, the neighbors, his friends. No one knows where he is. Trust me, Anton. I couldn't be more excited to be rid of this man. But I can't close out this chapter of my life without his cooperation. This isn't my problem. I'm sure he'll turn up. Probably just with some other girl. If that was true, his friends at least would know. Maybe he'll turn up. I don't know, Anton. He was in bad shape after your press conference. I know, right, Robbie? There's no option to say, I know, I know, Peter, this is serious. We should look into this. He's fine, don't worry about it. Or, he's sleeping around, don't worry about it. Or, this isn't my problem, stop making me worry about it. Can't you get your police contacts to look into this? Just to be on the safe side. Being paranoid, Evelyn. On the one hand, it kind of feels like by doing this, I'll be pulling police resources away from where it needs to go. But if Peter's missing, he was a prominent politician. He was my VP. Where's his security detail? Does he have security detail? And if he's gone missing, terminally, what implications are there for us? I think it's Rumberg. Retaliating for their spy. Peace of mind, I'll do it. Thanks, Anton, that'd be great. I knew, by the way, about his affairs. I'm so sorry I never came to you about it. Even though I said he remembered the lipstick, we were going to talk to Evelyn, but he never did. Boys will be boys. Isn't that what they say? Her voice sounded tired. Get some sleep, Evelyn. I did want to talk to Peter about his philandering far before it became an issue, but the game never let me. Had to go with the narrative, but it's a good narrative, but still. I'll chalk that up to Anton being a man of the 50s and watching his bro. Yeah, I think that Evelyn feels the exact same way, Robbie. That she's saying boys will be boys in the ironic sense. Hence, the tiredness in her voice. She's heard it a billion times. She's been with Peter for decades. She knows what he's like. She's probably heard it from him. From his friends. The line dropped. As I put down the phone, Monica sleepily approached with a glass of water in her hand. Who was that? Is everything all right? It was Evelyn. Said Peter is missing. Missing? Drowning his sorrows, I'd wager. I'm surprised she still cares about him. A middle-aged woman. What kind of life will she have without her husband? Dude, that's my fast track to divorce. She was a good influence on him. Probably the only good influence, seeing as I allowed him to continue his lech days. For a while, she made her way upstairs. Call Carl? Continue watching TV? I'll call Carl. This probably counts as one of Carl's duties. And if it pulls the police away from killing protesters... The phone rang for only a few seconds. Yes, Mr. President. Sorry for calling this late. Not a problem, sir. I only sleep for 3 50-minute intervals per night. Carl, that kills people! What could I do? I need you to find someone. As you wish. I heard the faint rustling of a notepad being opened. Who do you want found, sir? Peter. Peter Vectin, the ex-vice president. And I don't mean bring me his head, Carl. As you command. I will report my findings shortly. Very well, I'll be waiting. Thank you for your help, as always. I've been rough with him, so I'll give him a thanks this time. Have a good night. He hung up. I put away the phone and went to the bedroom to get some sleep. As I was eating breakfast the next morning, the phone rang. I picked it up. It was Carl. Good morning, Mr. President. Well, there you go. If Peter was dead, it wouldn't be a good morning, would it? That was fast. Indeed, sir. I have some unfortunate news regarding Mr. Vector. Well, then is it a good morning or not? His wedding ring, half-empty bottles of pills, and a handwritten note were found on a bridge overlooking the Unger River. I don't think this is a good morning at all. Pete, you could have come to me, man. We surmise that he took his own life. Oh, I was afraid of that. No, not Peter. I am sorry for your loss, sir. Would you like to break the news to Mrs. Vector, or should I? I'll tell Evelyn. Thanks again. Oh man, I thought he was going to tell me about the note, though. About what's on it. Thanks again for your help. Of course, sir. Carl hung up. That's information I'm not going to have. Poor Evelyn. With a heavy heart, I started thinking about what I would say to Evelyn. I want to see something, though. There's an option in settings to load the last checkpoint. And my assumption is that a narrative game like this wants you living with the consequence point to point to point, right? But I've been wondering then, what would be the point of loading last checkpoint if it takes me exactly where I am right now? So last checkpoint is like a freebie mulligan, right? I just want to see what it does. Like loading, I know, takes you to the current one. Blum blum. Still on chapter 4, checkmate. Huh, so it does take you to the previous. Okay, talk to Evelyn. Is something wrong? Peter's missing. Let's talk. I'm sure he'll turn up. If it offers you peace of mind. I knew, but didn't do anything because I'm an awful person. Get some sleep, Evelyn. It's Evelyn. Peter was missing, but she was a good influence on him for a while. Then call Carl. Sorry for calling this late. Carl's killing himself with 45 separate... a sum total of 45 minutes of sleep every night. Need you to find someone. Find Peter. Thank you for your help. Then breakfast. That was fast, but it's not a good morning after all. What did the note say? I want to know. He wished it to be read by Evelyn alone, sir. And then break the news. I'll tell Evelyn. Okay, so either way, you can't get information. Now hold on. Carl is apparently being a very nice bro by making sure that only Evelyn reads a note as requested. But don't you think that as VP, that as he was my VP and my friend for how long, that maybe I should know what's on it? Of course, sir. Heavy hand. Then call Evelyn. Okay. So now I know that you can't read the note either way or get the details. And now I know what load last checkpoint means. Report from Lenkirk. Sam is left rotting in storage. Excuse me, Sam is left rotting. Don't we have a trade agreement with Vogelsland? Why is that salmon not going out? The mayor of Lenkirk requests financial aid for the city. I have a budget of 3, let's do it. He reported that the city is lacking in customers. Tons of salmon are left to rot on a daily basis. The situation has caused many fishermen to move away from the city. Don't we have something going on with Vogelsland? And aren't we closer than ever? Increased crime and racial violence in Sarna. Mayor of Sarna requests financial aid. Add additional security for Sarna. He reports a spike in racial violence and crime in the city. The lack of investment seems to intensify the economic difference between them. Well then, I did choose the L1 rail line in the Heartland against highways in England, but I did put financial investment in England, and we have an agreement with trade with Vogelsland, specifically for fish. So if they're not getting their fish from Lenkberg to Vogelsland, that's their issue. Bergia, however, has been without financial investment for ages. They gave me a hard choice of only investing in the Benfi International Airport or only investing in the Sarna Agricultural Zone. So it's Bergia's turn. It's Bergia's turn to get some investment. Morbel reported to soon be a ghost town. The mayor of Morbel requests financial aid for the city. He reported that the city will be a ghost town if no help is sent. The lack of goods and materials flowing from Mornet and Holsword is a main factor in the city's economic problem. But there is high-speed rail taking everything in Lockhaven and Gezelid and Holsword to the border right across Morbel, from which they have a superhighway here, rail lines. They are right at the back door of Material Well. What is going on? Okay, so my next investment opportunity. Fishers in Lenkirk infrastructure. Getting goods to Morbel and help our mining folk. Or some vague, undisclosed investment in Bergia that should stop the strife. Or alleviate it. Former Vice President's suicide confirmed. Following the scandal between former Vice President Peter Vectern and President Rain's former secretary, Livia Suno, there had been reported rumors that the VP had gone missing. Sadly, proof of Peter Vectern's suicide has been confirmed. Vectern's wedding ring, a half-empty bottle of pills, and a handwritten note were found on a bridge overlooking the Unger River. Livia Suno had not been seen since the scandal broke. There were rumors she escaped back to Rumburg. Excuse me, wasn't she on trial? Where did she get to? A private funeral is being held for the former vice president in Holsword. Peter Vectern commits suicide. The former vice president, Peter Vectern, has been confirmed dead by the Swordish police. His wedding ring, a hefty bottle of pills, and a handwritten note were found on a bridge overlooking the Unger River. This sad news comes following the scandal between the former vice president Peter Vectern and President Rain's former secretary Livia Suno. Vectern's family is holding a private funeral in Holsword. Peter Vectern, nowhere to be found. Report from the Ministry of the Interior. They're a bit late on that. Evelyn Vectern had notified us about Peter Vectern not being able to be reached at Holsword Police Department, and sparing no effort in looking for him. According to the initial report, he couldn't be found in any of his properties at Swordland, and was last seen traveling to Ellery. A shame the rivers aren't labeled, so I can't see where he was. Oh, there's Ellery. Alright. Well, that's Ellery, but where's the river? Or whatever it was. No place named after the river or similar to it. Maybe that's the river that passes through town? Anywho, Peter Vectern's funeral time. Peter Vectern has passed away. State funeral. Ex-Vice President Peter Vectern has unfortunately passed away. Preparations are being made, and his body is being readied for the final journey. The state can choose to honor his services to the nation with a state funeral, or arrange a regular one. He was VP. He was part of my cabinet for how long? Even if we dropped him, even if his term ended in scandal, state funeral all the same. Funeral of Peter Vectern. I didn't even get to call Eleanor, did I? Evelyn? Didn't even call Evelyn. Our convoy pulled up to the gates of the National Cemetery in Ellery, Peter's hometown. Monica and Dina were beside me in the car. The news of Peter's death had hit Frank especially hard. Rather than attend the funeral, he had taken a few days off from school to have time to himself. Monica looked numb and empty. Dina appeared to be deep in thought. But how did Uncle Peter die? Why won't anyone tell me? Monica looked like she was about to cry. It doesn't matter, sweetheart. She turned her head to look out the window, hiding her tears. Hug Monica. Hug Dina. Don't do anything. Monica is a grown woman. She deserves my comfort. But she is a grown woman, and if I could only hug one. Hug little Dina. I wrapped an arm around my daughter. Papa, tell me the truth. Understand when you're older. He fell. He had an accident. He killed himself. You'll understand when you're older. She's what? She's how old? Grade school still? Elementary school in Holsword? You'll understand when you're older. That's not fair. I'm almost 12. The driver's window rolled down. We have arrived, Mr. President. My deepest condolences. I know you and Mr. Vectern were very close. We weren't. You were right. We were. Thank you, Serge. Thank you, Serge. Serge went outside and opened our door. As soon as we stepped out, camera flashes went off. Evelyn Vectern was waiting for us. Upon seeing her, Monica ran up to her and they hugged. Evelyn, I'm so sorry. How are you holding up? So. It's hard to play the bereaved widow, knowing the kind of man he really was. But still, we were married almost 20 years, Monica. And the way he died, it's just too sudden. They hugged once again. Evelyn wiped her tears and patted Dina on the head before turning to me. My condolences. I can't believe he's gone. Hug her. Just hug her. I hug her. She shook my hand in hers as she pulled back. I know there's nothing either of us could have done, but I still can't help feeling responsible for this. Oh, Evelyn, of course not. This is entirely on Peter. He slept around. He drank around. He was a cause for divorce. He was a cause to get himself resigned from office. These are all consequences of his decision. You are just as much a victim as anyone else in this. You shouldn't feel guilty. Neither should I. It's not your fault, Evelyn. You shouldn't feel guilty, and nor should I. Evelyn swallowed hard. Her eyes filled with resolve. All right, let's go. The four of us, Evelyn, Monica, Dina, and I, took our places towards the front of the crowd. From afar, we heard the sound of military boots approaching. A soldier was leading a group with a large frame photo of Peter in his hands. Behind him followed other soldiers, marching alongside a cart with a carved goat on the front. On top of the cart, wrapped in a soldier's flag, was a coffin of Peter Vector, the 4th Vice President of Swordland. The group stopped in front of us. They lifted the coffin off the cart and laid it down on a platform. One of the soldiers took the flag, folded it, and presented it to me. I walked behind the podium to deliver my speech. Today we mourn Peter Vector, 4th VP of Swordland. And a true sword who strived to achieve the best his country against all odds. A very successful statesman with whom I worked closely with for many years. My brother. Our bond was not a bond of blood. It was something stronger. It was a bond of friendship and camaraderie. A very successful statesman for a while, until he fell for a honeypot. My brother. God's words say no man can be perfect, and Peter was certainly no exception. We drank together, cried together, laughed together, fought together. He was there with me from the very beginning. He swore he would support our cause until the end. Despite his unconscionable actions towards the end of his life, I chose to remember him as he was. Though we did not always see eye to eye, I owe Peter everything. Would it be president if not for him? I don't think that's good to endear the public to Peter. Was to remember him not at his worst, but for the good deeds. Nah, despite his unconscionable actions, recognize them, embrace them, choosing to remember him as he was. The past is the past. We must always look to the future. That is what he would have wanted. The path he paved will go down in history. Never before Swordland had a vice president like Peter. I hope never again it will. I should hope we don't get vice presidents leaking state secrets in their drunken state while they're plowing spies. The past is the past. We must always look to the future. Morning shall come. Farewell, brother. You will be missed. Amid the applause, I went back to join Monica and Dina. As I walked past Evelyn, she mouthed the words, "Thank you." Trumpets cut through the silence. Stern-looking soldiers formed a line and held rifles in front. One after another, 10 shots rang out. With each shot, I shuddered. I had known Peter for almost 30 years. The time we spent together flashed back before my eyes. The good memories and the bad ones. All of it. It didn't matter anymore. He was gone. I felt a tug on my left arm. "Are you crying?" Surprised, I checked my face. My eyes were wet. "It's raining." "Yes, daughter. Being a strong man means embracing my emotions. Yes, my child. I do weep for the loss of my friend." She hugged my leg. "Come on, Dina, let's go." The coffin was fully lowered and the tombstone placed. The crowd began dispersing. How could I not leave a bottle of whiskey on the grave? I left the bottle on the grave. Ellery, 30 years, his favorite. I stayed there by myself for another half hour. The sun finally set after painting the sky blood red. Muse, don't be too harsh. Former vice presidents to have state funeral. The Reign government has today announced that former Vice President Peter Vector has passed away, and a state funeral will be held in his honor. The former VP was a deeply troubled man, and the Whole Sword Post sends its thoughts and prayers to Peter Vector's friends and family. Sadly, following his affair with the president's secretary, Vectern has taken his own life. President Rain and Vectern had been friends since they attended university together. It's a very tragic end. It's very tragic to see them divided during their service as the country's most important men. Radical, Rumberg informant and adulterer, to be awarded with a state funeral. Come on, Radical. I've attended the funerals of other MPs who weren't exactly going with the status quo. State funeral for members of the state apparatus. Is that not how it works? President Rain continues to look out for his own, his best friend, a man who never had the qualifications to become vice president in the first place, has now committed suicide following the Rumberg affair scandal. As icing on the cake, President Rain has announced that Peter Vectern will be honored with a state funeral. Our sympathies go out to Vectern's family, but how could a man who did not fulfill his due diligence and allowed a Rumberg spy to be permitted into the Maroon Palace be given such a high honor and death? There are some interesting implications here. I'm thinking maybe, if I had Peter stand trial instead, I was worried he might be executed, but maybe he would have just been sent to Antel Rock, in which case, maybe wouldn't have committed suicide. Maybe he would have. But if he was convicted and imprisoned and still died, be it legitimate suicide or Rumberg assassination hit squads, then maybe not full state funeral, just a personal one. In this timeline, he just resigned, so why not give him full honors? Late night at the Rain household. It had been a long while since Peter disappeared from our lives. I still found myself thinking of jokes he'd find funny, or wanting to tell him what had happened at my last meeting. But the grief was beginning to fade. Monica visited Evelyn often at first, helping her process her mixed emotions. Eventually, Evelyn sold Peter's villa in Ellery and used the proceeds to travel the world, something she'd always wanted to do when she and Peter were together. For myself and Monica, life in the capital had to go on, and it did. At least they are processing their grief in whatever way they could. When the previous GF and I found out that our mutual friend had taken her own life, it was gut-wrenching. But even worse is that the GF then had no way of processing it. I encouraged her to talk about things, to make the art that honored her, to attend the funeral. And for a while, it just made her really, really numb. And I would like to think that she is in better conditions now. But yeah, didn't want to... Well, she couldn't really take the effort to manage the grief, to work through it. And it just ate the poor gal apart. Which is why it's important that we have to, in some ways, manage it. We can't do it alone with each other. Evelyn has Monica, they have each other. The whole family's here, the apparatus. After weeks of late nights, Monica, Ciara, and the Women's Rights Commission had succeeded in getting their bill through the Assembly. Finally. At least that's good news. The Conservatives struck it down the last time. This time, they're finally getting it through, the boneheaded Conservatives. The result wasn't as comprehensive as they'd hoped for, but it was a good start. I was looking forward to celebrating with my wife, but it had been hours since I gotten home, and she still wasn't there. I was dozing on the couch after yet another frozen TV dinner. Anton, don't we have cooks? How come you're microwaving cheap Stofers and not having the cook whip up something awesome? When I heard the key turn in the lock, Monica stumbled into the hall. Dear, you okay? Stumbling is never a good sign. Honey, I'm home. Kiss her, Kiss her. I kissed her. Her breath smelled like gin. I was just having a few drinks with Ciara. Alright, that's fine. I'm actually amazed any version of our bill passed, given how stacked the assembly was against us. But of course she wants to keep pushing for more. She hiccuped. I guess Monica's already celebrated, that's fine. She deserves it. She got the bill through an impossible dragon. You could have invited me to join the celebrations. So you decided to get juiced. Anton, please, this is her moment. Oh, you would have found it boring. And somebody had to look after Dina. I'm starting to see what I put you through for all those years. That's good. I get to be the house husband. And be the homemaker. While the important person runs off, parties, shakes hands. You're turning into a politician, Mrs. Rain. I like this side of her. Come on, Anton. I'm starting to see what I put you through for all those years. I think she'd appreciate it. Get used to it, baby. Best fictional couple yet. I'm not going to stop until we get what we're asking for. True equality for all women in Swordland. Seriously, Anton. This is what I want to do. I've never felt so alive. I'm happy you're happy. Hug her. Show her the framed photo. I want to do both. I want to hug her in celebration. I also want to show her the framed photo. I want to hug her first. Hug her in celebration. I pulled her into a hug, and she wrapped her arms around me tightly. Now all we have to do is make sure you stay in office. About that. You let me worry about that, and that's where the real politics begins. We stayed curled up on the couch, talking about my re-election strategy, and the next step with women's rights bill, until Monica took my hand, and wordlessly led me upstairs to the bedroom. Don't tell me. What year is it, 1956, 1957? Did Cluedo exist then? Are we going to play Clue? But wait, we can't play... Clue requires at least 3 players. And video games, at least quality ones, won't be for another 20-30 years. Is it snacks in bed? Does she have chips in bed? We will never know. Lesbia deploys military to Swordfish border. Lesbia. That's just Ado making you do that. It is being reported that Lesbian armed forces have increased their presence along the southern border with Lesbia. New border guards and infantry divisions have been transferred close to the border. According to our intelligence, Lesbians are also installing defense systems with offensive capabilities. This poses a great danger for Wholesword and the whole country. What else do we have? Conriat. Lagoslandian Navy spotted in full force in Helgeland. According to intelligence reports, Lagoslandian Navy gathered in full force around Helgeland, blockading the island. Reports warn about possible violent conflicts between Mongolia and Lagoslandian forces. Swordfish Navy in Conriat is on standby. Lockhaven. One-on-one interview from Kairut. Who's Kairut? Lucian Galad organized an interview for the presidency on the internationally renowned one-on-one. Oh, I see. The famous journalist, Thomas Sacker, will be asking the questions. One-on-one interview from Kairut. The crew of One-on-One and Thomas Sacker will arrive next week in Lockhaven from Kairut. Totally not this world's version of Beirut. Wholesword has Citizens Mobility Act of 1957. After I read the news. Swordland's largest military parade ever. President Raid has announced Swordland's largest military parade ever to display the strength of the Swordfish armed forces to the world. During the glorious day, tanks will roll, jets will fly, and our soldiers will march, young and old. Swordfish citizens will come together to once again cheer for our soldiers. The parade will send a clear message to our enemies. beware. President Rain will be joining the parade with a motorcade and drive through Victory Avenue. Armed groups declare war against the state. Oh no, again. We had that back at the start of our term. After the government's response to the protest, certain groups within the protesters released a joint statement declaring Anton Rain's presidency to be over. The groups called every protester and citizen to join what they called a march for freedom. While being no match for the honorable soldier security personnel, it is disgusting that such armed groups can infiltrate protesters and ignite bloody conflicts. Now look, this is our fault since Carl's men did open fire on a whole group of protesters. The sad reality is especially pronounced by the fact that a lot of peaceful protesters have started to be swayed by the militants to partake in riots, vandalizing government properties. Swedish police forces are already standing ready to protect their brothers and sisters, and will surely bring the situation under control. Sortland today. Workers' Party leader poisoned. The leader of the Workers' Party of Bludia is rumored to be poisoned by a nerve agent on his way from Dare to Sarna. The attack came after his speech in Dare, when Egil promised to clean Swedish politics from soulism. Youch. Well, the good news is I made a great speech in Dare, and we are de-solizing the nation. So maybe I might be endearing myself to Bludia, or the Bloods. According to sources, he was taken to a local hospital in Sarna, where he lies in a coma. Officials from the police said that the investigations are underway to find the attackers. Deadly ambush in Jen. There have been at least 9 different attacks on police forces by various armed groups since last Monday, the last of which occurred in Jen's Maroon Avenue. 8 militants disguised as construction workers entered the construction zone near the avenue and ambushed 2 police vehicles. The attackers were immediately killed, but 6 policemen were killed in the ambush. Radical. Nationalist attempted to assassinate Egil. Fethi Egil was poisoned on his way to Sarna to deliver a campaign speech yesterday. According to the reports, he is hospitalized in critical condition. The attack is suspected to come from a nationalist organization, which had most likely targeted Egil due to his massive increase in the votes of the Workers' Party of Bludia. The sick attack on Egil's life is a continuation of the deep-rooted fascism of Swedish political life. Previously, it was Circus. Now it is Egil. Next, it will be all of us, if we allow this to continue. Egil was writer, politician, leader of the Bludish Workers' Party. So if there's a question of state funeral or not, resignation of Mansoon Leka's chairman, elected as the party's next leader, failing to pass election threshold. So if technically not an MP, I might be able to get away with not attending. According to the numbers released by the Workers' Party of Bludia, there is a massive increase in their membership, breaking a new record for the party. The polls also show that the popularity of the party has reached new heights in Bergia, and is expected to finish the first or second to the regions of Bergia. Fethi Egil said in a public statement, this must have been before he died, called it a hunch. The Workers' Party is leading a great journey to the Maroon Palace, to finally bring about the People's Revolution. Those who are at the top may continue ignoring us, but the people will respond to them in the polls. What do you mean, the people at the top ignoring? I've been doing everything for the Bloods. Sortland creates peace line to avert war. I'm glad Geopolitico at least acknowledges it. Following Rumberg's demands for reparations in Sortland, the tensions have increased dramatically between the two countries. Yesterday, a Swedish warplane has been shot by the Rumberg anti-air systems, and all the pilots on board have been killed. As per the information from Rumberg, Swedish warplane has trespassed into Rumbergian airspace, whereas Swedish military reports that the plane was inside Swedish borders when it was shot. The international community is unclear of the certainty of the reports from both sides. Thankfully, the Swedish administration approached the incident calmly and established a peace line to avert war between the two countries. Yes, see, more clout among the international community. Maybe we could have done without the CSP then. President Rain has been commended internationally for his efforts to de-escalate the situation and maintain peace. Okay, next time I play, I want to strive for true neutrality. Stay out of ATO and the CSP. Use the AN to keep Rumberg off my back. Citizens Mobility Act, what have we got here? -2 budget. The Grand National Assembly aims to increase job opportunities, lift the economic burden of the low-income bracket, and to boost inter-regional activity. Section 1 of the CMA of 57 will subsidize all forms of public transport inside Sordland, except for commercial planes, by using state funds. The Act will enable all citizens to use the means of public transport given through services such as buses, trams, trains, and ferries completely for free. Section 2 establishes that the luxury first-class operations are exempt from the Act. Alright, so the rich people still pay for the luxury options. That's pretty cool. Like, the trains are free for most of the cars, but if you want to sit on front, you pay for it. Commercial planes, still gotta pay for it. I'll sign this. I got a surplus anyway. No economic boost yet. Welfare. Citizen mobility increased. Commute to the work easier, which should also help people in the countryside get to schools and hospitals easier too. Free public transportation for Sordland. President Rain has signed today the Citizens Mobility Act, an incredibly expensive bill that will see state funds pay for all forms of public transportation. There are some benefits to this act. The Assembly believes it will increase job opportunities and encourage citizens to visit regional areas of Sordland. Keep an eye out for our upcoming travel guide to Sordland on public transportation. Public transportation to be accessible for all. Public transportation, including buses, trams, trains, and ferries, are soon to become completely free thanks to the signing of the Citizens Mobility Act. This bill will see an increase in job opportunities, as well as lifting the economic burden of the low-income earners. This is a clever step by the Rain administration as the election nears, but applaud his choice nonetheless. And what's in Enrica? Election speech at the USP HQ. Alright, I'm already alienating the USP. Those who wanted to leave have left. The sun was starting to peek through the blinds of my suite in the Grand Chariot Hotel in Enrica. What I would give to advance text. Oh, it does advance text. Hold on. I hadn't slept that night. I was too busy thinking about how I could rally my party's conservative base at today's election kickoff. I was just pulling on my clothes when two soft, sharp knocks came at the door. Lucian. Good morning, sir. So what was it? Was it enter or space? Space. Could advance the text. Cool. Good morning, Lucian. I hope you brought coffee. No, we established Lucian is not a servant. Good morning, Lucian. Lucian sat down in the suite's office chair and pulled a piece of paper from his jacket pocket. I thought I'd drop off some talking points for your speech today. Don't worry, I won't say anything stupid. Yes, I will. Just like old times. Just like old times, Lucian, huh? Best chief strategist ever? Indeed. 4 long years ago. Dang. It was 2.5 years when I started. And already, it's 4 years. Ready to hit the campaign trail again? Are you sure you can take another 4 years of me? I'm ready if you are, Mr. President. Best friends, Lucian. Hold on, I just remembered. Lucian need to take a wife. Could it be that there really are feelings? I'll see you at the rally. I almost forgot. The Archpriest of Dare couldn't be present today, but wanted to relay a message of support to you and your family. What'd he say? I bless the rains down in Anrica. Lucian left the room. I finished putting on my tie and reread my notes for the morning speech. A few hours later, I was waiting in the wings at the Norsor Auditorium in Anrica. I can't even comment on it. It's too good. That setup, that delivery, I was not expecting it. In the audience, there were several thousand of my conservative supporters. Behind the podium hung a Swordish flag and a giant banner that read, "Okay, what's it going to be? United Swordland? That does imply the party name. Your land, my land, Swordland. Peace, prosperity in the Swordish way. Victory is close." For A. United Swordland, because victory is very, very far away. Everyone cheered as I walked on stage. Though Mayor Curtin Lest was now part of the opposition, as a member of the NFP. Lest, which one's Lest again? Enrica, Mayor Benfey, right, I remember now. It seems most of Enrica was still on my side. Albin gave a short speech introducing me. Then it was my turn. I stepped behind the podium and took a deep breath. Ladies and gentlemen of Enrica, sons and daughters of Swordland, brothers and sisters of the USP. This is a party speech, right? Can't tell me what it is anymore. And I can't scroll enough. How I would rally my party's conservative base at today's kickoff speech. Okay, so it is with my party. I want to curry the conservatives, my brothers and sisters of the USP. The past 3.5 years have seen our country tested again and again, have been the hardest in my life. Many enemies have tried to destroy me and this fine country, including you, my dear brothers and sisters of the USP. Our country has been tested, again and again and again. Yet I stand before you now, ready to pledge myself to God and Swordland yet again. Yet Swordland has prevailed. Under my administration, we are stronger than ever, in every aspect except the economy. Yet the Raid administration stands strong, which is why everyone wants to leave it. I think to God and Swordland is good for the conservatives. The party is still very conservative. They definitely hate my desolinization. They hate me in general. I went with a reformist VP and not the conservative who broke her promise to me, just because I broke my promise to her maybe once before. This whole thing is basically to unite the party. And if I want to unite the party, that means putting a collar on the conservatives, getting them to bark for me and not against me anymore. With my re-election, I will finish pulling Swordland's economy from the depths of recession. I have begun to fix the disastrous economic decisions of my predecessor. That is true. I got a couple of bars of progress and took it all away. With my re-election, I will finish pulling Swordland's economy from the depths of recession. True. I have pretty much completed every goal that I wanted. Well, as far as campaign promises to turn eastwards, to reform education, to keep the borders open. But I've been planting lots and lots of seeds for the economy. And maybe with one more term, we could water those seeds and see them sprout. And have Swordland rise to be the superpower on the Mercian Sea. As armed militants threaten to tear us apart, I promise we will uphold law and order. Restore harmony, I think. I do want to take a more holistic approach to the protests and law and order. The conservatives probably want police on the street with guns. But as much as, I don't know. This is just a speech, right? It's not a campaign promise. And if I end up using holistic methods to restore harmony, is that not, in a roundabout way, upholding law and order? I argue it is, and I do want to put money into the Ministry of Justice to clear out corruption, ease the court backlog, our militants threaten to tear us apart, uphold law and order, restore harmony. This is my goal, but it's a pretty speech. I'll just give them the pretty speech. I will continue to defend Swordland against threats, internal or external, to seek retribution from our enemies, at home and abroad, no. To continue to fight for the constitutional reforms that Swordland deserves. I do want constitutional reforms. Couldn't make it happen this time, but if I get the party on my side, I think at this point, if I promise constitutional reforms, they're just gonna roll their eyes at me. These guys are conservatives. The reform is pretty much left. Hence the boost to the NFP in particular by 19 members. That's what, 16 to the independents, 19 to the NFP, only 4 left, so yeah, we just lost. We did lose the most ardent, ultra-conservative nationalists, since the NFP got the biggest boost with our losses. So maybe the ones that remain will be more willing to have reforms. But the Conservative Party is still huge, or the conservative wing of our party. But defense is going to be easy. We got the CSP for external defense, we got progressive reforms to the ministries for internal threats. So if I could ensure that, or have them believe it, continue to defend Swordland against threats, internal or external, and root out corruption and wrongdoing, even in the institutions we hold dear. Did I not force my own VP and best friend to resign to those ideals? Thunderous applause erupted. Swordland has changed, but the USP remains as strong as ever. We only lost, like what, 34 seats? Some have accused me of straying from the values of the USP. To them I say, I am the USP. Okay there, Tarkeen Soul, easy. Meanwhile, I dare to envision a brave new direction for our party, towards the socialism of our eastern neighbors. I mean, Swordland is pretty strong. Not Swordland, but the USP is pretty strong still. We do still have the majority. It's not a simple majority anymore. But we do still control the majority bloc. I dare to envision a brave new direction for our party, towards socialism with eastern neighbors. That's somewhat conservative, right? I mean, it's not exactly Alfonso. It's traditional. Surely they'll love it. There have been tremendous progress made on this term, and more is to come. There is no way we can lose. Oh, there is a way we could lose. I had devoted an unprecedented amount of effort towards making the USP as great as it can be. I don't think they agree. There has been tremendous progress made in this term, and there is more to come. Promise results. Don't promise more promises. I, and Vice President Clavin, either way, it has to be Vice President Clavin, who doesn't sit with The Conservatives. The youth and determination my new Vice President Alban Clavin shall help guide us. I and Vice President Clavin shall lead Swordland into a bright new era. The Conservatives are traditionalists. They don't like youth and determination. I will promise them a new era, though. A roar shook the hall. Dang, really? I shook the Conservatives that well. Are they saying boo or boo rain? We will form a broad coalition of supporters to make sure morning finally comes. It is time, my fellow swords. A new dawn is upon us, and it begins right here and right now. A new broad coalition of supporters. We need it. We've lost the numbers. We can't do a thing without the coalition. So remember, vote Rain 57. It's time to get back on board the Rain train. They're already cheering. I'll give them the traditional. A Morgna Vescor. The audience enthusiastically finished these saying as streamers shot out of cannons behind me. My re-election campaign had officially begun. I stepped down from the podium. News? Country overview? Okay, what is it? The economy? Is it bad news? Planned economy? I don't see anything different. There's no new bullet points here. Investments from United Contana, increased trade, stimulus checks, improved transportation, production stagnated, employment is more expensive, Anglin lacks investment, Lauren has a rust belt, Bergia economy plummeting. What about the investment I put in Anglin? Did the investment from last time just get gobbled up? Blah. Blah blah blah. I don't see anything different here. There's no bright lights to say, hey, this is new. Maybe then things just got worse. Benfy. Young swords launched attack. Come on, I just got that airport in. Don't scare all the tourists away. Banned young sword members have begun assassinating government officials in Benfy, leading to massive panic and chaos. Police units are actively fighting the young sword elements who are hiding amongst the rioters, leading to unnecessary deaths during the gunfights. It is also reported that the sister of the Benfy mayor has been kidnapped and is being held at gunpoint. If Benfy was going to be such a hotspot, might as well have just put money into the Sarna agricultural zone. Keep the Bludish people happy. Put some economic growth in Bergia. Revolters take over the cultural center, declare HQ. That cultural center would have been a beautiful tourist spot. What are you doing? An estimated 6,000 revolters have taken over the massive Benfy Cultural Center complex and declared the headquarters of the revolution. Dozens of citizens were injured in the chaotic event, where the police tried to rescue hostages near the center. A massive riot police formation is surrounding the centers as of now, but they are overwhelmed in numbers. Meanwhile, a large group of nearly 1,000 rioters, 10,000 rioters, have begun taking over the port, and engagements between the police and civilians are ongoing. So the good news is they put all that money into the international airport of Benfy. The bad news is Benfy is a riot zone. Jan, disguised rebels ambush police officers. Armed revolters have disguised themselves as construction workers and attacked several police officers with weapons that led to several deaths in broad daylight. The police responded immediately, but several casualties were sustained. More citizens began fighting against the police in the streets of Jen, causing the city to collapse into chaos. The police retreated back to their headquarters and kept engaging the rebellious protesters. Gelserd, Red Youth launch attack. I thought I banned you guys. Ban Red Youth members have launched attacks on civilian infrastructure in Gelserd. Civilian infrastructure and massive damage! My poor economy! Many militants of the group were armed and fired on police officers, resulting in many deaths. A bomb attack on the Gelserd Research Council has led to the death of many scientists. The gendarmerie has now entered the city and is actively clashing with the group. It is expected that there are several hundred armed members hiding in the urban sprawl. Ribbery. Rioters destroy Ribbery historical site. Rioters have looted the gold and jewelry found in the ancient caves underneath Ribbery while engaging with police forces. Some suspects were caught, but the police unit suffered heavy casualties when the rioters used a bulldozer to run over a police formation. 14 police officers were heavily injured and hospitalized. Rioters descended upon the shops in the downtown area and destroyed most civilian property in the city. Some went further to hunt the police officers at the hospitals. Goodness! What sparked all this, by the way? I still don't quite understand that. This can't just be because of the economy. The economy's in recession, sure, that's reason to protest, but this is straight up violence. Narble? Gasom facilities occupied by rioters? Hundreds of rioters descended upon the natural gas facilities of Gasom in a bid to take over the private property. Police tried to stop the 3,000-strong group and managed to crowd control some of them, while others have entered the private facilities and taken over some of the buildings. More police units have arrived and began sieging the occupiers of the offices. After a week of standoff in which the occupiers swelled in number, a massive clash resulted in the destruction of the facility and the death of 18 people, including 4 police officers. I do not see how the economy can possibly recover with all this damage to infrastructure and facilities, and the deaths and the looting. Ark Sanctuary roof arson by vandals. Hundreds of vandals attacked the Ark Sanctuary and set fire to the roof of the Ark Sanctuary. The firefighter department and the local police immediately intervened to prevent further damage to the building while fending off the vandals that injured the firefighters. The police units found themselves surrounded and barricaded themselves in the Ark Sanctuary with the Archpriest. A reinforcement police contingency broke through the mass revolt and saved the surrounding security units. Several armed rioters shot at the police officers, while armed vehicles gunned down the violent armed rioters. The situation is currently escalating. Do you think that is because I've allowed public transportation for free, that they could all move around the country easily? Armored column rolls through rioters. It's 1926 all over again. The 3rd Armored Division's military outpost was surrounded by nearly 10,000 rioters for 2 days. The local commander reported a potential to be overwhelmed as a unit. The situation escalated when the colonel of the division ordered a battle formation and attacked the rioters with tanks and APCs, which resulted in 310 killed and 1,321 wounded. Many tanks of the column rolled through the protesters. It's exactly 1926 all over again. When first aid and medical teams arrived to save the lives of the colonel forbade them to treat the rioters, as they were branded enemies of the state. The division has since suppressed or killed all the dissenting voices in Esterd and taken over the city. I think we're in full-on civil war. I think there's probably no way to avoid it. There's too much violence going on everywhere. My beautiful flowers, those economic seeds I was planting, are not going to bear fruit. Protesters occupy Blue Mansion in City Hall. Blue Mansion was taken over by violent protests that overwhelmed the city's civil servants and state staff. Many were beaten and the property was heavily damaged. The massive protest also took over the City Hall and vandalized government property. Riot police tried to disperse the crowds, which resulted in a massive clash with hundreds of wounded people. Fires burned, and smoke billowed into the night. Firefighters are working hard to prevent a mass fire. The city was in utter chaos after the event, and the mass protests seem to be ever growing. More reinforcements of riot police have been called to help the city. But I've got a budget of 1. Okay, current economic situation. Simon Hole, please help me out here. What could I possibly do? I arrived at the Ministry of the Economy and proceeded upstairs. An assistant waiting by the door to the meeting room took my jacket. I opened the door and entered the largest boardroom in the building. Simon was sitting alone with a glass of water and his documents laid out before him. He stood up when I entered and approached me. A quick handshake. After a quick handshake, I took a seat. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon. It's good to see you. Likewise. A knock was heard on the door, and Albin entered the room. Sorry, I got held up. Albin, don't start this trend again. When my last VP started being late, it's because he was dangling his noodle in the saucepan of spies? Don't repeat it. Did you start yet? Mr. Vice President, no, not yet. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. As you know, we're here to review the economic progress we made over the past term and decide how to proceed. I will brief you quickly on what we have done so far, just a refresher. Very well, let's hear it. He gathered the documents in the pile in front of him and adjusted his glasses, From the pile, he produced 2 booklets and handed them to us. Please turn to page 5. I turned to page 5. Let's start off with our economy plan. I would like to say we are on track, but unfortunately I cannot. Our decisions so far have not been in line with our initial intention for a planned economy. Oh no. Really? But I've nationalized. There was a hospital, sure, but apart from that, the economy has taken a hit due to the inconsistence. It is unfortunate we could not follow them through under the circumstances. I know there's no need to rub it in. It's a price we pay for doing the right thing. It is unfortunate we could not follow through. Yes. Circumstances have certainly changed since your term began. Just pointing out the facts here. Let's move on with the report. Please turn to page 16. I turned to page 16, titled Status of Trade and the Effects of Foreign Policy, the CSP. Getting embargoed by Arcasia is definitely going to be a major hit, and possibly similar economic losses with trade partners of Arcasia. I had the AN backing me. The AN agreed with me about my line of peace against Rumberg. I could have maintained without the CSP, I think. I am happy to say that our trade has increased since the beginning of our term. We are on the right path. More trade means more vibrant economy, which means unbridled economic development. Please turn to page 17. Turn to page 17. I turn to page 17. In our attempt to repair Sorlin's economic system, we went for a mixed approach. We tried to cater to the needs of both businesses and Sorda citizens. It has been a delicate balance, but it has been a balance. Thankfully, living standards are steadily increasing. We've been receiving fewer and fewer complaints about our welfare system, so why the riots? I'm taking care of you guys. What's going on here? That's what I don't get. That's terrific, both for the people of Swordland and our re-election prospects. Exactly. Now turn to page 34. Turn to page 34. I turn to page 34. And on page 34, our production rate has gone down since the beginning of the term. We're at a low point right now. So all the more reason I should have boosted Bergian agriculture production and not try to diversify my economy by making the international airport. Whose fault is that? Someone must be to blame. Yes, Mr. President, that is you. Need to fix it as soon as possible. I need everyone on this next term. I can satisfy myself with 2 major mega projects. We have the L1 high-speed rail line, electric, modern, beautiful. We have the major international airport at the Port of Bergia. Great. So if I do another term, if I survive, it's definitely going to be not infrastructure, production, financing instead. Need to fix it as soon as possible. Need everyone on this next term. Of course. I'll note that down. Moving on to logistics. Our situation has improved above and beyond our expectations, yet not enough to fix the economy. Our infrastructure projects have paid off in the long term. Then what is this? Where's my bars? At least give me 4. I'll settle for 4. Smoother commutes, easier access, faster delivery times. Everybody's happy. Then why is everybody rioting? We are very close to the end. I want to talk about a few numbers. Please turn to page 57. I have prepared a chart. I turn to page 57. Our inflation rate is currently a staggering 25%, up from 7%. It might be the highest in Swordsland's history. The Swedish yen has been fluctuating wildly as a result, and consumer prices have gone up, which means that Swedish citizens are angry at the government. I've been doing everything I can, though. We've failed them, need to take responsibility. If we're not re-elected, we can't help them. We need to fix this. We've failed them. We need to take responsibility. Agreed. Mr. President, do you have any questions so far? Debt situation. Alright, let's go with the most overblown statistic that people take as a be-all, end-all to erase and turn a blind eye to all sorts of inequality. How's the GDP? Our GDP is at 101 billion SR, a major decrease from 310 billion SR we had at the beginning of our term. As per the latest stats, the economy shrank 18% in the last 4 years on average. In short, we are suffering from a decreased economic capacity. And our debt, we have a surplus, we should be fine. Our debt is 310 billion SR, down from 427 billion SR at the beginning of our term. We managed to bring it down quite a bit. As a result, international investment has increased along with our government budget. And unemployment. Unemployment is probably awful, but they're still not giving me the ability to pull unemployed peoples out of the cities to homesteads to make everybody happy. The unemployment rate remains a steady 16%. Well, there you go. It hasn't gotten worse. The change is mostly due to our lack of investments and economic planning. Those are all the questions I had, apart from, Simon, please, my beautiful money man, how do I fix this? Very well. I want to quickly highlight our budget expenditure. My numbers indicate that overall, we have been fairly conservative with our government budget. It is a good virtue to think ahead, but we ought to remember that money is not spent. Money that is not spent is just pieces of paper. Now that is out of our way, Simon paused to wipe his glasses. He swallowed before continuing. Mr. President, you may have surmised from the numbers I've given you that the economy has worsened considerably over the course of your administration. I want to prepare you for the truth. This is no longer a mere recession. We've entered a period that historians might reasonably refer to as a Swordist Great Depression. Achievement, Swordist Depression, thanks Steam, rubbing it in. We have broken our promises and failed our people. My only hope is that future generations will be able to forgive us when they look back. I've given them greater women's rights. I've improved schools and hospitals in rural communities, prevented the polio outbreak, improved the situation for the Bloods and the Anglo swords. These are sacrifices I am willing to make. All of the blame falls on your shoulders as a minister of the economy, Simon. You will resign. No, Simon is the best money man. I've been blessed to have him. We've done all we could. Now is the time to look to the future and try to fix your mistakes. It's kind of wishy-washy with we've done all we could, but we do need to fix things. And I do want to fix things. With a team like this, we will, I'm sure of it. no offense, but the previous vice president doesn't exactly strike me as an economic mastermind. Things should run more smoothly with me on board. We will get through this together. That is all for our meeting today. Thank you for coming. The meeting dispersed. I hurried to the cafeteria to grab a cup of coffee. More reports. I'm not gonna be happy. HOS AIDS election campaign. Dang, made a friend after all. Marcel Caranti's HOS Advertising, the biggest advertising agency in Swordland, volunteered to help with the election campaign. I guess he feels indebted after all. They will provide consulting and design work for campaign material. The agency also produced video material for television, which will be televised extensively by channels owned by HOS Media Group. I hate to say it, but people really are goldfish if they see the same commercial over and over again. That's how people vote. A lot of people do vote based on their convictions and following politics, but for everybody else, whatever they see enough of is how they vote. So who's got more commercials? If a politician during a Senate hearing is spending more time pretty much campaigning for him and his party instead of doing his job because there's cameras there, people vote because they see it. So this could help me out actually. HOS resorts will also be open to all party events and meetings during the campaign period. NFP welcomes General Lutheran's son. The National Front Party has welcomed General Lutheran's son into their midst today in Holsword. Seeing a Lutheran back in politics is shocking to many citizens. General Lutheran infamously organized a military coup against former President Wissi that led to the Swordist Civil War. Mr. Kibbener has organized the event to appeal to his voter base. This is a symbolic step for the NFP, as Lutheran was arguably the most well-known nationalist in Swordland. So our opposition isn't only going to be our own party, but also, I don't know, what's the comparison? Maybe not the son of Hitler, but still a pretty bad guy. PFJP Richter slogan, victory to everyone. As the 1957 election starts to approach, Franz Richter and the People's Reform and Justice Party are making waves in Lock Haven. Their campaign slogan, victory for everyone, covered the city after the campaign visit to the city. The PFJP has been the United Swordland Party's major opposition since their formation, each year earning a higher percentage of the votes. I wish. I'm pretty sure PFJP voted with me for the reforms. My own opposition has been my own party. Alright, scheduled television interview at the Blue Mansion in Lock Haven. Let's do this. Maybe I've got my party behind my back after the initial campaign speech. The kickoff speech. Now I have to appeal to all the citizens. Except maybe for the nationalists. I don't care about them. I don't want to appeal to the nationalists. 59 seats is pretty beefy and a micro. What I want to do is seep the votes away from the PFJP. I want to be the party for the reformers. And I'll probably get a decent chunk of independent votes for all the help I've been doing for the workers, the women, and the Bluedish people. The makeup crew had just finished their preparations for the interview. Lucian stopped me on my way to the balcony of the Blue Mansion, where the filming crew was standing ready to start filming. "Are you ready for the interview, sir?" "Yes, I'm ready. Every other option is awful." "Not sure this is a good idea. It's television. It's television, people are rioting, we have to bring stability. We need votes if we need a second term to bring stability." "Good. I have done my best to make this happen. This is very important for administration." The crew is ready to start filming. Mr. Sacker is excited to interview you. As I explained before, it would be very bad press to decline this interview offer. They are the most prestigious interview program in the world. And they're from Kairut. The country is known for its neutrality. I don't think it'll be too much pressure. I hope so, Lucian. I walked to the balcony and sat on the seat prepared for me directly in front of Mr. Sacker. Does Mr. Sacker get an entry? No entry for the journalist. Mr. President, welcome to One-on-One. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you. Let us begin with the latest incident between Sordland and Rumberg. An aircraft of the Swordist Air Force was shot down by Rumbergian anti-air guns a few weeks ago. Officials from the Rumbergian government proclaimed that the aircraft was flying inside the airspace of Rumberg. Your government has been silent, apart from a few statements which claim that your plane was indeed in Swordish airspace when it was shot down. Do you believe the Rumbergian forces initiated an intentional attack? We do have reason to believe that yes, they are increasingly aggressive over the last years. Must have been a mistake as weakness, no. We have reason to believe that, yes. They have been increasingly aggressive. The AN recognizes it, every regional power could attest to it, and it is giving a strong front against Rumberg. Does that mean there will be more hostilities on the horizon? It is up to Rumberg to decide that for now. I hope not. We are willing to do what it takes to not create a conflict. I can't say for sure. We'll have to ask Queen Livingston herself. That does kind of put the ball in her court. We don't know there's going to be conflict. What does the Queen think? Does Queen want conflict? And it certainly sounds more sure of myself than I hope not. Do you believe these harassments could lead to an actual war between Sordland and Rumberg in the future? I hope not. We will do what we can to not create a conflict. I honestly doubt that. I believe that is what Rumberg wants. They have been working to get a justification for such an action. I do believe that. That's been clear ever since day one, even before the airplane thing, back when it was just financing the Young Swords. Not the Young Swords, they financed the Bludish separatists in Velen and at home, but we take care of our own, so the violence hasn't been too bad here. This week, the United Contadin government has condemned Rumberg for their actions against Sordland. Now that Sordland is also a member of the CSP, do you think this would deter Rumberg from creating a broader conflict? That is not even a question. Queen Beatrice is not crazy to go against the whole CSP. Yes, it will surely deter her from creating a war, but they will likely continue their harassment in other ways. Definitely sounds more sure, more authoritative than, I don't know, they want to be a third power. You have also earlier claimed that Rumberg has been spying on your administration, and the alleged spy was none other than your own secretary. Rumberg has since denied all your claims. He stared into my eyes, awaiting a response. And, of course, they would deny it. However, Sordland knows the truth. We have all the evidence it was them. The world should know about Rumberg's interference in its neighbors. This is a very serious accusation, Mr. President. Well, the scandal caused by that resulted in Mr. Vectorn leaving his office. He was blamed, and you appointed a new vice president. Many claim that this was just an internal political move designed to eliminate the vice president. What do you have to say about those accusations? We've recently lost Mr. Vector. I don't appreciate you asking me such a question. He was a friend of mine. It is all nonsense. We have evidence she was working for Rumberg. Her real name was Ela Vance. I just laughed for these baseless accusations. I talked about this in detail in the past. You can check what I've said. But we have recently lost Mr. Vector. I do want to show a more human side to me. Let the people know I suffer just as they have. Sorry, Peter. But as a VP, you were drunk. As a martyr, you can help humanize me. I know you were very close, Mr. Rain. My condolences. But I didn't get an answer to my question. The accusation is absurd. Mr. Vector was guilty for leaking classified information to a foreign spy. But don't you think you were partly to blame? She was your secretary. It was going on right under your nose. Don't want to repeat myself here. I've already talked about this earlier. I do like his hardball question. He's leading into it. He wants to make me sweat. First, I'm not responsible for processing background checks. Second, it was Mr. Vector who employed her. To some extent, yes. All of our administration shares the responsibility for letting such a scandal take place. I'm not so high up my own backside, that I'm going to deny all responsibility. I want the people to see that. He didn't look like he was satisfied with my response. He stopped for a moment and took a brief look at his papers. Okay, let's return back to your foreign policy. Let's talk about the ongoing conflict about the Helgeland Island. I believe Sordland stands together with Vagosland on this matter. In fact, despite condemnation from Magnolian leader Van Horten, you recognize Helgeland as a rightful Vagosland land. According to reports from yesterday, Vagoslandian Navy had finally attacked the Agnolian fleet at Helgeland Island. Today, Prime Minister Van Horten announced that the island is indeed under invasion. He said Vagoslandian troops land on the island, and with all the reports that I get, why is this the first I'm hearing about it? You also recently joined the CSP. I'm sure this invasion was a point of discussion in a meeting with Maleniev. What is Sordland's role in this conflict? What was discussed in that meeting that led to the island's invasion? That was not the point of discussion or meeting. Sordland is not taking any sides, is a blatant lie since we are acknowledging Vagoslandian claim. Sordland has nothing to do with the invasion. However, Vagosland has a right to intervene in Helgeland. We discussed the reality of the situation. Agnolia has been oppressing the ethnic Vogs of the island. That is unacceptable. It is, for me, ultimately about Agnolia's violent oppression of the Vogs. Would Sordland also get involved if the situation gets out of control? As a peacekeeping force, yes. We can't let the Markian Sea turn into a war zone. I hope the situation will not come to that. But we do intend to be a force in the region to keep the peace in the area. Okay. Let's move on to another topic. Last year, a huge conflict took place close to your borders with Belen. When Vezek forces partook in a massacre of the Buddhist civilians under the guise of eliminating the Buddhist Freedom Front, Sordland decided to watch the atrocities take place. In fact, you not only closed the borders to the refugees fleeing from a massacre, your border guards worked in cooperation with the Vezek forces. Will you accept responsibility of thousands of lives that were lost in Velen? Of course not. We had nothing to do with what went on inside Velen. We only protected our own borders. It is true we worked with Mr. Smolak, but I don't think anyone can blame Sordland for protecting its borders. It breaks my heart to see so many people die in Velen. Could we have done something? Definitely. But the conflict had nothing to do with us. See, we're not a violent people. We're not going to get involved in Helgeland unless it's for peace. We're not going to get involved in the violence in Velen. Many have criticized Sordland for its role in the conflict. Do you not accept any of the criticisms? No. There is nothing about protecting our country. Our role, really. Why don't you ask Mr. Smolak these questions? Sure, we could have helped these refugees. But then again, how do we distinguish civilians from militants? Easily, and I did tell them to be lenient at the border. You could have, on the gesture of the director. He stopped before finishing his sentence. Well, it seems that's all the time we have for today. The director shouted at the crew to stop recording. We both stood up and shook hands. Thank you for your valuable time, Mr. President. It was a pleasure. Likewise, Mr. Sacker. I enjoyed it very much. Thank you for coming to Swordland. I can't say the same. Hopefully next time we'll meet again in Kairut. I enjoyed it very much. Thank you for coming. I hope to interview you again in the future. Lucian walked up to the director and started talking to him. I went inside the building. So how'd it go? 7 news bits? Codex entry added for Mansoon Lek. Don't tell me it's yet another assassination. Mansoon Lek, did something happen? Don't say was, is. Okay. What's in 57? After the poisoning of Fethi Ejol, invited back to the WPB and selected new presidential candidate. Cool. We see eye to eye. So if he does become a good opposition force, I could see us working together. WPB leader poisoned. Leader of the Workers' Party of Blodia, Fethi Ejol, was poisoned by a nerve agent and was hospitalized in serious condition. During his trip to Sarna to deliver a speech for his campaign, he suddenly became ill and was immediately taken to a hospital. Is that the same guy who was poisoned? Is this a repeat, or is this a second person poisoned? Because if that's 2 people poisoned, that's concerning. If it's a repeat, then okay. Already knew that. Lockhaven, controversial PR visit. What? Not this one, was it? Not my news report. Following a brief visit to Lockhaven, there has been an outcry against the unpopular president, with violent protests feared to be imminent. The city is deeply unhappy with the president's term, and there have already been calls by some for Rain's resignation. I gave these guys high-speed rail. Come on, come on. CPS, huge campaign. Which one's CPS? Communist Party? The Communist Party of Swordland has organized a large campaign push in the city of Morna, as the next election looms at the distance. There has been an increase of support for communism, and some anti-communist groups for the next election. The CPS may earn enough votes to enter the Grand National Assembly. And how are things around the country? Radicals got 2 articles on me. Workers' Party announces Lek as a replacement for Ejel. Workers' Party of Blodia announced the independent MP and the previous leader of the WPB, Mansoon Lek, to be the replacement for Fethi Ejol. In a public speech, Lek said, I left the party on my own volition after failing to pass the threshold years ago. I never expected to be here again. Unfortunately, Fethi Ejol was targeted by ultra-nationalists, and I was asked to replace him during this tumultuous time. I am grateful to every Workers' Party member for welcoming me back with such open arms. Rest assured, I will do my best to serve this honorable task given to me, and will not let Ejol down. Swordland today. Protesters occupy the Blue Mansion. Alright, Karanti, if you're giving me your support, I expect to see it in the Swordland today. Protesters in Lockhaven marched to Republic Avenue, briefly occupied the City Hall, and later took over the Blue Mansion. Protesters who occupied the famous government building demanded the resignation of Anton Rain, alleging that the president has violated the constitutional rights of the protesters and blamed the government for pushing the country to chaos. Police surrounded the mansion and are still waiting for protesters to leave the building. The crowd chanted slogans, "Say no to divided Swordland Party." Lockhaven Times, Mansoon Lek is back at the WPB. 2 weeks after Ejol was poisoned, the Workers' Party of Blodia announced that Mansoon Lek rejoined the party again to assume the leadership position. The party released a statement saying that Ejol's condition is currently stable, but his recovery will take a long time. We invited back our previous leader, Lek, back to lead the assembly, and he was very gracious to accept our offer, said the WPB spokesperson. It is unclear if the rising trend of WPB will continue with Lek's leadership. I, for one, hope it does. Rainomics improve living standards. See, Radical, at least you have my back now. At the end of his term, President Rain has brought more changes to Swordland than ever, albeit not all are positive. Yet, the situation with Swordland's living standards has increased. Based on new research, Sworded citizens' life expectancy is at its highest in history. The president's policies have given every person the same economic opportunities to strive forward. It is the most excellent news for any Sworded resident since the reforming of the Republic. At least I got that to look forward to. Ever since President Rain entered the Maroon Palace, it has gotten worse. We are in a pit of an economic depression where the people are losing jobs, houses, and lives on a daily basis. Either the president lacks the competency of a leader, or pleasures himself on the suffering of others. It is inconceivable to assume the latter, and a complete disappointment to the former. Whichever way, a new president will replace him in the next election. Along with Anton Rain, the phrase Swordish's Great Depression will be etched into the national record. Swordish's Great Depression. At least the people are being taken care of in this depression. They can move, job standards are up, living standards are up. There might be a depression, but I'm shielding them. Our businesses are closing left and right. Investors chased away over our lack of response. Our unemployment rates are as high as ever, while our GDP is as low as it can be. President Rain's substandard leadership has shoved the country into the pit of depression, instead of pulling it out. In all meanings and senses, Anton Rain is the worst president in Swordland history. Worse for the businesses, but the people hate me. They hate me while I improve the living standards. Valgoslin occupies Hegeland, when just 10 years ago, it was Agnolia occupied Hegeland. This morning, Valgoslandian forces have occupied Hegeland with only a small amount of casualties, when the forces of Hegeland surrendered after the invasion that was executed yesterday. After the surrender, Chancellor Hegel has reclaimed Hegeland as part of Valgosland and described the events as a triumph of freedom and the reversal of historic injustices. Agnolian leader Van Horten condemned the invasion, and the AN for leaving Agnolia alone and not interfering. This was a drastic first step of Valgoslandian and Maroneevist invasion in Eastern Marcopa, and I'm warning those who allowed them to do this. This is how liberty dies, he said. Agnolian Navy has also returned back to Stalport after a brief firefight with the Valgoslandian forces. It's alright then. I doubt that Agnolia, with its weak military, will be able to escalate this to the point where we have an active cross back and forth fight in the Marcopan Sea. I mean, sure, Arcasia might want to, but they've got a port in Ravnos, and the CSP has a backing of Valgosland, has Valgosland's backing, a port in Conriat, missile base in Duru. So I don't see this issue escalating any further. I think Agnolia is simply going to have to lick its tail. Report from Holsword, Mansoon might return to WPB to fill Egel's role. According to reports in the capital, due to the serious condition of Egel, the leadership of the Workers' Party of Blodia held an emergency meeting in their party headquarters in Holsword to appoint a new leader as their presidential candidate. After the meeting, the party invited Mansoon Lek to their headquarters. Cool. Early morning at the Rain household. Alright. A bit of home life away from the stress of the economy and the riots. As usual, I woke up early in the morning. I put on my clothes and went downstairs. I made a cup of finely grounded Swordish coffee, along with a slice of buttered toast, and sat down for the TV to watch the morning news. I changed the channel to SBC News and took a bite of my toast. I am curious to see what President Rain's response will be. Oh no, response to what? Did something happen? Is there an incident? Or did somebody say something and I got a counter? For those who are tuning in late, today is certainly going to be a rough day for the administration. It's the announcement of the depression, isn't it? We have confirmation about the certainty of these leaks. This is nothing short of a major scandal that could very well lead to the impeachment of President Rain. I froze. and dropped the toast I was about to bite into. Why is this the first I'm hearing about this? It's Hawker. I didn't break the Supreme Court, and now he's fabricating evidence against me. As per the recent information we have received, President Rain's name is mentioned many times in these leaks. According to the documents, she picked up the paper in front of her and started reading. President Rain bribed Alvin Clavin with the vice presidency position while the Reform Committee was in session. Ooh. President Rain also bribed Franz Richter with a check while the Reform Committee was in session. Who leaked this? We have been trying to reach out to the Maroon Palace about these allegations and scandals. However, we've been unable to reach anyone yet. Flip the table. Throw the remote at the TV. I'm gonna turn the TV off. I turned off the TV. I buried my face in my hands. Oh no, where's the news? Corruption of Rain revealed. On top of SBC report, our top SBC reporter has broken one of the most scandalous stories ever in Sordis politics. The leaks were given to the television channel through credible resources and announced publicly for the transparency of the public. Finally, the corrupt acts of President Rain are revealed for the country to see. It won't be easy for the USB candidate to win the elections with a public backlash amounting from the reports. Worse could be on the way with a potential trial. The Rain team the Rain train is under the potential to come to a full stop as it stands. Will the palace even get to a second term? We will keep you updated on the latest developments. The lies of Rain, lies, lies, and tell more little lies, have spilled from President Rain's lips, are revealed in front of national television. Our nation is used to betrayal, but not at this scale. The popular vote put its trust behind Rain nearly 4 years ago, and the results of the administration hasn't been the one anyone had hoped for. Soon, this will be a reign of the past, it seems. Emergency meeting in Arvery? Private meeting with Lilius Graf? So with Graf, but probably not about the state of Agland, nor of law enforcement. The historic Graf Manor lay on the outskirts of Arvery, at the end of a long, winding drive. Nearly 2 centuries old, it was as formidable as Lilius herself. Lilius had invited me here for private dinner, just the two of us. Is this also going to be seen as corruption? I wasn't sure of her motivations, but was happy to have an excuse to escape the chaos back in Holsword. Zerg dropped me off at the door. Knock. Bump bump. I used a heavy brass knocker to signal my arrival. The butler answered, and showed me into the parlor. Gas lanterns lent the wood-paneled room a cozy orange glow. Lilius was sitting on the sofa. Above her hung a nearly life-size portrait of a sallow, unhappy-looking young woman in a lace ball gown. Let's see, is that your mother? Lilius nodded. I was her only child, you know. Giving birth to me left her medically unable to conceive. My father never could forgive her for not bearing him a son, and she never forgave me. She took a measured sip of one of the 2 glasses of sparkling wine she was holding, and handed me the other. Poison. Sounds like it was a painful childhood. The silver lining is that despite personally despising me, they felt compelled to grant me all the advantages a son would have, including the education I needed to rise to my current position. My story? Why am I here? Would you be so kind as to tell me why you invited me over? Given how your wife spends her time these days, I thought she might be in need of a home-cooked supper, and so you invited me all the way across the country, all the way across the bay. The butler silently stepped into the parlor and rang a silver bell. Ah, speaking of which, she led me to the dining room, where a glittering chandelier hung from the high ceiling. Beneath it was a long table set for two. A woman in an apron and chef's hat, Vezic by her appearance, ceremoniously presented a roast rack of venison. Start eating? Smells delicious. A home-cooked supper, huh? I'll compliment it. It does smell delicious. Compliments to the Vezic chef. The groundskeeper shot it this morning. Lilius bowed her head and said a quick prayer, then motioned for me to dig in. It was some of the best meat I'd ever had. We ate in silence for a while. Then Lilius pensively laid down her cutlery. Anton, I want you to know that I have nothing but respect for you. Thanks. I respect you too. Thanks or respect you too. It's mutual. But given certain developments that have occurred over the course of your term, I believe you are no longer fit to lead the United Swordsman Party. Lilius took a deep breath. I wanted you to be the first to know that I myself will be running against you at the party congress. Spit out your food in shock. I forbid you. What the hell do you mean unfit? What do you mean? Don't play dumb with me. Did you think I'd sit by as you made a mockery of this country's constitution? The very constitution that is keeping this nation safe from internal and external threats. It makes sense that Lilius would be a conservative traditionalist. I mean, look at her. She comes from aristocracy. She has an estate where they could hunt venison on the grounds. And of course, she is a representative for stronger police forcing. Of course, she would be conservative. Even if you weren't steering this party further and further from its roots, you are a disgrace to the good name of Tarkeen Sol. Did you poison my food? How much money would it take? You're fired. Won't make a difference. Did you poison my food? Lilius reached over to my plate, took a forkful of meat, and ate it while looking me in the eye. I don't need those kind of tricks to beat you. I am doing you a courtesy tonight. I don't want to surprise you at the Congress, and I wanted to give you time to consider backing me. Sorry, Lilius, can't back down now. Our entire term has been to prop up the people and not just send guns into the streets. And I know that you, Lilius, are going to do just that. More nationalism, more police brutality. It's not going to happen. Sorry, Lilius. I can't back down now. I understand. I'll tender my official resignation once we're both back in Wholesword. I rose from my chair. It's a shame to lose you. I understand now why you never found a husband, dude, no. What happened now, Robbie, is scandal after scandal. Things are going so well with making steps to repair the economy and the election. And now they've leaked my bribes, my political promises, to put Albin Clavin as my VP, the direct money payments to Franz Richter in the PFJP, and now Graf doesn't like that I'm trying to modernize the party, make it more socialist, make it less nationalist. She wants to run against me in the party. And she especially doesn't like, it seems, that I'm doing everything I can to distance the party from Tarkeen Sol. She is a strong, soulless nationalist at heart, and I have not been pleasing her enough. It is a shame to lose you. Likewise. I'll have the butler show you out. She stayed seated as her butler gently led me outside. As Serg and I drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror and saw her silhouette in the doorway. So I was being challenged from within my own party. At least Lilius wouldn't pose too much of a threat. Or so I'd hoped. Nationalism on the surface is for the nation, but it's always about a specific idea of the nation. Like the Angle swords in Swordland, in England, the swords throughout the country, and the Bloods in Bergia. They're all part of the nation. Men and women, part of the nation. Rural and urban, part of the nation. But they have their own view of Swordland being for the swords, with the vision of Tarquin's soul. Less democratic. You don't want the Bloods in Bergia rising up. You don't want the peasant people in the countries any more educated than they should be. They would prefer them to just learn nothing but military and salute the statue of Sol. Hence why nationalism is almost never a good idea. Socialism for sure is for the nation, that's why I'm promoting it. But it doesn't fit their idea of what the nation should be. CSP modernizes Navy with new ships. Sorda's Minister of Defense, General Josef Lancia, is reporting that we received the supplies and new battleships from the CSP. According to his reports, CSP has sent us new ammo types and supplies. Their high explosive and armor-piercing rounds are expected to increase our combat effectiveness on sea and land by 50%. Furthermore, they have also instructed our engineers to further reinforce our battleships. The belt range thickness has been increased to 450 millimeters. General Yosef has named one of the newly upgraded battleships the Conriat's Revenge, which made some of the engineers from Vogelsland somewhat uncomfortable. Yosef, don't you go nationalist too. It is very much a they problem, but they're making it a me problem. Minister of Interior Graf resigns. Better headline, Graf's gaffe. In a sad turn of events for the Reign administration, I bet you that she's the one who leaked the corruption. Interior Minister Lilius Graf. I bet you. See, we had no reports of Sol's visit. I think it was Graf. Graf has been hindering our intelligence, I think, and using what information she has to damage me politically already. Interior Minister Lilius Graf handed in her resignation following nearly 4 years in the cabinet. Graf, the former mayor of Holsard and Artery, overcame the barriers posed by her sex to become one of Holsard's most beloved conservative political figures, and few expect her to simply retire. Some insiders speculate that Graf is preparing a run for USP leadership, which, given how the party has strayed under our former president, may end up being quite successful. Graf throws in the towel. More chaos in the Reign government, as Lilius Granny Graf resigned from her position as Interior Minister. The reasons for her resignation were not publicly given, although, as one of the country's most hardline solists and religious conservatives, it stood to reason that she and Reign would have a falling out at one point or another. We'll be watching her next moves extremely closely. Political overview, cabinet. We now have an empty seat in the interior. Could be my chance to get some political ammo by putting somebody in there. Military parade. Great. We have allegations of unconstitutional corruption and maybe even impeachment. The party's falling apart. The country's economy's falling apart. But we get to have a parade. It was an unusual day for the residents of Holsord. Regularly used streets and avenues were blocked off by the military personnel. Many shops and cafes were closed, and once crowded stores are now empty. Instead, thousands of residents in Holsord were concentrated on one street, Victory Avenue. Stretching out through the heart of Holsord. People on both sides of the road were waving the soldiers' flags proudly for the military parade. I was getting prepared to embark on my trip. It was going to be a short drive down Victory Avenue until we reached Maroon Palace. My company for this trip was Yosef, with Serg as usual, driving the presidential car. Yosef approached me. He was wearing his decorated ceremonial outfit. He carried a sword with a goat head on the handle, and his pistol by his hip. He put on his cap. Mr. President, we are almost ready. We will depart right after the tank column. Good. Rumberg will think twice after today. They will tremble before the soldier's military might. After hearing the loud thump of a book falling to the floor, he turned to a couple of privates that were doing preparations on schedules and started walking in their direction. Oh no. Private, can't you do your job properly? I watched the young soldiers perform a lousy salute to Yosef. What is that salute, soldier? Watch, this is a real salute. He performed an excellent salute, and after scolding the privates, he walked back, strict as ever. Doesn't give me much confidence that our soldiers do not even know how to properly salute. I will have him educated. Serg appeared from the entrance and joined us. Mr. President, Mr. Lancia. Mr. Lancia? Is he a mister? He's not retired, is he? Security professional, serves initial defense. Serg performed a salute to Yosef, which made Yosef smile under his mustache. At ease, Mr. Volkner. Do they serve together, or is it just courtesies? Are we ready to depart yet? Yes, sir. Follow me, please. We started following Serg through the corridors. Serg, could I make you my Minister of the Interior? Mr. President, have you seen the tanks? Our planes, too. Rumberg will be so scared when they see this. Yes, Serg, I have seen it. My kids are very excited to wake up today, you know, to see the planes fly. Serg, where did you do your military service? Morna, 7th Artillery Squadron. I still talk to many of my friends from those days. Camaraderie of the military is never forgotten. I still talk with many from my days as well. What about you, sir? All over Swordland, you know. Mr. President was under my command once. Gummerin Outpost. He turned to me. Do you remember those days as if I could forget? Unfortunately, I do. Who can forget about Major Lancia? We called him the Relentless. Why is my economy even worse, Sobek? I can only blame foreign interference. I've had so many infrastructure investments, put money into Angolan, we got trade partners. Trade is improving, but I in part do blame riots in the streets. If we didn't have violence starting again, then commerce wouldn't be interrupted. Just as I put an international airport in Benfi, a major international airport, draw in tourists, diversify the economy, wealth throughout Grunny and the nation. What happens? But violent protesters, not even violent protesters anymore, rioters and rebels taking over commercial and government areas, causing damage. I can only blame Arcasia. They must be funding this. Who could forget Major Lancia, the Relentless? Yosef let out a long laugh. Good old days. I also remember, Mr. President, did not like to execute direct orders from his superiors. Look, the only neoliberal thing I've had is a privatization of healthcare, a small bit of it. Everything else, we destroyed Mr. Tusk to nationalize Bergia Steel, government-funded education, government-funded transportation, the works. Did what needed to be done. I did do what needed to be done, which was disobeying orders, but I won't delve into the past. We are here, sir. We exited the building and walked over to the clearance, where the black Cadillac, the presidential car, was waiting. It was decorated properly for the event, and the top canopy had been removed. The top canopy had been removed, so I could stand and wave to the people. Is this going to be my JFK moment? On the way to the car, generals and admirals were lined up on both sides of the carpet. The atmosphere immediately changed when these experienced men who fought many times for their country saluted me. I saluted back with respect. I saluted the high-ranking military staff and attachés from the CSP. We shook hands before proceeding. I entered the car, and Serg started the engine. Yosef saluted me. We were on our way very shortly. Good luck, Mr. President. The car started rolling. Even though there were many walls and trees in between the car and the crowd, I was able to hear the deafening sounds of cheering Swordfish citizens. These people need to make up their mind. Do they cheer for me, or are they rioting against me? What's going on here? See, that is why I have full confidence they are Arcassian collaborateurs. Gradually, we made our way to the starting point. A couple of old propelled planes flew over our heads, and I thought whether the planes were older than me. Loud footsteps of the marching soldiers were followed by loud noises coming from tank engines. The tanks came into my view. They were not the most modern models, however, they displayed their military might. I couldn't even finish my thought, and one of the tanks broke down and had to be towed. A beautiful show of force. We waited for a few minutes for the announcement. Finally, it was our turn. On both sides of the Victory Avenue, there were numerous citizens cheering my name, waving their Swordfish flags. Wave, raise your fist, salute. Raise my fist, I think. I raised my fist. Looking at the benches where the general staff was sitting at, I saw Tarquin Sol sitting next to General Vulcan. Didn't I say? This is why I have to remove Vulcan. From this distance it was hard to tell, but he tipped his hat off to me, and I could swear that he was smiling. We kept our slow and steady pace. We were almost at the Arthur S. Wissey statue several hundred meters away. Though in all fairness, I guess it's only fair that Tarquin Sol is more public again, seeing as I put Kantanen military bases on Duru, missile silos right in his backyard. Sorry to his quiet retirement, but I don't care. A group of soldiers saluted me as we passed by. They looked proud and stout with the new infantry uniforms and brand new rifles. The convoy continued and the music changed. Why did the music change? As I looked around and saw that there was a military truck parked next to the statue in the distance. Hey, Serg, is that truck part of the parade? I think so, Mr. President. Although I'm not sure why it is parked. It's a coup. It's a military coup. We do have unruly generals who are ignoring reports and resisting our commands. And now Kruger is seen with Tarquin Sol. And now a truck out of place. We continued and neared the statue. The truck was standing in the middle of the road, blocking the parade a few dozen meters in front of us. This is a blockade. It's an ambush. What's going on? You see the truck? I don't know, sir. Something's wrong. His jaw clenched, and he was intently watching. Serg then picked up the radio. There seems to be a truck in the way. Is it part of the... 3 men, who jumped out of the truck, started running towards our car. They were holding KA-74s pointed straight at us. Serg, floor it now. Serg quickly exited the car. Gunmen started firing, and my ears started ringing. The sounds of the bullets' impacts were very horrifying. The car hit one of the soldiers. They were about to crash into the truck in front of us. Start praying, close your eyes, hold on as tight as you can. I held on as tight as I could, safety first. I regained consciousness after the crash. The muffled scream from the crowds combined with the car horn. A brief gunfight ensued outside as the police and soldiers rushed over to secure the vehicle. My head was spinning, and my ears were still ringing. The car horn... Serg? I've lost Serg, haven't I? The car horn just wouldn't stop. I looked over to the driver's seat. Serg's head was leaning against the wheel, completely motionless. I froze. He's just knocked out, right? He's just knocked out. Emergency medical teams arrived and started examining me. After confirming that there were no injuries, I stood up and looked around. Trails of blood were leading to the dead gunman behind the presidential car. I watched the medics pull Serg's lifeless body from the car and into a black body bag. And continue. They expect me to continue from here after losing Serg. Okay, so what did I do wrong? What I did wrong was step on Tarkin's soul's toes a bit too much, I think. Without addressing the old guard in the generals in the army, this was a straight-up coup attempt. Soul was with Kruger, who greatly disapproves of me maintaining the chain of command with him under Yosef. The desolinization, this is probably response to desolinization. Interior opens investigation into assassination attempt. With judiciary approval, the Minister of the Interior has opened an investigation into the recent assassination attempt. Police forces and private detectives have been deployed. Higher security measures have been put in place to avoid any future attempt. Parade report. Yosef Lancia reported that the military personnel who were involved with the parade's organization and security checks have been put under custody till further notice. Yosef I've always wanted to prop up Yosef as opposed to Kruger. Get Kruger out of here. But haven't had the chance to yet. So I'm guessing this is a consequence of going for more reforms, even in the military, without weeding out the old guard. Gotta weed out the old guard of the party, the old guard of the military. Attention all citizens of the Greater Holsword region. After the assassination attempt on President Rain today, the city of Holsword and all nearby cities are now under an immediate lockdown. Temporary security measures will be taken while investigations are underway. Please remain in your homes and report any suspicious behavior to the police. Do your duty for your country. Great, but there's a problem. How are they going to get this news? They gotta leave their homes to buy the newspapers, to read the newspapers, then go home. 3 shot trying to kill Rain. 3 assassins have been killed today after an attempt on President Rain's life. During the much-anticipated military parade, attackers were seen jumping out of a military truck with Ka-74s. Ka-74s. Aren't those of Romish make? Kensington Automatica, developed in the Kingdom of Rumburg. We're passing by. In the middle of thousands of innocent people, they aimed at the president. A citywide search has begun to find the connections of the assailant, as the Holsword police is at high alert. President Rain was seen shaken by the incident, as he was moved to a hospital in an ambulance. Attempt to murder Rain fails. You know, the good news is national myths and unity can come from anywhere. We could use this as a unifying force, maybe to distract from possible impeachment. President Rain's life has been threatened today. During the military parade, 3 men with rifles jumped out of a truck and started shooting at the president's car. Thankfully, the attempt has failed. Government officials are warning everyone to go back to their homes, as investigations are now underway. The entire Holsword police force seems to have been dispatched, with many more coming in from nearby cities. Truly, this has been a scary day for Swordland, and a close call for President Rain. How's Radical? Is Radical going to denounce the violence? They do want to see changes, but they tend to be more not violent than this. Who was behind the assassination attempt? How was this even possible? In the middle of a military parade, surrounded by tanks, jets, and thousands of soldiers, 3 assassins jumped out of a military truck in an attempt to kill Rain. How could this even happen? This has to be an inside job. Period. I agree. There is simply no other way that would justify assassins jumping out of a military truck during a parade. President Rain better be more careful with who he can trust from now on. No matter what, a president is a president, and that is coming from the Radical. Rain is a democratically elected head of our country, and an attack on him means an attack on democracy and Swordland. We hope the reasons behind the attack is found, with haste, so we can get some answers. Continue. The will of the state. You know, I wonder if these titles are always the same. They probably are, and just take on different contexts depending. Because will of the state could be what? Impeachment this year? The election this year? A change in party policy, a party leadership? Away from me to Lilius Graf, maybe? Or the will of the nationalist people towards a resurgency of soulism? World leaders to gather at Alliance of Nations, calling for a session on the current affairs. World leaders will be gathering at the Alliance of Nations next week. The main highlights from the upcoming agenda were announced, and as expected, they will be around current issues in Eastern Maricopa. In addition to the member states from the region, President Walker and Chairman Malena will be delivering their speeches at the Assembly. All eyes will turn to Constantium, Kairut, as a historic session will be taking place at the Alliance of Nations headquarters. The KA-74s, by the way, is an interesting thing because Rumberg hasn't tried to find any opportunity to attack me. They funded Bloodish rebels, and in response, I made the living conditions for the Bloods even better. They sent a spy that my vice president was sleeping with, and in response, I sent her to trial, made him resign. They shot down an airplane, and in response, I got the nation to chastise Rumberg, embarrass them. So it's not without reason to assume that Rumberg might be liaisoning with members of my staff, in particular Kruger, who is more nationalist, more soulist, and definitely doesn't like where I'm going. I'm not going to go so far to suggest that Rumberg is also behind Lilius Graf wanting to oppose me in the party, though this is convenient for her. If I get shot and killed, she is the next step up to take my place. I did ally with Contana, and if this is a scenario that is backed by the Arcasians, who are now more blatantly behind Rumberg, that is also a possibility that this leader has aligned himself officially with Contana, and so they want to pop my head off, as is historical. Kill off the president, democratically elected, just socialist, and who has objectively raised the living standards of everyone in his country, to put in a nationalistic but capitalistic despot in my place. Funeral of Surge. Okay, Surge is definitely going to get a state funeral. Schedule for the Alliance of Nations session. We have received the schedule for the upcoming Alliance of Nations session. According to the dates outlined, Sorlin 1 is being prepared for the flight to Constantium Kairut. Minister of Foreign Affairs David West will be attending the session, as well as accompanying Mr. President on the flight. Look, I want to fix the economy. That's why I put in the L1 high-speed rail. That's why I put money into building up a major airport in Benfi, and put money into Angoland. Our trade volume is amazing. Trade volume is fantastic. But the riots that are popping out just are not helping. Things could be worse though. We prevented the polio crisis. Imagine the hit to the economy if there was a literal plague spreading around from Bergia to Nargis to Gelsland and Hulsord. I just need a second term for all of my seeds to sprout. Nothing but seeds planted. And even Simon Hole admits that plenty of my policies have done great things and are doing great things. It's just, the hole is just that deep at this point. If given more opportunities for where to put the money, it's going to have to go directly into production. Trade is great. Standard of living and people's purchasing power is great. The debt is dropping. We just need production to rise to fit everywhere else. Even logistics. Infrastructure is great, logistics is great, trade is amazing. It's just... we just have 3 huge holes in Bergia. I don't get how England isn't getting things done, because there's salmon rotting in Lenkberg. When Volgosland buys our fish, Lenkberg, make it happen. But first, the funeral of Sergei Volkner. A light drizzle. Every funeral it rains. A light drizzle was coming down as my car came to a stop by the Holsword Grand Cemetery. Achievement. Just another funeral. Wow. The game's achievements at this point are straight up rubbing it in and insulting me. How many funerals have you had so far? Bernard Circus. Peter. Now Serg. Was there anyone else? I think that was it. If you don't want to count, say, the anniversaries for other historic figures. I was losing track of how many funerals I had to attend by now. My new driver opened the door. I had forgotten his name already. He offered to carry my umbrella. I will hold my own umbrella, just as I said to Serg. Under the watchful eyes of security officers in military uniforms, I started walking amidst the gravestones. A small crowd of family and friends gathered on the final resting place of Serg Volkner. Some in the media were calling him a hero. He was. The brave driver who saved the president by sacrificing his life. It was true. Despite my protests, security wouldn't permit a larger funeral. Anton Rain, regardless of how I was raising him, even without my input, wanted a larger funeral. Serg deserved it. I walked up to his widow, Susan. I had never met her in person before. She was holding a framed photo of Serg in her arms. I'm so sorry for everything. Miss Volkner, I will never forget what your husband has done for me, or my condolences. This is his moment and her moment. I'm so sorry. We hugged, and she cried on my shoulder. I crouched next to Serg's children. Little George was crying silently next to his sister, Erica. Wipe their tears, pat them on their heads, hug them. They shall be like family now. Your father was a great man. Don't ever forget that. They were too young to experience the pain of losing a father. I walked over to stand next to the priest, who stepped back upon my arrival. I looked around at everyone's faces. Today, we have gathered to mourn the man who saved my life. Don't make it about me. Mourning the hero of a nation. We are setting off a friend, a husband, and a father. Serg Volkner was a true sword. He was honest, proud, and brave. He was more than a simple driver for me. He was a real friend. Serg Volkner was loved by many, and he will be missed dearly. He was honest, proud, and brave. He will be missed. All these are true. A true sword, honest, proud, and brave. Wouldn't be able to find a single person who did not enjoy his company. Memories engraved in all of our minds and hearts. Remember him well. Wouldn't find a single person who did not enjoy his company. Be forever burdened with the fact that this happened because of me. We must never forget that I am standing here right now because of his sacrifice. This is Serg's time, not mine. He has left us too soon. Avenge his death. The family he has left behind will have the full support of the government. I hope that's true. I hope he does have a pension and everything else, and benefits. In bereavement and beyond. I swear to cherish the life that he has once again granted me with. Granting him the title, Hero of Swordland. Granting him the military rank of Major. In these dark times, we must come together in unity. Can't I do all of them? Hey, crab boy, fluff already? Alright. Ouch. I will grant him the military right of Major, the rank of Major. May his memory last forever. Farewell, brother. Thank you for your services, Serg. The blue spot on his face, that is a teardrop, crab boy. That is Anton Rain crying because of all the mistakes being made. Crab boy, that was there since yesterday, come on. Farewell, brother. And by giving him the rank of Major, that should give other military benefits to his family. The casket started to be lowered. The casket hit the ground. Mourners sprinkled a handful of dirt on Serg's grave. His wife and children hugged each other. I realized it was time for me to leave. As I turned back on Serg's final resting place, I looked up at the dark clouds above. It started pouring. Serg. Others. Serg was... During a military parade in 1957, he was killed by assassins who attempted to kill President Rain. Today, he is regarded as a national hero who saved Anton Rain by taking the bullet. Although I would rather Serg didn't have to. Alliance of Nations. Bear in mind that's with a gap in my Ministry of the Interior. Cannot fill that in first. We're missing a member of the cabinet. And we're just gonna fly around the world. President attends driver's funeral. In his first public appearance, the tragic attack on the motorcade, President Rain attended the funeral of the deceased driver, Serg Volkner. It is still not known which faction or factions had the audacity to plan such a blatant attempt on the president's life. Due to lingering uncertainty, the funeral was a small, private affair, with only a small group of family and friends, as well as heavy security in attendance. Serg Volkner, hero of Swordland. Coming from a middle-class upbringing, Serg Volkner lived an honest and earnest life. For more than 2 decades, he served as a driver and a bodyguard to government officials. He rose up among his peers and distinguished himself so much that he became the driver of the President's Swordland. Oh, Robbie, it's so much worse than that. Not only did they try to kill me at the military parade, but they got Serg. He selflessly did everything in his ability to do his job impeccably. He sacrificed his own life to protect the president at the cost of his own life. His children may now grow without a father, but they will always know that Serg Volkner was a hero of Swordland. Farewell, Serg. Funeral held for hero driver Serg Volkner, the chauffeur who selflessly gave his own life to block an assassination attempt on President Rain, was laid to rest at Holsword Grand Cemetery today. The president, as well as a small circle of Volkner's family and friends, were in attendance. Meanwhile, the brave driver has become something of a folk hero to thousands of swords. Songs have been written in his name, and a building-sized mural of him has been painted in his hometown. We can rest assured that Serg will not be forgotten. The upside is we can probably use this for political cookie points. Unifying against the national tragedy of a presidential attempted assassination, a new folk hero, slain in duty. A 1 on the death face. You know what? I don't have the thing for that up yet, but for Serg. For Serg. There we go. Had to wake it up. Not even 1 for Peter, it's 1 for Serg. Alliance of Nations time. I, David Wissey, and the rest of the Swordist delegation went to the Alliance of Nations, arrived in Kairut. The local police escorted us to the Alliance's headquarters in downtown Constantio, immediately recognizable by its gleaming dome. 100 push-ups for death. Crab boy, come on. Serg is in no position to do push-ups. On entering the building, we were met with a parliamentary guide, who briefed us about the procedures. After a strict security screening, the staff ushered us to the 3rd floor. We entered the massive circular assembly hall and took our designated seats. David sat next to me. All of the world's most powerful people, under one gleaming dome. One wrong word, and the road goes straight to hell. Glad to be among them. It's amazing how someone managed to fill a room with people that absolutely loathe each other. Glad to be among them. Everyone's words and actions here will change the world, for better or worse. How are you feeling, Anton? Ever since the assassination, I'm amazed you're even holding up well. It must have been tough for Miss Rain and the kids. We knew changing Swordsman is hard, but we could have never expected it to be this way. We'll manage to somehow. Still having nightmares about it. I just hope that ever decide it won't put Monica and the children in front of a barrel of a gun. Monica and I have come to terms with this, but not the kids, not Dina. Frank is safe and away from the country, but little Dina. And if I'm still having nightmares about the girl who was crushed by the tank in 1926, I probably am still getting new nightmares about this too. It's tough to be the president, making harsh decisions and dealing with their consequences. I wish I could have supported you more, but time has been a cruel mistress. What you have done, David, is more than enough. Don't treat yourself so harshly. From the distance, you could see the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Nines, approaching his designated position. Well, the session is about to start. Let's get comfortable. It's going to be a long day. Mr. Nines opened the session with a short speech and called for the first speaker to the floor. It is my great pleasure to invite the Prime Minister of Lesbia to address the Assembly. Patricio Alvarez, seeing his face for the first time, stood and walked up to the podium as the Assembly applauded. Mr. President, it is my pleasure to return to this podium. David leaned in and spoke in a low voice. Let's see how crazy this year's session will get. I'm surprised he isn't drunk. Let's see. When I last spoke here, the message I gave was of encouragement and support to this organization and the vital role it plays. Of all the challenges Eastern Maricopa and the whole world has faced since then, one has grown larger and more imminent than any other. Is it the CSP? He's going to win the CSP. The threat to the so-called socialist states and the actions taken by their authoritarian rulers with no regard to international law. Look, I've been more democratic. It's not my fault that the Assembly, that my own party betrayed me. We could have been the democratic socialist state in the region. Something for the second playthrough. A loud noise came from the table of Bogglesland. I saw Emmerich Hegel pounding his fist on the table in protest. Joining the pounding. Look at that guy, he is an embarrassment. Looks like the Chancellor is already mad. I'm gonna maintain and pretend airs of dignity. Keep watching. Today, the need to come together as leaders of the free world is more important than ever. The CSP, under the leadership of United Cantana, has been fueling Vogelsman's military-industrial complex and its expansionist aims in Eastern Maricopa. Yeah, well, what about Arcasia doing the exact same thing? The world turned a blind eye when the armies of Vogelsland occupied Hegeland, and they will not stop there. According to our intelligence reports, United Cantana-made nuclear missiles were quickly deployed to the island. Is that true? He pulled out a photograph. Even though it was hard to see from my position, I recognized it as an aerial image of Helgeland. We demanded the Chancellor speak the truth. As you could all see, we have evidence of the construction of silos. Yeah, well, Lesbia in particular, what's going on Ravnos Island? You did give Arcasia and Ato a base there. Is there not military bases, is there not missile silos there as well? Bollocks, keep listening. Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true? Honestly, this was always likely to happen, but so soon after the occupation. I didn't expect that. David looked concerned. No Eastern Mercopan nation can accept the installation of weapons of mass destruction in the middle of our Marquian Sea. Emmerich Hegel stood up and patted his fists. We hereby call for the immediate dismantling and withdrawal of all missiles and all other offensive weapons from Helgeland. We invite all the member states to support our call for a resolution in accordance with Article 11 of the Felenko Treaty. A noise came from the assembly hall in response. Most of the Western Mercopan delegates were clapping, while others either shouted in protest or sat in stony silence. Let us not also forget about the recent events that transpired in another state with socialist teachings. A state that wages war against its own citizens, Velen. Bunch of horseshit. No, it's not. Wait, is Velen even socialist? I don't think they are they? They're just nationalists. Velen, a fragile country in the mountainous areas of Western Mercopa, nourished religion, many shrines, hospitable, lower living standards. What are they in terms of economy? Republic of Velen, Bloody Revolution, Economic Golden Age, Civil War. Plenty of nationalism and military stuff, but I'm not saying anything about socialism. Weakest economies in Eastern Mercopa. Worst places to start a business. Member of OMEC and the AN. If his internal dialogue is saying Velen is not even socialist, probably isn't. Innocent citizens, he's forgetting the violence of the BFF. Velen is not even socialist. Strictly speaking, Smolak's party is called the Vezek Nationalist Party of Tsarist Socialism. Oh great, so it's just the same rhetoric we see today. If it's a weak country, it's socialist. If it's capitalist, it's strong, regardless of the facts. And just because the Nazis called themselves the Nationalist Socialist Party, suddenly every small-brained Republican is like, well, don't forget the Nazis were socialists, just because it's in the name. Their purge of minorities of their country was, again, largely ignored by the international community. I would go so far as to call it a genocide. Velen violated our past treaties and mobilized our armed forces, deploying them close to our borders and authorizing them to partake in massacres. Oh no, my last blast for the day. Lesbia was affected not only by the large wave of refugees coming from Velen, but by the subsequent government seizures of all of our companies that were active in the country. Really? I mean, our companies are untouched. I don't know what their problem is. We hereby call on member states to action against Velen and its rogue government. Thank you. Not a bad speech. Pound your fists in protest, don't react. I'm gonna remain taciturn and stoic. He walked back to his seat amidst enthusiastic applause from most of the Mercopan delegates. President Nines waited for the noise to calm down and invited the next speaker, the president of Velen, Victor Smolak. Smolak stood up. As he walked past Patricio Alvarez, he brushed him aside with an exaggerated sweep of his arms. When he reached the podium, he fumbled with the microphone for a few seconds. Then he smiled at Alvarez mockingly as he raised the height of it. Look at the theatrics. The real chaos is going to start now, I think. Let's hope not. Victor turned to President Nines and bowed slightly. Mr. President. He then turned back to us and stared out into the hall for a few seconds. Fellow delegates, it is true that the world today faces a multitude of challenges. In the midst of these challenges, the world's most powerful leaders gathered here in Beirut. And what do? They make threats, promote hate, and spread lies. Is this the alliance of nations we all want? Where is the cooperation and friendship? Where is the unity? I want to remind you of the wars that the West fought on our soil, of the foreign troops who occupied our country and seized our valuable resources. I want to remind you how they stole the oil from our sacred soil, and they did not know when to stop. The ATO soldiers left, but their interference never ceased. They financed armed rebel groups, whose only purpose is to create terror inside our country. So, fellow delegates, don't you dare speak about Velen before you acknowledge your involvement in our civil war, before you acknowledge your own dark past. No, he's not entirely wrong. It's true that the Western powers had their hands in the Velen Civil War, but it doesn't justify the operation. Sorry. You already know my take on dealing with him. As is well known, after the tremendous tragedy of the Velen Civil War, Arcasia made a deal with United Cantana, where they agreed upon the withdrawal of their troops, along with the removal of half our army. Not only did they weaken us, we were left alone in face of the genocidal British Freedom Front, which the ATO funds together with Rumberg. Just like the delegate before me, I will show you some of the evidence of foreign interference. He picked up a large stack of papers and waved them back and forth. We have clear evidence of direct aid from Rumberg to the British Freedom Front. They smuggled tons of Ka-74s in Velen. They smuggled in their spies, smuggled in their mercenary commanders. Ka-74s, just like the ones used on my assassination attempt. Spies, like the honeypot Peter had to lose his life over. He's finally talking about it. We're not the only ones now. So it seems. These documents will be published everywhere. Copies have already been sent to investigative affairs of the Alliance of Nations. I expect this organization to do its task and investigate this properly, instead of leaving Velen behind as they've always done. Coming back to the claims of the lesbian representative. First, there is no evidence of civilian massacres by the Vezek forces, nor so-called purges of minorities. That's a straight-up lie. Second, the operation is only limited to the militant BFF, not the Bloods in general. But knowing how genocidal he is, attacking the BFF to him would be attacking the Bloods in general. Third, we know your government is also implicated in the funding of the BFF, and that your oil companies aided their militants during the operation. Fourth, as a state, we only took what was ours. The companies the delegate spoke of were not only aiding militants, they were brought to Velen by force. Know that Velen will no longer recognize the right of any other country to determine what type of weapons we are permitted to possess, or what type of policies we follow within our own borders. Velen stands stronger and more united than ever. Our people have spoken. The enemies inside our borders are crushed. Now, I ask every delegate here to read a report on the connections of the West with the armed militants in eastern Mercopa. And I ask the Alliance of Nations to do what's right. Velen only wants peace. Our people want peace. They are counting on the support and understanding of all the nations of the world. The proclamation is Free Velen or Death. The assembly roared, with particularly loud applause coming from the seats of the Rican nations. That was a strong piece, and he does seem popular with Rica. I could imagine why, since Rica was recently decolonized. Well, he played the victim here pretty strongly, and his anti-imperialist stance has definitely earned the sympathy from Ricans. Most of that continent is still not achieved stability after gaining their independence from their colonial suzerains. Title drop. It is easy to forget. It has only been a few years since the revolutions. Victor walked slowly back to his seat as he applauded himself. He saluted the Rican delegates as he passed them. Next, President Nines invited Martin Van Horten to the podium. He walked up to the microphone quick steps. He was frowning and clenching his fists. I could almost see his jaw trembling. Martin's not in the mood. Uh-oh, Hegelin time. Indeed it is. Mr. President, fellow delegates of the Assembly and friends, it is an honor to be with you today. I wish we could meet under different circumstances. Once again, the CSP nations, and in particular Bagoslan, have shown us what they're willing to do to achieve their political aims. I must sadly say the world has left us alone. We were one of the first countries to propose proper cooperation between Eastern Merkopan nations. Yet when we were threatened by Bagoslandian expansionism, nobody came to our side. Although Mr. Alvarez voiced his indirect support for us earlier in today's session, I can't keep myself from wondering where he was when our lands were under invasion by the very socialists he spoke about. So here I am, asking for the support of the fellow member states of the Alliance of Nations. Agnolia is under attack by Bagosland. A loud banging noise emerged at the table of the Bagoslandian delegates. All of them were patting their fists on the table. Keep watching. Mr. President, please moderate the assembly. This is more than disrespectful. Emmerich Hegel began shouting curses as Nine repeatedly banged his gavel for order. After a minute of back and forth shouting, the noise settled, and Nines allowed Martin to continue. As you all know, Hegelin, which has been a territory of Agnolia for more than 3 decades, oh wow, 3 decades, really putting far back in history, was invaded by Bagosland in a sudden attack. Not only did they unlawfully occupy our land, they brought nuclear missiles to the island the moment our forces retreated. In the midst of all this conflict, Sordland gave United Contana docking rights and the largest naval base. That base currently holds an entire fleet from Contana. With the access given to them by Sordland, the United Contana Bagosland United Force is now roaming our seas. Millenniumist terror surrounds us on all sides. We must not falter. I invite all member states to find a resolution in accordance with Article 11 of the Falenko Treaty, enforcing the immediate dismantling of all missiles from Hegelin. I must also remind you that under Article 3 of the Ventry City Treaty, the Alliance of Nations must ensure the withdrawal of the occupying force from the island. I call the democratic world to action against the tyranny of millennialism, authoritarianism, militarism, and extremism. The banging noise started again. Hegel stood up and approached the rostrum. You are a spineless jerk, a lackey of Arcasian imperialism. President Nines called for silence and started hitting the gavel. Look at the old man go. What does he think he is doing? Speak up in support for Hegel? Alright. Because 3 decades is surely a whole lot of history, but who held it before the 3 decades of Agnolian occupation? I stood up. Mr. President, Chancellor Hegel has a right to intervene. Let him respond. Have some respect, Mr. Van Horten. You're blaming everyone for your own incompetence. Don't bring Sordland into this. This is all about democracy. Not democracy, diplomacy. Diplomacy and tact. Mr. President, Chancellor Hegel has the right to intervene. Do let him respond. President Nine, please, what is this? President Nine smacked his gavel in vain as a shouting match broke out in the assembly. Finally, after a few minutes, other Bagoslandian delegates convinced Hegel to sit back down. I don't believe I need to speak any more about the subject. Everything is clear as day. Mr. Hegel's actions speak volumes about the reality of Bagosland and their corrupted ideology. I hope to see this conflict resolved with the help of the Alliance of Nations soon. He quickly left the podium and nodded to the other Agnolian delegate. The two quickly left the assembly hall. President Nines announced the next speaker, Emmerich Hegel. Hegel immediately took his place and spoke in a low, seething tone. Thank you. David, buckle up. It's a chancellor's time now. It looks like you're having fun, Mr. President. First of all, I want to extend a due welcome to the new states from Rica that have joined the organization. After fighting for years against colonialism and imperialism, they more than earned our membership vote. I am overjoyed to see them finally represented in the assembly. I see how this is going. On the surface, he and I and the Rican nations are very much against imperial influence. But that's also a lot of member nations, which probably means a lot of votes to carry his way. As our numbers grow and more states are represented at the stage, we come ever closer to finding resolutions to the conflicts that plague us. For hundreds of years, the dominant economies of Mercopa razed, pillaged, and exploited the continents of Rica and Xena. Sadly, Vagosland was also part of this plunder in the years before the revolution, when it still clung to the ideas of imperialism. But when our masses found their voice, the old colonial powers and the new financiers turned against them. These powers did whatever they could to hamper our revolutions. They did not want the people to be heard. They are scared of us for showing the possibility of a better path. Of course they don't want us to succeed. We threaten the productivity that runs on the blood and sweat of the working class. And now they've started labeling us the aggressors. Yet we all know it was the Arcasians who put up military bases around Mercopa. It was the Ato that first formed to fight against Monandivism. Honestly, he's right. Isn't he? Do you think so? He's not entirely wrong. Hegeland was, is, and will be Vagoslandian territory. Our intervention in the island was completely justified. Mr. Delegates brought up the Falenco and Ventry City treaties. However, they are forgetting about the Treaty of Constantium. Vagosland exercised its right to intervene on behalf of our people who were being oppressed and massacred by the Agnolian government just because they did not recognize an appointed governor. They didn't get to elect one. We acted in full accordance with the second article of the treaty. If there is a side to be blamed, it is a state which murders its minorities for publicly showing support to our nation. There were also claims about illegal missiles. No country in the world has a right to determine what type of weapons we import. If there is also a conflict, the alliance the alliance can resolve. Let's start with the Arcasian base on Falenco Island. Lesbia has been housing Arcasian troops and missiles by our border for years, and none of the member states even talked about it. I also want the member states to look into Arcasian bases in Lesbia. And if the Alliance of Nations truly claims to have the people's best interest at heart, they cannot stay silent about what the Angolan government did in Helgeland, how they took away the rights of our people. Perhaps then, there could be proper dialogue between our nations, and the Alliance of Nations can finally demonstrate that it can serve its intended purpose. I will give Hegel this. He is a mean negotiator when it comes to trade, but he's a pretty good speaker. Unfortunately, the Alliance of Nations remains all too willing to overlook such human rights violations. However, the Vagoslandian government is ready as always to fight the forces of oppression and colonial servitude on behalf of the free people everywhere. Before I leave this stage, I also would like to extend a due welcome to Sordland, our newest entrant to the CSP. Another great nation now stands together with us. He raises left fist. A revolution des corps. Is he trying to use our Morin West corps, but for the revolution with his accent? Was that Swordish? Did I catch that right? Stand up, applaud his speech, don't react. I'm gonna ask, was that Swordish? He said the revolution will come, but yes, it was in Old Balbish. Very similar to Swordish, right? Some words are even written the same way, but I'm surprised he caught that from his accent. Most of the delegates from Xena, Rika, and Contana responded with thunderous applause. Hegel shook hands with them as he walked back to his seat. President Nines announced the next speaker, Queen Beatrice Livingston. Dear President of the Assembly, dear delegates, dear leaders of the world, just as my fellow Eastern Mercopan delegates spoke about the troubles plaguing our continent, I also have to bring attention to the plight of the people of the North. The Alliance of Nations, the ATO, the SCP, and even the OMEC has never supported our people when they've been through tragic atrocities. Unlike many Western countries here, we never received financial aid when natural disasters struck our lands. The pain of our people was never recognized, not even when they faced the threat of genocide at the hands of Swordish kings. In light of all that, I implore this alliance to take a closer look at our actions and our southern neighbors. They took in traitors and gave them protection. Their president even went so far as to blame our country for spying on his administration through his own private secretary. And he expects the world to believe his lies. Mr. President, point of order! My turn to shout out. This would be my point to shout out, if there's ever a point to shout out. I can't let her speak about us like that. 1 or 3, 1 or 3. We've been taking the diplomatic route with Rumberg. I'm going to stay diplomatic. Shouting out at this point isn't going to win me any friends. I can't let her speak about us like that. Let's hear her out first. Choices in the UN are relevant? Solbeck, I don't know what you mean. This isn't the UN, this is the AN. But yeah, I assume so. This is the AN after all. Chats with my family might not be the most pressing decisions, but here with all the world leaders, I fully expect that everything I do is going to have some significant meaning. Hence, staying quiet and watching most of the time. You know what though, because this is the AN, this means that the universe of Suzerain is canon to Mercenaries' Playground of Destruction. AN peacekeepers somehow find their way from this universe to North Korea. And maybe Venezuela, but we don't talk about the second game. If the Alliance continues to shirk its given duties, you can trust in Rumberg to take matters into its own hands. It is also important to point out that Rumberg will not stand idly by if more Kantanan military are transferred into Eastern Mercopa. I hereby condemn both the SCP and Swordland for allowing United Kantana to settle in our region. And here I have Casus Belli, because it was their guns. Our military has our own guns. Maybe... I don't even know if the military who shot at me were our military. They had our uniforms, they used our truck, but they used foreign Rumberg guns. So, how's the puzzle looking? Arcasia-backed Rumberg taking advantage of the growing, boiling nationalist sentiment, contacting Kruger and Tarkin Sol to arrange for the right people to be in the right place. Before I finish, I also want to say, Mr. Smolak, I am looking forward to reading your report. I wonder what the so-called evidence is all about. Know that your slander does not work on us. Know that we are ready to die for our freedom. Know that our kingdom stands firm and strong. Expect a grand awakening. Thank you. Grand awakening. That sounded like a threat. She left the rostrum without getting much applause. Good. The international community still does not give any support to Rumberg, if any. But I don't think Rumberg is going to care. I'm pretty sure that Rumberg is ready to have their own Operation Iraqi Freedom with or without the AN's approval. Then President Nine spoke my name. Mr. Anton Rain, President of Sordlin, I invite you to address the assembly. Here we go. Thank you, David, for the applause. Good luck, Mr. President. I walked up to the rostrum and took my place at the podium. In front of me were some of the most powerful leaders in the entire world. I looked them in the eyes. Thank you, Mr. President, fellow delegates, members of the Assembly. The representation of Sordlin is pleased to address this Assembly. Thank you, Mr. President, fellow delegates. You know, I could just say all these things one by one. Thank you, Mr. President, fellow delegates. It's an honor to be here. Dear members of the Assembly, the representation of Sordlin is pleased to address this Assembly. That is a full, complete paragraph. Why can't I say it? Thank you, Mr. President. Follow procedure first. Anybody who ascends to this rostrum must appreciate what a significant gathering he is addressing. The speakers who have preceded me have expressed their concerns about their problems. Sordlin remains committed to the Alliance of Nations and the ideals that gave birth to it. Okay, this is problematic because I don't know what I get to say later. Do I address the significance of everyone gathered here? Do I start with their concerns? Do I mention my commitment? If I don't do any of these things, will I get to later? Anybody who ascends this rostrum must appreciate what a significant gathering he is addressing, perhaps. I'm sure they all do too. Sordlin remains committed to the Alliance of Nations and the ideals that gave birth to it. Yes, indeed, perhaps I want to stick with the international community's backing. That's like the best defense I have. I would like to stress the importance of these words, Alliance of Nations. Yet we all know how often the noble ideals embodied in this charter remain unfulfilled and concerns unheard. Must remain devoted to the dream of a peaceful and free world, a united world. Maybe I'm going to completely botch this, by the way. Yet we all know how often those noble ideals embodied in this charter remain unfulfilled and concerns unheard. Our century is a century of the struggle for freedom, the century of liberation from foreign occupation. People set out free from fear, not free from poverty and starvation. The world is faced with the dangers of division, dangers of large military alliances and nuclear arms races. Okay, I like number 1 and number 3. I am a member nation of the CSP now, but I also don't want to see over-militarization of our sea. Century of liberation from foreign occupation. Maybe that would give me casus belli to support the AN, to push towards Haugeland, going to Begelsland, or at the very least denying support to Anglia in releasing it. The century of liberation from foreign occupation, and if nothing else, the Riken and Zinnian peoples, their delegates, are going to love that. More important than ever to set aside our differences and unite under this charter. Ask a hard question. Ask if this organization is achieving any of its aims. That is going to get the nation to collapse, the Alliance of Nations. We're confronted by a difficult choice. Our great achievements may either be used for the benefit or the detriment to mankind. I kind of feel like 3. Two, I feel, is a route I want to take if I want to withdraw from the AN, but I love being an AN member. Set aside our differences and unite under this charter. or benefit or detriment of mankind. Nah, I think 3 flows better with what's previously said. Now, I would like to address some of the topics mentioned here today. I will not respond to any of the comments made today. Instead, talk about our responsibilities as the Alliance of Nations. Ooh, maybe. Everyone knows that Rumberg is being expansionist and really aggressive. So maybe it's enough that they've tainted their own reputation. Maybe I should talk about our responsibilities instead. We cannot let ideology divide us. We must learn to cooperate and live together, yes. The organization cannot take sides. It must always act democratically. Sadly, this isn't the case. We cannot have world peace if we still have other nations who are not part of this organization. Also may be true. I like how the strumming and the music, for me, is kind of taking the tone of a clock. A little tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Come on, Guinea, make a choice. I like them both. I do like them both, but who to go for? Cannot let our ideologies divide us. Cooperate and live together. I do want, if I can get the AN to be a neutral force and to promote cooperation across the aisle, that would be the best option. Today, the AN only seems to be protecting the rights of Arcasia and its close allies. We cannot take sides, must act democratically. The AN does only seem to be protecting the rights of Arcasia and its close allies. What about greater, equal support? We cannot have peace if the AN allows rogue monarchies to pursue territorial expansion. The organization cannot allow the dominant nations of this world to further arm themselves. I've already mentioned Arcasia cannot allow the dominant nations of this world to further arm themselves. The world stands more divided than ever. We cannot let this divide run deeper. Maybe point out that so far, the AN as a body primarily supports Arcasia and its close allies. The divide is too great. Let's close that together. Maybe. I do want to address the rogue monarchy, too. But it's not just the rogue monarchy, there's also the issue of Agnolia. About to get attacked. What do you mean? We got the CSP, we got a navy here. But maybe this helps the issue out, you know? I pointed out that we're supposed to be together, but so far, the AN mostly helps Arcasia. How about us? Here is an issue for us. I've been convinced, Sobek, you convinced me. I'm gonna go with we can't have peace if the AN allows rogue monarchies to pursue territorial expansion. Come together for a better tomorrow for all. Come together for unity between nations. Let's work together to find resolution to every conflict. The AN can no longer fail to ignore the machinations of the enemies of peace. We stand, and always will stand, for the rights of the people of Swordland and Eastern Mercopa, just as those of the continents. If the right actions are not taken, it will be quite evident that international relations cannot continue on such a basis. Let's not give them any ideas for everyone to pull out of the AN and weaken the body. Because this isn't just about Swordland, it's about Velen, it's about Valkosland, it's about everyone here, and by extension, projecting that to global conflicts and issues. Long live the Alliance of Nations, long live unity and peace. There cannot be any more procrastination or delay. The AN must adopt decisions according to the wishes of the people of the world. The people of Swordland, and I, are honored to have expressed our concerns before this noble assembly. Did Rumberg give such grace? No, Rumberg gave a threat. Peace in Mercopa, peace in the world. Among the Vescor. Long live the people's revolutions. Long live the democracies of the world. There was some applause from the assembly. Only some. Vagelslin got a roaring response. Raise your fist. Raise fist. I'll raise my fist. I raised my fist before I left the podium. I walked back to my seat. David is disappointed. David did not stop applauding until I sat down. So, how was it? It was not a bad speech, Mr. President. You did well. That's it. Just well. President Nines announced the next speaker. Dwight Walker. Mr. President, I first want to congratulate you on your election to this high office. Mr. Secretary, delegates to the Alliance of Nations, ladies and gentlemen, fellow friends, we meet again on a quest to bring peace and light into this world. But even though some of the clouds have lifted, the world has not yet escaped the darkness. The Kantanan Security Pact is rapidly expanding its influence. Now a fellow Mercopan nation, Sordlin, is standing with the United Kantana and its millennialist ideology. Had a bit of mouth traffic there. It is very troubling to see a democratic nation in Mercopa be invaded by these millennialist powers. I refer to, of course, to Hegelin's occupation by Bogoslund. This is an attack against the lasting peace the world has enjoyed since the century of revolutions. Today, our peacekeeping obligations are being tested by United Kantana and the millennialist bloc. If we fail to counter and stop these threats, if we stay idle and allow them to build new walls and weapons of hostility, if the attackers do not face any consequences, then this unstable peace we believed we had built will be the world's downfall, and posterity will point its fingers at us for not stopping it. Emmerich Hegel and the other Vagoslanian delegates started making noise again. This time, Hegel had taken off his shoe. I thought he was going to throw it. Thought he was just about to George Bush him, and was banging the table with it. Pound your fist to give support? I'll pound my fist. It's not a shoe. I started pounding my fist on the table. Despite the noise we made, President Walker continued his speech without pause. Despite its claim, the CSP's actions will only bring about war. We believe United Kantana and Arcasia, together with their allies, could come to understanding for our mutual benefit and our desire to avoid the destruction of the world. Yet United Kantana keeps acting in complete disregard to international law. Their allies are forcefully taking land and imposing their own values on the people of those lands. I will say this to the leaders of United Kantana. If either of us is to be secure, we need a peaceful cooperation, not nuclear missiles, shows of naval superiority, or invasions. So, Arcasia, does that mean you're going to stand down with nuclear missiles, shows of naval superiority, and invasions? Because right now, you are the pot and they're the kettle, and you're definitely not shiny. If the leaders of United Kantana fail to dematerialize Hegeland, with complete dismantling of the nuclear missiles and the withdrawal of the occupying Bagoslandian forces, the ATO will have to take matters into our own hands. Hegel stood up with his shoe in his hand. What is that supposed to mean? You're promoting war in the Alliance of Nations. Mr. President, this cannot. Nine slammed the gavel down and shouted, "Silence, please." Mr. Chancellor, please let me finish. We did not interrupt you when you addressed the Assembly. Finally, I propose that the Alliance of Nations undertake the noble cause of helping the people of the world through rewriting and properly enforcing its human rights doctrine. The Alliance of Nations cannot survive as a static organization. Its size and duties are increasingly enormous. It should adapt to the changing world. But peace and rights do not rest in the hands of the organization alone. that rely on the hearts of our people and the spirit of cooperation between our nations. So let it be known, my fellow inhabitants of the world. Let us take our stand and see if we could finally achieve a lasting peace. Thank you. Most of the assembly applauded his speech. He got more applause than I got. The ATO delegates in particular. That did have very dangerous connotations. Yes, I hope we won't be seeing direct war between the superpowers anytime soon. That would be the destruction of the planet. Is that a possibility? Is that what Sobek meant by getting the bad end? Pull the country out of the economic gutter. Good stuff happened. Great nation. Then bam, nukes. All the world's over. The applause continued for some time. Walter shook hands with various delegates on his way back to his seat. President Nines announced the last speaker for the break. It was Leon Maleniev. Maleniev slowly walked up to the rostrum with his iconic suit. All of the CSP delegates stood up and applauded him. Honorable Chairman and fellow delegates to the Alliance of Nations, we are here again at the most esteemed meeting of state representatives in the world. However, increasingly, we are being threatened, disregarded, attacked, or ignored in this assembly. The representative of Arcasia has just shown this unfriendly attitude towards us yet again. Arcasia would like you to believe we are standing in the way of lasting peace. Yet the peace they talk about was only possible thanks to our missiles and our growing base in the developing world. The ATO kept waging wars against people's revolutions and forcing new independent states to be their puppets, binding them to themselves or Arcasian lira. And now yet another Arcasian president is telling us that we are the aggressors and they are the keepers of peace. We will not be silent anymore against these lies. When was this peace you talked about? Where was this cooperation between our countries? Have you ever accepted our invitation to talk about denuclearization? If you don't like us, don't accept our deals. Don't listen to our concerns and keep pointing fingers at us. Why do you invite us to the Alliance of Nations? Every year, United Contana comes to this assembly to address the real problems of real people, people who suffer because of your systems, your wars, and your ignorance. Whether you like it or not, we'll keep representing the laborers, the slaves, the oppressed of this world. And believe it or disregard it, history is on our side. We say to the representatives of capitalist countries, come and visit us. Come and see the revolution working in Contana. Show our continent to your people without distorting the reality. If you cannot do that, then you need not come. We believe socialism will triumph over capitalism in the end. Such is the logical conclusion of the development of humankind. This time, lesbian delegates started laughing very loudly. Some other delegates booed. Keep watching. You can keep laughing, gentlemen. Communism will bury you. Suddenly, the laughing turned into shouting. If you really believe in cooperation, we will be waiting. We're not going anywhere. However, if the ATO keeps intervening in our matters, it is natural that the CSP would react. Before moving on, we would also like to extend a warning to Rumberg. United Contana and the CSP will stand against the aggression of Rumberg. They are playing a dangerous game, one that may bring ruin to Mercopa and their own lands. I hope the Alliance of Nations can find a resolution to this conflict. If not, let it be known that United Contana will do whatever it takes to protect the people of Sortland and Eastern Mercopa. That's great, I hope he means it. Do you think Rumberg can pursue any more aggression after that statement? I doubt that. With our membership in the CSP and Contana's clear support, the Queen needs to be crazy to try anything. Despite the threats from NATO, Rumberg, or any other nation or organization, we must not succumb to further division and violence. We must ask ourselves, What do the people of our countries expect of us? They surely do not want war and bloodshed. So let us leave to our children and grandchildren good memories of our time and a better future for all. Let them look at history and say, once there were great divisions and complex problems, but the leaders of the world came together in the Alliance of Nations and succeeded in settling them in order to ensure our peaceful lives. Let us act in such a way to make this session not a session of threats, but a session of hopes and the realization of them. The government of United Kantana and the United Peoples of Kantana are ready to serve their duties for world peace. Long live the People's Revolution. Long live the revolution, shouted out. Stand up, applaud his speech. I do want to appear at least to be neutral. I'm just here for AN support outside, just for Reito and the threat of Nuremberg, but mostly for unity across the aisle for all the world. I'll just talk to David. Talking to David's always cool. That was a great speech. I'm just very concerned about the rising tensions between them and Arcasia. The assembly broke into massive applause. The applause continued for some time. Maleniev slowly walked back to his seat as the president announced a break. That was a lot. It definitely was. Well, let's grab some lunch. Let's grab some lunch. Lead the way. We walked out of the hall to have some lunch and fresh air. Alright. And that gives me reports everywhere. Is the AN over? AN report. Move personal wealth to Kairut. And a meeting in private with David Wessey. Look at the time. Could you believe it's already after 4? I think an AN meeting is a good enough place as any to end things for the week. Economy is still in the gutter around time for election. Now I'm getting assassination attempts and threats of impeachment. But at least, if nothing else, I am working for the people of Swordland. The Blutish people in Imburgia are enjoying lots of rights of self-expression and determination. We have laws in place to desolinate the schools and public buildings. There are schools, good modern schools in the country, good access to hospitals. Even if I don't win re-election, and if Lillian Graff actually does oust me from the party, I am going to leave Swordland in a better position than I left it. The only thing that's lacking, I think, considering what Simon Hull said, is direct investment into the productivity of the economy, because the trade is great. Trade, surprisingly, the trade volume is fantastic. Infrastructure and logistics are amazing. The only thing I'm really missing is investment into productivity directly. And hopefully the game gives me some opportunity to invest someplace. It's been hinting at it with newspaper articles, but for now I gotta find someone to drop you guys onto. Let me see if anyone else is playing Suzerain. Is anybody? Because if so, that would be the immediate choice of action. There is somebody else actually. Ramirus. Never watched Ramirus, but if they're playing Suzerain, they must be cool people. And they have the first playthrough tag on. A first playthrough of Suzerain. So we get to see if they make the same mistakes I do, if they make better mistakes. Or if they actually make a better country than I am, first time go, no assassinations, no riots in the streets, no conflict. Anywho, thanks for hanging this weekend. It has been fun, and apparently I'm still not done with this game. If I had to guess by the tempo, maybe it might be finished by Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. Going at the slow pace I'm going. We'll find out next week though. Thanks for being here. Enjoy the rest of your night and weekends. and have fun. I do mean it. Take care of yourselves. And see you guys around next time.